All right, y'all. We're going live. It's about to be a long run for all the people out there that fuck with us, that's down with this underworld movement, man. We about to do this shit, y'all. All right. Before we get into it, man, I want to say a few things. Make sure I'm online. Make sure I sound good for the people out there. Y'all let me know if I sound good. If you're rocking me in the headphones, or if you can pipe it through your laptop or your tablet, let me know if I sound good. We about to do 24-hour show. Like, it's about to be crazy, for real talk. It's a lot of people out there that be doubting the movement, doubting the underworld. A lot of people don't believe in the underworld, and it's understandable. That comes with like any great thing. Any great thing that a person creates, it's haters. You got people that support, people that love you, people, that really fuck with you. But then you got those that halfway fuck with you, or, it is what it is, though, man. We out here. We live. Underworld Radio is back at y'all. We streaming on 10 different sites. Yeah, we live right now. Okay. Like I said, y'all, I'm going to be in a bunch of different chat rooms. So y'all got to bear with me. As far as the phone lines, I'm just starting to test my phone lines out. You know what I'm saying? I'm really trying to do this shit a new wave style for 2019. You know what I'm saying? For those that have been following me that know how I do, y'all already know, man, I go hard, man. So, yeah, okay. Let me get my shares on before I start the show up, though, man. Like I said, y'all gonna hear a lot of underworld artists today. You're gonna hear a lot of K Smash. Shouts to K Smash. You're gonna hear a lot of commotion, a lot of crisis. The Realest MC, Ocean Deep Blue Sea. You know what I'm saying? My CBL fam. Like, shit's about to be bananas right now. So, shouts to everybody that's tuning in. Like I said, I'm doing my shares right now. So, for all y'all out there, make sure y'all like and share the show. I'm gonna keep coming back and talking to y'all. So, I got it really set up. Shout outs to my technician, Crisis, man. He put a lot of things together for me to be able to do what I'm doing right now. So, shouts to my technician, Crisis. Shouts to everybody that's in the building. And we about to switch over. Here we go. All right, y'all. Let's get into this show, man. Like I said, make sure y'all like and share. The request lines will be open for a little while, but they're gonna shut down. Like I said, we're gonna be on here for a minute, so I'm not gonna be able to, just basically be on the phone lines all night. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Real shit. So everybody out there, make sure y'all hit me on these phone lines. Support what we doing right now, which is the new age of hip hop and R&B. Like I said, we on 10 different sites, man. So if this site happens to interrupt, or something happens during the show, and I'm not on this site right here, please go to the other sites that I got posted up right now. So I want to have a full show, man. I want people to see what this is about. Shouts to my boy Jason, who actually is the reason why I'm doing this show the way I'm doing it right now, because he actually dared me. I ain't gonna say dared me, but because I'm a grown ass man, but he was basically telling me that it's impossible, which was his words. It's impossible for you to do a 24-hour show just playing yourself, your underworld fam. And I said, nigga, that shit ain't impossible. It's simple. It's nothing. We got music. We dropped a lot of stuff already. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, K Smash can do a fucking 24-hour show by himself. Real shit. I could do an album just playing nothing but old styles if I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's all about right now. Shouts to my boy, because it's all in love. He just showing me love. He ain't really being no hater or nothing. Got my drink, got my smoke rolled up, and we gonna get into this show, man. Shouts to everybody that stops through the night. And I'm gonna stop stalling it up, and We're gonna just do it like that, man. It's Underworld Radio. We back in the building. Request lines is definitely open, man. Let's go.
Underworld official. Twisted Slim. Free. Oh, Styles. Got him. This about the pain. This about the story. This about time. This about the glory. What is pain versus victory? This about the pain, this about the story, this about the time, this about the glory. But it's pain versus victory. Ready? It's my motherfucking story. My niggas is ballin', they shootin', not talking NBA. Whipping out that white, that Ricky Lake, that Rachel Ray. I was sitting licks, had to dip before I caught a case. All my niggas gotta eat, so I'm feeling on my plate. Pussy niggas snitch around here, you end up in a lake. All my niggas in the field, bitch, I'm talking real estate. Taking chances with a sack, riding down the interstate. One thing that the streets tell me, haters saying players play. Niggas and bitches think dissing on me, that's every day. Phone call, one shot, that's 1K. You can get laid down right where you stay. Drum man on my sneaker, all I rock is J's. This about the glory, yeah. Just listen to my story. These niggas don't know about the struggle since a young and had to hustle. Young frames, nigga. This about the pain, this about the story, this about time, this about the glory. But it's pain versus victory, This about the pain, this about the story, this about the time, this about the glory. But it's pain versus victory. Fuck all that misery, are you hearing me? I'm done, won't ever doubt myself again, no. Catch a drought, what you thirsty, go ahead and call me out. Shit, I rep that underground and underworld official now. Same sound, different lines all the time. On the ground, battlefield, general, ill mind. Find your position, overwhelm the opposition. They gon' suffer consequences, Rhino be like finish him. Then I lay him out, one swell, Grim Reaper sign, fuck with the crew. Underworld, true hustle combo. Automatic war scenario like Rambo. TAC. Twisted Slim. Yeah. Finish him. This about the pain. This about the story. This about time. This about the glory. But it's pain versus victory. This about the pain, this about the story, this about the time, this about the glory. But it's pain versus victory. Ew. My pain is victory, so how could you call it? I called your bluff, I see you bluffing, cause the way that he's stalling. Stay with the rock, that's how you know that I'm ballin'. Like double Glocks, like they Siamese. I put him to his face, he's take his order, couple shots, take him out like he Chinese. KO to win this fight, flows victory. Without that green shit, it's kinda hard for you to get to me. We don't believe you, you need my heart people. Lay back while I'm gripping on this heel. Precision on the script, I see you. With explosive bullets that'll break the body down to a needle. They already know where we standing. I know all the officials. Twisted Slim can't smash. Frames Rhino. We speed the movement. ASAP. This about the pain. This about the story. This about time. This about the glory. But it's pain versus victory. This about the pain, this about the story, this about the time, this about the glory. But it's pain versus victory.
Underworld.
They try to survive and try to make it.
Underworld Radio is in the building, y'all. That's how we do. Shouts to my friends, Underworld officials.
have to die that way. Like a movie night turns
Fresh Flow ENT, the real ENT. Go.
Rhyme for my man Javon, cried over Trayvon, survived Columbine. I put his story in a scribe. Love life, to live life. Life is all you have. Yes. Reach out and take a grab for these haters. Take a stab in the barrel with the crabs. Can't get out like my man Javon, stressed out. Moms kicked him out till he got a real job. He used to smoke crack, still and rob. On his knees he would pray inside the God that he stopped. Month later got a job at a pizza shop. Called the scrub cause he pushed the mop. Didn't make a lot, felt like he was on a rise to the top. Can't stop a grown ass man. It's payday, cash in hand. Took his son to see the new Batman. Did I forget he's a Coloradian? I think you know how the story ends. Make my head spin. Why do we die before life begins? When we transcend, we family and friends. That's why I follow God and not trends. Don't break a bend when I die and my soul leaves my skin. Like,
I mean, why they had to die? Cause they didn't make it home. Now their families cry. Cause they didn't make it home. Yeah, they tried to survive and tried to make it home. Tell me why they had to die. Cause they didn't make it home.
Didn't have to die that way. Why do the young and the restless hurt others young and defenseless?
16 years, avoiding the pressure from his peers. Just smoking, guzzle some beers. Partying and wild sex, hanging out with wild sex. Avoiding fights by treating bullies as if they're idle threats. Then one night he got a knock upon his window pane. A boy that introduced him to a girl by the name of Mary Jane. Figuring he was a cool cat, her curiosity couldn't kill. He carelessly caved in and unconsciously changed and killed his will. To survive, dying to stay alive. Searching for the lows in his life just to get high. Though he's not an addict and smoking became a habit. Out of sight, out of mind. But when he saw that he had to grab it, till one day it got tragic and took a different angle. He was given the blunt with the dust of a little angel. It's already sad because the little homie OD. But what makes it bad is that this blunt was from his code D.
He didn't have to die that way. In the fast lane, chasing highs, life racing by. Better get it right.
Running things and he fell crippled. In a joint like a cell sickle. Holy water in a well ripple. May have helped that lane. What good was money, power, respect? When he didn't have life, health, and strength. Off-white room strapped to tubes, body withering. Thoughts of how he used to get it in maroons and cinnamon. And even loosen women, boosting him with juice and gin and then a loosen the genocidal sin he was living in. Priest preaching Jesus, then he asked if he forgive him. And if he could get him in when the time was up to live again. Apology accepted, but the God family stone the game slide, man. It's the long quality time, gotta be collected. And the flash time rewinds back through the lifetime lines, then the lines flat. Carried out his life preferences, trying to find hope in these killer verses filled with life sentences.
I mean, why they had to die? Cause they didn't make it home. Now their families cry. Cause they didn't make it home. Yeah, they tried to survive and tried to make it home. Tell me why they had to die. Cause they didn't make it home.
Stress to relieve their pain, but they go a lot quicker than they originally came. Pour out a little liquor for my brothers and my sisters that's gone. They may be gone from the earth, but your soul is on. As for the rest of the fam, we miss you undone. And we know Jarrell and Aunt Marguerite is up there carrying on. But we stay strong for what it was worth. Grandma got her weekdays, Sundays at church. Losing you was worse than a chop to the throat. You taught me success and to never lose hope. You inspired people with the things that you spoke. Your life is like a movie that's supposed to be wrote. You know pop breaking rules that ain't supposed to be broke. You know I've been through pain and my heart's been broken, but my family keep me from things that hurt. I look to the sky and I look for the star that's yours, and then I close my eyes and smirk and sing.
They didn't have to die that way. Numbing senses, trying to make sense of something that's senseless.
I mean, why they had to die? Cause they didn't make it home. Now their families cry. Cause they didn't make it home. Yeah, they tried to survive and tried to make it home. Tell me why they had to die. Cause they didn't make it.
I hope you creep 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war. But they don't want no problems. But they don't want no problems. I hope you creep 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war. But they don't want no problems. But they don't want no problems. You got an army, so what? I ain't never scared. Get your bones crushed to dust, spread everywhere. Let's make it clear. Get shot to the drum sitting in the air. You a cub, so don't speak to a bear. No time to repeat. Niggas 10 deep in the streets, but y'all knees weak. Talk the talk, walk the walk, nigga, when you see me. Or leave with a concussion, broken nose, now that's greasy. Silence is a deadly weapon, so it's hard to read me. Knowing all my pressure points, I make it look easy. Stay 05th at all times, give them more. Believe me, all facts, my art is war. Come see me, make it look greasy.
I hope you creep 10 deep, 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war.
They don't want no problems, problems. They don't want no problems, problems.
I hope you creep 10 deep, 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war.
But they don't want no problems, problems. But they don't want no problems, problems. I hope you creep, keep thinking shit sweet. I'm from Orlando, not Miami, but I'm strapped with the heat. Perfect sweet, take you off your feet. Go to the ground and make no sound, now you go to sleep. Attack the heart until it skip a beat. But if it's beat, we meeting in the streets. Beat your ass till I knock the grill out and hand you your teeth. This is war of a man and the man you can't be. I studied the art, now I rip you to shreds. I'm a beast, I'm leaving my mark. This is real life, you just playing the part. Your character not making it fall. Shots fired at your movie, you die from the start. I'm a beast and I'll rip you apart. Now listen,
I hope you creep 10 deep, 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war.
but they don't want no problems, problems.
For war.
But they don't want no problems, problems.
I hope you creep 10 deep, 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war.
But they don't want no problems,
Ready
problems.
for war.
But they don't want no problems, problems.
I hope you creep 10 deep, 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war.
But they don't want no problems,
Ready
problems.
for war.
But they don't want no problems, problems.
I hope you creep 10 deep, 10 deep. Said I'm ready for war.
But they don't want no problems,
Ready
problems.
for war.
But they don't want no
What's up,
problems,
squad? What's up,
problems.
squad?
Hope you creep 10 deep, 10
Got the
deep.
homie in the building.
I'm
L
ready
Man
for
Dirty
war.
Jers.
They don't want no
Shouts to you,
problems,
brother.
Ready for war.
You know how we do.
Problems, problems.
DRE's back in the building, man. Y'all niggas can't fuck with me, Ocean and Styles. You crazy?
Let me say, man, for everybody that come in here, y'all definitely getting the shout outs right now. I'm doing something new right now. This is a new Underworld Radio. We bringing it back. But like I said, my homie, he kind of put me on blast, told me I couldn't do a show for 24 hours. So basically that's what I'm doing tonight. Like I said, even though I'm not going to be in the chat room or on the phone lines all night, we're going to have the music playing. So we got my man, L Man Dirty Jersey, one of the official SUK members of the SUK Stick Up Kids. Shouts to him in the chat room right now. That's how we doing right now, though. You're going to see a lot of Underworld members, CBO members, the Real ENT members, Fresh Flow ENT members coming through the building. So that's what it is. Like I said, we on 10 different sites right now streaming. So for all y'all out there, man, if we get bumped off of this site, make sure y'all check out some of the other sites, man. We definitely going heavy on them right now. Let's get back to this music. I'm in the chat room, y'all. Let's go.
Yeah. DRE's back in the building, man. Y'all niggas can't fuck with me, Ocean and Styles. You crazy? Come on.
Know that you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us. I know that you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us. Oh shit.
I can see where you guys at. It's where the nines at. I focus the beam and now don't push your mind back. Leave it to me and now I make the sky black. Hold cross you lost. Look how you guys flat. Like a big rim, but known as a conflict. When drama comes and letting off with them objects. Headshot getting smeared at the projects. Cops can't find us. We hiding in Bahamas. Chilling with Pop, talking on the celly. The Pax Man, it's a part 2 of Machiavelli. You silly. If you think I really won't bounce to crime rate, getting bodies over Philly. Cops go by, we high on the sticky. Touch his ass up, wrap him up like an empty. We grizzly, sorta like we Diddy. Can't stop, won't stop, now who can fuck with me? Yeah.
Know that you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us. I know that you
don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with
Original
us.
Styles.
I'm Open Magazine, I'm the source of course. www.blastingamassqueensandqueens.e.r.ent. You can catch me on that DVD, sparking TNT. Show love, I'm on that Martin Payne slang. When I blow up, you blow up. Know what I'm saying, man? This a dirty, dirty game, and I'm in it to win it. Hustle man slang, anything not to be too specific. I'm in the old school like hieroglyphics. If my goal missing, I'ma start the lynching. I had bottle missing, blue collar grind on my mind all the time. Put that dollar bill, yo, you know I'm a grind. You know halftime, my shine bright 20 times worse than the sunshine and the sun. You heard it all before, that's why we had to come. The new age of hip hop, you can imagine, son. That you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us. I know that you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us. D-R-E, yeah, you don't wanna fuck around. Just because I don't hold heat, don't mean my man will come and fucking buck you down. You think you good cause you living more up and down? I'm the type to come and turn your motherfucking luck around. We from the underground, coming with another sound. We keep our goons on salary so they can keep on popping pounds. Some form of weed, you know, one of them drugs, or a few of them things we use to load several slugs. I know a couple of G's and a couple of thugs that won't hesitate at all. They come and handle the grudge with a hating motherfucker that's showing no love to the real and our affiliates, taking in blood. We warned you, so all you niggas know what to do. If you ever had to cross paths with me and my crew, we the real niggas, so you better trust in us. Don't try your luck with us, you don't wanna fuck with us. I know that you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us. I know that you don't want to fuck with nobody in my crew. I know you don't wanna fuck with us.
I'm outside right now. I'm actually on the block. On my ass. About to spit a freestyle. I'm out here. Yeah. This shit crazy how you can do this shit. Yeah. If I had this shit back in the day when I was on my time, this shit be crazy, man. I'm out here.
Underworld ENT coming to you.
I'm out here. I'm out here. On the block another time, I'm out here. Gotta drop another rhyme, I'm out here. Yo, it's about the nick of time, I'm out here. Your niggas down and out there, I'm out here. Your niggas know I'm back in the place, y'all. Your niggas about to catch it to your face, y'all. Your niggas getting hit with the space, y'all. Your niggas got the fifth, well I'm out here. You wanna come and get, well I'm out here. Old styles and you know this niggas out here.
Yo, man, we tuning in. Underwater Official, Underwater Radio Station, Underwater Movement. It's Underworld everything. Yeah!
I'm out here. Your niggas talking heavy shit, I'm out here. Your niggas really wanna get them out here. You really talking real shit, I'm out here. Got the motherfucking gat nigga out here. You really wanna see me now? You really wanna be old style? Been doing this a long damn while. I'ma bring us some trap shit. No, some real trap shit. The true trap shit. Story to tell. I grew up in them streets. I got a story to tell. I seen the man take two to the head for talking to them feds. Point blank, no infrared. That brother dead. I seen the motorcycle crash. Head smash like half smash right in front of the terminal. Where his head go, can't determine no. Yes, I seen that. As a young kid, I seen some niggas got these crack fiends jumping in the ring with the pit bulls. For a couple beans, nigga bit the pit bull. Something pitiful, rocks by the fistful. Since some sick dudes pistol whip they chick, cause the bread do.
peep my mental. It's the 90s, brick city streets. Picture niggas 50 deep, looking like a fleet as they flip a Jeep. Little black girl stuck underneath. First time I seen strength up the streets. Niggas hustle all day trying to eat, even though they got beat. Goons on the slow creek, hit him with the heat, lift him off his feet. R.I.P. Tariq, New Jersey Drive, had the whole hood live. Niggas couldn't drive, die, only the best survives. Real shit, a lot of niggas got their wigs split, trying to steal a real nigga whip. Clock burst, black hearse, hood hurt, cause a nigga put in work. Hand to hand, hustle, ATF, bust you locked down. Month or two, not comfortable. On site, suckers might come for you. Literally, I seen niggas go when gangsters coming out spiritually. Shit happen, shit I'm just rapping. Old head captain, closed caption. This is how I'm clapping, what I'm supposed to do. Tell my story, testimony. Shouts to my fallen homies and the ones vouching for me. These new niggas really bore me. This is new history, not for glory. Sick shit, street sickness, wickedness, sick of this. Kids dying every day, be the hood is crazy. Like fuck you paid me, why you trying to play me? Lazy, puffin' purple hazy. OG Kevin Spacey, I never moved the good Lord place me. Every time I touch down, the hood embrace me. R.I.P. Miss Tracy, her little baby Stacy, burnt in the fire with they stayed sleep. Cop shot the little brother Rich. He was a kid, he ain't even do shit. And I never forgot that shit, screaming fuck the police. Mark of the beast, no justice.
Ness. Fresh flow.
We're going hard right now. Underworld, all Underworld show. Let's go. Shouts to Commotion.
He just started testing, but we hauled them all. Now they praying for a blessing like an altar call. The way we stay investing, we done bought them all. Our section steady flexing, we be off the wall.
I'ma make the kitty pop and the titty flop. Me go silly with the rock with a steady bop. Eco-friendly with the guap, get the fetty up. I throw a party at my spot, I don't need a yacht. Bring it to a city cop with a semi-glock. I'ma take it to the top, moving up a notch. Wanna walk inside my sock, better tell you not. Because I guarantee we not the same sleeping box. He's a grown off aside, my copas collapse. He's telling me to reconcile with a thing we got. Keep my followers in line like it's Vietnam. Ain't no telling anytime, it can be the bomb. Open up and let me slide right into your mind. Definitely already no crime, I'ma leave it blind. Can't speak for all, saying we off the wall. I go to oop on y'all in due time.
Excited to drop the flow when the beat drops. I go off. Get on the stage, I grab the mic and set the show off. Put your hands in the air, get prepared, I'm about to flame on them. Put up the gloves and ring the bell, I spank the bang on them. Go ahead, clap for a queen, feeling kinda popular, living a dream. Pop in the game like a dress with a scene, cause I'm owning this name, homegrown in the jeans. Slow up the flow, pause, let me breathe, said the movement, ask my team. Gotta go hard, Wu-Tang cause the cream can't be compared. I'm a new type of breed, dope. Say my name 3 times, you should prepare for the smoke. I put the beat in a choke hold, I'm not letting go, cause I want it, pull up, turn up, pull, what's good?
Women DMing and be on tilt. Do your body good, it be like milk. Brass up on the wall, it's beyond built. Keep it 100, we be like Will. Plaques up on the wall, it be on tilt. Stacks up on the wall, it be on stilts. I dress it like yay, it's all killed. You get it like yay, cause y'all killed this Philly just off the wall. 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 Off the wall.
Haters try to test me, so I shot them all. Now they in the underworld like a Pokeball. Show no mercy, had them pussy cats against the wall. Crack backs like backpacks, I'm going off of y'all. Going for a minute, now I'm back in this. JFK rap activist. Make sure you tag me if you capture this. Gangsta, watch how I master this. Now you know who the master is. Leave both in your mattresses. Flexing with my team is hazardous. Why you suckers really wanna clash with us? Cause this headshot, like the slingshot. Shots the slingshot. Suckers backing down, but we not. Watch this fresh flow spit out like Tide Pods in my mouth. JFK in Jersey in the house, and we wildin' out.
Ride around in my city. Pockets like the guy Hickeys. Got a Glock tucked in my swishy. Tell a bitch drop and give me 50. It go wop, wop. The come and get me. Throw a shot back just like a frisbee. Rock a top hat like I'm Biggie. I advise you niggas don't diss me. And my side chick, she so frisky. Yeah, I know it's so risky. See notes around, it's so crispy. You come back around like 360. I'm short, black, and I'm chubby. And my hammer pants, you can't touch me. Got a bad hoe to handcuff me. Keep a knife with Crocodile Dundee.
I can buy my love or loyalty, my soul is overpriced. Life be like B, roll the dice when you bet on the shooter, you know he shots. Keep saying he blaming, but only me mugging and spamming your Grammy about that emoji life. But get him in person, I better reverse of that negative person's a poltergeist. Body coated in a winter soldier with no coat when he been in the trench. Like a mama busted open for the coach and then her son is still sitting the bench. That's dry bones and the level that I'm on. You can't track with an iPhone, not a rock star. I'm a fly drone, a loud walk bar, leave your mind blown. Bouncing off the wall, this about to be jumping no sky zone. This man boasts Thanos rapping, universe is snapping to the infinity time stone. Not to consume a doom and gloom, your crew buffoons, your goony goons or looney tunes. Boom boom and spoon of fruity loons, your fancy pinch, your mans be pansy bloom and June. So many bloody moves on Zoom, burn on a few, jumping into the booze. Other dudes with another excuse, hitting people up with the news. Got a couple of views, bumping the bruise. I refuse, I got something to prove, so I'm gonna use and abuse, and the drama ensues. A lot of the odds of the ooze, shoes that I'm not gonna lose. Rockin', I got it poppin' and hopping and flagging the pew, dropping the clues, bombs around with who with you. Haters started testing, but we hard them all. Now they praying for a blessing like an altar call. The way we stay investing, we done bought them all. Our sections steady flexing, we be off the wall. Women DMing and be on tilt. Do your body good, it be like milk. Racks up on the wall, it's beyond built. Keep it 100, we be like Will. Plaques up on the wall, it be on tilt. Stacks up on the wall, it be on stills. Address it like, yeah, it's all killed. You get it like, yeah, cause y'all killed this Philly just off the wall. 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 Off the wall.
Slick talk. I came here straight slick talk. Listen, if I slide shit, I glide like moonwalking, loud coughing till I'm in the coffin, smooth with it. Slick talking, always talking shit, so slick, so sick. You can watch my clock tick tock. My time is now past the rock. Let me rock the spot now with these vibes. New niggas throwing in the towel. I knew niggas like my style. Turn up the dial, UTV, we the new sound. Now you know now they got me trapped in the 90s. That's why you couldn't find me. Finally drop a new MP3 CD. You hear me, but you don't feel me. Fear me, really, I bring reality. At MCs, clap and burn. Grab MCs like STD disease. Kids don't play with me, cause I'm gon' hurt somebody with this shoddy. Probably squad deep with my underworld fleet. Don't get stomped by 50 feet on repeat. Now that's what I call defeat, but y'all don't hear me though. Feel me flow, but don't steal my flow. Get Malcolm X, such a next show so special. Not like Ed, I got it made off tracks I made in the shed. When I spit, I talk shit, no debate. Don't hate the king, it's great. Slick talk, came in here straight. Slick talk, slick talk, came in here straight. Slick talk, slick talk, I came in here straight.
Shout out to K Smash, Kadish the artist, going heavy right now. Underworld, Old Styles and Friends, we in the building right now. Like to share the show, you know how it go. We about to take over the scene. Let's go.
You don't wanna go to war right here, go to war right here, go to war right here. You don't wanna go to war right now, go to war right now, go to war right now. You don't wanna go to war, you know war. You don't wanna go to war, you know war. Go to war like Diamond Bush. Go to war like Bin Laden.
and them towers he took. Go to war like the gangsters and thugs. I go to war like the Crips and the Bloods. We punch you in your mouth, you seen your blood. Niggas be pussy, they receiving the slug. Government the biggest gang, they ain't showing no love. You niggas standing on the corner while they supplying the drugs, handing you guns, so there's no brotherly love.
You don't wanna go to war right here, go to war right here, go to war right here. You don't wanna go to war right now, go to war right now, go to war right now. You don't wanna go to war, you know war. But you don't wanna go to war, you know war.
Underworld.
This is war of me lifting my gun. This is war of me shooting at your troop. You call retreat and you run. This is war when silence a gift. This is war my niggas staying on fifth to avoid getting hit. When shots not accurate, you shooting, you miss. And it's war when you talking about your side of the switch. But it's war when you taking a stand, taking a stand. Tired of the movement when you taking your mans. But it's war when you decided to snitch. And you talking about you be the man, but we know you a bitch. And it's war when my arms lift and they empty a whole clip and serving like you and your bitch. And it's war when you hard body. And it's war when you lifting up the sawed off to get to the shoddy. But it's war when you talking that beef, when you talking that money, when you talking that win over
you
your
don't
feet.
wanna go to war right here, go to war right here, go to war right here. You don't wanna go to war right now, go to war right now, go to war right now. You don't wanna go to war, you know war. You don't wanna go to war, you know war.
SoundCloud
Some classic shit, man. This is over 20 years worth of good music coming from my squad. Definitely helped me branch off this underworld movement I got going right now in this current state. This is what we was doing back in the day when we was trying to do our thing in the game. Shouts to my squad, man. Shouts to my SUK fam. SUK stick up kids. Let's go.
No way out, going out, falling out.
I'm a slave to the rhythm. Why they got me trapped in the ghetto? They say I'm a slave to the rhythm. So why they got me trapped in the ghetto?
I can't get out, no way out, going out, falling out.
Got the thing for you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas.
Going out, falling out, that's no doubt.
Fuck y'all talking about. Got the thing for you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas.
Making that cash, hide that fast, blue tops, click bags, got them haters getting mad.
Got the thing for you niggas.
Mad.
Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas.
I can't get out, no way out, going out, falling out.
I'm a slave to the rhythm. Why they got me trapped in the ghetto? They say I'm a slave to the rhythm. So why they got me trapped in the ghetto?
I can't get out, no way out, going out, falling out.
Got the thing for you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas.
Going out, falling out. Gangsters shout if you're ballin' out.
Got the thing for you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you
Listen,
niggas.
man, I'm in my bag. Hustle like my dad, 10 times more bad. On the road, that's still trash.
Got the
Trash,
thing for you niggas.
trash.
Don't let me bang on you niggas.
Trash.
Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas.
I can't get out, no way out, going out, falling out.
I'm a slave to the rhythm.
Why they got me trapped in the ghetto? They say I'm a slave to the rhythm. So why they got me trapped in the ghetto? I can't get out, no way out, going out, falling out. Got the thing for you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. Going out, falling out. You in or you out? I'm going loonies, your growl. Got the bang on you niggas. Mouth. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Mouth. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain. Listen, man, I'm gonna say it that loud. I'm moving them slabs. Gotta get that cash. That's my only real task. Got the bang on you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can't get out. Go way out. Going out. Falling out. I'm a slave to the rhythm. Why they got me trapped in the ghetto? They say I'm a slave to the rhythm. So why they got me trapped in the ghetto? I can't get out. No way out. Going out, falling out. Got the thing for you niggas. Don't let me bang on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. I can make it rain on you niggas. Click, clack, bang on you niggas.
We live right now, Underworld style. I'm in here drinking, smoking, chilling. I'm feeling my tracks. I'm playing all old styles. Underworld, all my co-defendants, my affiliates, my family. We doing it like that. Quest lines are definitely open. 856-270-8846. Hit me up, man. Underworld Radio is back in the building, y'all. It's the Underworld Old Styles and Friends show, man. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. Old Stiggity. JFK in Jersey. I am Jersey. Yeah. And I'm still standing. Still here.
Different ships, we in the same boat now. Excuse me, I forgot to introduce my vocal style. Original style, about to tear it down like James Brown at Motown. I'm here to make it say whoa when he hit play. I'm trying to get my fans in the same way like MJ. R.I.P. to the fallen. If you all in, start applauding. We always miss back to the ish. Shop again. Yeah, newest loose I drop for my fans. About to drop a few grand for any man that can stomp in my Timberland. Cross this whole land. I rep it NJ where the AKs be spraying. I begin to stop in the club, pull my thug out, fast bug out, get rubbed out. Some cat put the slug out, let it slug out, clear the club out. Now everybody run out, got their guns out, everybody dumb out. Not involved, better get involved. You against the wall, better brawl. When them revolvers revolve, problems get solved. It's add and subtraction. Mathematics get it cracking like addicts. Niggas sleep has the bed, no pragmatic, automatic static. A tragedy so tragic. They gon' blame it on the drug traffic, on some blood scrapping. I blame it on the
I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Look, I'm still standing. Yo, I'm still standing. Check me out, man, I'm still standing.
What I proclaim to the game.
The best tribe alive, man.
Not Jeezy or Wayne. Believe I'm not playing. I'm running things with my undergang. Yeah, Brown was saying,
you know we train to run the thing.
Lane.
Fuck the fame, cause when we bang, nobody won't know a thing, not one name. No snitches allowed, no bitches allowed, get the bitches be out.
Ain't no joke.
Old style's the president, even rock him, know I rule the crowd with no hesitant. Yo, I'm a boosting style, for copy using abusive style. So futile, I'm a just boosting style, back to wild style. Black like a bow, back ahead like a bow. I'm back ahead of my pals, like the bread that I pound. Old style, crooked smile. I know you're glad I'm here. It took a little while, but you're rapping foul. Drop the ball, this is final call for all of y'all. If we wrong, make you permanent part of the fucking wall. Yo, let me talk to y'all like what you know about street life. No lights, can't sleep at night.
Feeling weak at night.
You ain't eating right. Think about a creep tonight.
Hope you see the light.
You and G tonight, twisting up the weed delight. Infrared beams are like the street tonight. Don't believe the hype. You can bleed tonight. Family grief for life. I just leave the mic.
I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Look, I'm still standing. Yo, I'm still standing. Check me out, man. I'm still standing.
Tri-state area. Bring it up from the Midwest back to the East.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack.
Criminals is back.
I wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Yo, fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack. I swear you're melon, nigga.
Underworld.
Raw face look, crooks catch the hook, Glocks pop, or we local, the real Nino. Action blue jacket, hook shell still. Swell your nugget, slug fit perfect, run with the murderers. Back niggas down in the slug, slice your chest with the peak hole. Brick City representing PLO. Act like you know my goons blow jugs and throw twist smoke. Make moves like Alpo, splash homos, tinted out whips. Roll beautiful, sunk in the seats, heat lay low. Dash niggas, scud missile, cost nice with pistol, dirty handguns. Chef in the kitchen, post up my henchmen. Never played a benchman, out the car window spin accurately.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Yo, fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Yo, fuck the carjack. I swear you're melon, nigga.
Ice ass niggas, rob crack figures, blast mad triggers. My CPL niggas took mass wickers of their ill liquor. Henny sippers, mic wreckers, fuck mass strippers. LOA know this, CPO, SUK sold this. Only take a second and we blow this. You bug like a lotus. Lemons, yo, I told this, quote this. Herb toad, smoke shit, provoke, coke, choke kids. Only smoke low kids. Flip will bust my decision. Submission, mission. Gag the gap, black back, smack cats with raps on tracks for plaques. Thirst quenching, nigga lynching, jump never flinching. If you wanna start, get the benching. Always up in court like detention. I want a pension like benching. Hustle me on CD like I'm fencing. Feel the fucking tension.
Yeah, my niggas is back. We stay with 6 shots. You wanted it or not, my block stay on high from them feds. Guns we got, stay with infrareds. Goddamn, I caught a big case. Niggas didn't know they got touched with a hot cook. Rookies, niggas didn't know I move like Brooksies. In the game of chess, you gotta manifest. You want it or not, matter of fact, get popped. Oh, my crew back, yo, we back on wax. Niggas back on the streets, moving slums to dope, slums to coke. Matter of fact, the guns we got pop like this.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack.
Criminals is back.
I wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Yo, fuck the carjack.
Criminals is
I
back.
wanna see big stacks.
Criminals is back.
Fuck the carjack. I swear you're melon, nigga.
You better respect the sergeant and the generals. And all your charges municipal. The law made us these criminals. Infrareds will follow you. Hollow tips are going and out true. Ain't no mission too impossible. A change of plans, break bread, cook up grams, fish scale and new dope stamps. Mr. Mon think I'm max, nigga. You get shot. 150 shots.
plans to 75 cops all on that one block. I rock 'em, yeah nigga, I got 'em. First name Smackdown, last name Rock Bottom. So what the deal? I got the stainless steel up in the 93 Bonneville. Talk slick and get killed, shit's real. I don't give a fuck nigga, stay with the hollow tips.
Criminals is back. Fuck the carjack. Criminals is back. I wanna see big stacks. Criminals is back. Fuck the carjack. Criminals is back. I wanna see big stacks. Criminals is back. Fuck the carjack. Criminals is back. I wanna see big stacks. Criminals is back. Fuck the carjack. I swear you melon, nigga.
This is what I'm talking about. This is classic hip hop, classic underground, uncut for all my people that was rocking with us back then. We was definitely doing it up, man. SUK, stick up kids for life. You know what it is. Salutes.
All by myself. You wanna watch me get this money? All by myself. If you wanna see it in the flow, all by myself. And if I gotta let that thing flow, I do it by myself. No snitches allowed.
I'm concerned for my well-being. On my well-being, on the path to being a righteous human being in the eyes of the all-seeing.
Man, that's good enough for me, damn.
I see you on your thug, get money, MC shit, feel we spit like you get on your lip, that's some ill shit. I can't read you like I'm illiterate, you young degenerate, claiming innocence on some grown man, fighting for the clan with a master plan. That your master plan got you in the jam. Somebody snitching in the van. It was written, y'all with bump heads like Rand flipping chickens in the kitchen, lost a $500,000 on your head. It's been said, niggas want you dead.
I make the underworld a me. All by myself. You wanna watch me get this money? All by myself. If you wanna see it in the flow, all by myself. And if I gotta let that thing flow, I do it by myself. No snitches allowed.
Can't run, can't hide. It's like all you see is eyes. Now you realize living this life you die. Now you wonder how the FBI showed up on the fly. They knew about the buy. Should've never trusted that guy in a suit and tie. He went for self. Guess it's about the wealth. That's why I let it blow by myself. God bless the ghost. Getting chased coast to coast by them pigs and blue ghosts. Radio miles from top. I like your folks. This is no joke. The jobs kill, rob with the cash and the coke. Like Bobby, there's no hope when your niggas want you smoke. Them niggas want you broke. Hold in their head as you float like a boat. Nigga better vote. Yo, it's going down, get out of town. Dope can't move around, maneuver around. Catch you slipping hit with a round.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
I make the underworld a me. All by myself. You wanna watch me get this money? All by myself. If you wanna see it in the flow, all by myself. And if I gotta let that thing flow, I do it by myself.
You do dirt, back to dirt. Put them back to work. Whatever works, life is hard to exit. So watch how you flexing. Trick happy with your weapon. That tripping, why you tripping on your rapping? Like niggas really scared. Busting shots in the head like we really care. Fuck out of here. Real G's move in silence like they got a license for preciseness. Coming for your ISIS. Whatever crew beat the prices. Tell them what your appetite is. I can show you what you did after life, kid. To show you what your afterlife, bitch. By myself, one man, one tongue, one gun. By myself, one run, one gun. Sing enough by myself. Keep watching, don't lose me. Remember niggas tried to shoot sex, clocks and Uzi. Tried to execute me like a movie. Baby is a bitch, but it never split.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
I make the underworld a me. All by myself. You wanna watch me get this money? All by myself. If you wanna see it in the flow, all by myself. And if
I gotta let that thing flow, I do it.
All fan. CDL.
Underworld. Bang. They got me rockin' with that thing. Rockin' with that thing. They got me rockin' with that thing.
But my enemies be praying, cause I rock with a big ass chopper. Don't care how big you is, it'll chop you, it'll stop you, then drop you. This verse might hurt, had me on my knees praying for this work like go berserk on you jerks. I'm an old head OG, put in work, you will get hurt slowly. If I make that calico twerk, put you pussies in the dirt. If you know me, I'm pulling bitches skirt. Then I bang, bang, bang. They got me rockin' with that thing. Bang, bang. Yo, I'm rockin' with that thing. Bang, they got me rockin' with that thing. Bang, bang. Niggas that break or bring pain in this game. Choppers start spraying like it's rain. They can do a damn thing. Yo, my enemies be playing. Now they praying. Amen. I will slay all of them in the end. You an enemy, your friend. Friend of me, you get 10. Especially if you a rat like Ben. Pussy cats get clapped 9 times in the chin. 9 lots for me to spin. As you spin like a whirlwind. Don't make you bang, bang, bang. They got me rockin' with that thing. Bang, bang. Yo, I'm rockin' with that thing. Bang, bang. They got me rockin' with that thing. Bang, bang. These cats act as well as Denzel for real. You but not real, don't make a real nigga hurt you. I heard you dudes escape, letting niggas all in your circle walking around like step 5 when you knowing that you Urkel. Yo, you gon' in the cop. Yo, I do the 9 to 5 promote, hustle, host, rob, bang. Bitch, I'm on my job. Build a life, find no time for kids to cop. Shots of laws, till I got this shit locked. Haters, fakers need to stop. My gun is got. Bang, they got me rockin' with that thing. Bang, yo, I'm rockin' with that thing. Bang, they got me rockin' with that thing. Bang, yo, I'm rockin' with that thing. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld under law. I bring the law of the underworld in the bank. Yo, they got me rockin' that thing. Yes, yo, rockin' all that thing. Underworld, rockin' all that thing. CDL, doing the bang, bang, bang. Please don't make me come out my fucking shell. Shouts to CBL, that's my fucking brothers. CBL, smell the loot, you know I love you. We in the underworld, this is that movement. Old styles bring that new shit.
Yo, this is boy Wafu Malik Star. I'm chilling in the underworld with your boy O Stiggity, O Styles. You know what I'm saying? Where the heat comes from. Y'all need to get up on this. Y'all need to be down with the underworld team. Join the movement. Let's go.
Get 'em! This your boy Mac Rippin' 304 Dub V, baby. Get 'em squad, GS all day. And when I want to listen to real hip hop, I tune into Underworld Radio and hang out with my boy Old Styles, the JFK and Jers, and all my Law fans. Get 'em!
Yeah, we're good, man. It's DRE, the realest MC, CEO of the Real Entertainment. Shout it out to my man, Official Styles, the Underground Pioneer, holding it down for Underworld and Underground ENT for this one day.
Yo, it's your dude, Crisis. Giving much love, much respect, and much love to my bro, the Pioneer. The beginning and where it's ending.
Man, so pissed. Calm down, Crisis. Angry. Just calm down. That's anger management. Relax. Something to control this anger. Calm down. I'm so pissed. So mad.
Just how I feel. Can't hold it
trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistol. Now time to tell y'all just how I feel. I can't hold it in, I gotta keep it real. Like a deaf guy trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistol. Like being pissed on, yo, it's on. Mike Vick finding out his pitch gone. Like getting in a car crash with no car. Strippers with no bar, a style with no star. And I'm only getting pissed on yo, mister. I just told you I was pissed like Kelly on your baby sister. Cause of the industry's allergy to lyrics. Cause what they playing now, nobody wanna hear it. Like I fumbled and can't pick up the pace. Like I'm in a goose chase, just peep my screw face. Like the new mates remembering the old mates. Like a woman looking at her old face. Was at the sun like I was a snowflake. I'm so pissed like I missed the last bus, it's so late. I know that I should calm down, but I'm so pissed off that I can't put the bomb down. Now time to tell y'all just how I feel. I can't hold it in, I gotta keep it real. Like a deaf guy trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistols.
Shouts to Crisis, man. One of the hardest spitters in the underworld. Crisis the nicest. Let's go. Underworld, man.
Might be doo-doo, but I'm the one who's pissed. I hit with this and fitted on my fist. Designer never miss. Like an atheist, learning God exists. Like I'm reminded of a time my rhyme was big. Like a woman finding out a true weight. Like you eating 2 plates and I haven't even ate it. Like an astronaut running out of space. A wings tattoo artist running out of face. Like I can't find a thing to even piss in. Like my bullets missing flesh, but they would never miss men. Like fishermen without a boat to fish in. Like snitchmen without a crew to snitch in. I never been so mad in my dad's life that I ain't pissed off in the day, then I'm more pissed at the night. Like you watching porno flicks without hands, cause you probably still don't even understand. Now time to tell y'all just how I feel. I can't hold it in, I gotta keep it real. Like a deaf guy trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistols. Now time to tell y'all just how I feel. I can't hold it in, I gotta keep it real. Like a deaf guy trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistols. Now time to tell y'all just how I feel. I can't hold it in, I gotta keep it real. Like a deaf guy trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistols. Now time to tell y'all just how I feel. I can't hold it in, I gotta keep it real. Like a deaf guy trying to play a horn. Like some kids' parents carry pistols. Get that shit, spit that shit. Flip that shit, rip that shit. Grip that shit, get that shit. It's that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit.
First thing I do is hit King David with a tweet that says, yo, I really need some heat. He tweets back and says, no prob, let me know what kind of beat. I say hip hop or an anthem for the street. Then I check my email so I can get that shit. Get in the zone and smoke a L so I can spit that shit. Freestyle for a while, each time I flip that shit. And every time I rhyme, best believe I rip that shit. Then I grab my pen and pad to get ready for the storm. Find a blank page in my book, then I let the ink pour. And when I'm done, I hit a pen, get a session for recording. Lay the track and get it mixed. Now it's ready for performing. Book a venue with a mic so I can grip that shit. And like a fiend trying to recover, I kick that shit. Just like to stand on the bike if you ain't get that shit. And in the end, everybody like this, that shit. Get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, this that shit, get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit, get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit, get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit.
First thing I do, hit King David for that hot cut. Hold up. First thing I do is roll up. Hit King David for that hot cut. Get hyped up, I'm on my workout.
To the left,
cause you know I got my right up. Make sure I'm nice enough, like damn close to him.
Support the fam.
And I hawk spit that shit. Jackie Chan judo kick that shit.
what's that shit? I be like, but did you get that shit? Don't forget that shit. Old style, be real as shit. Admit that shit, you famous tits. I pimp a pit like get that bitch, sick that bitch. Yo, I'm sick as shit on your top lip. Yo, check this, I got a fat chick that'll sit taking shit on your top lip. I'ma flip the script, I make illogic logic. Poppin', he becomes profit when I
get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, this that shit, get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, this that shit, get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, this that shit, get that shit, spit that shit, flip that shit, rip that shit, rip that shit, kick that shit, it's that shit, this that shit.
If you don't die, I'm coming back, sitting in a Cadillac, gray black interior, feeling so superior, system loud and heavier, it's about criteria. 2 clips fully strapped. If you don't die, I'm coming back, sitting in a Cadillac, gray black interior, feeling so superior, system loud and heavier, it's about criteria.
I go hard when it comes to my fame. UWO is the name of my brand. Twin revolvers on my hip like Yosemite Sam. I'm superior in this game and they know who I am. Trying to figure how you hating when you know you a fan. Gang bang but involved like the mob of the clan. Shots get called, me I just follow the plan. But niggas are running mouth until they life in the jam. Body get flatlined for the price of a gram. I got brothers on lockdown doing life in the can. Double Glocks, 40 shots when I'm lifting my hand. Bullets make the skin burn like you getting a tan. And you know he's speaking facts when you know he the man. Opportunity presents itself when you give it a chance. And I do what I want while you do what you can. You go up, I must come down, I'll be there when you land, nigga.
2 clips fully strapped. If you don't die, I'm coming back, sitting in a Cadillac, gray black interior, feeling so superior, system loud and heavier, it's about criteria. 2 clips fully strapped. If you don't die, I'm coming back, sitting in a Cadillac, gray black interior, feeling so superior, system loud and heavier, it's about criteria.
Here goes the paper, please sign the bottom of the check. I'm ballin' like the ball hit the bottom of the net. I get money, it's in my veins, it come out when I sweat. I start the rockin' things, lifestyle to ching like a slot machine. Mr. Freeze, diamonds on everything I got on me. Studied out, entrepreneur, but I still thug it out. Or you forgot, I can remind you what a thug about. White gold, give me the word, I'm in your mother house. Cold case, send me the word, and it's another route. So you going under the world, I bring the devil out. Headshot on me for the morgue, I brought the shovel out. Shoot till I hear clicking, I know I'm running out. Perfection, and my hands lethal like my weapons. Bars over bullshit, I can split it off in sections. Verses hit straight to the vein, lethal injection. Oh shit, done into the game, time for inspection. Campaign against my gun and get elected. Let these shells hit your bloodstream like an infection. I've been hard body, no money, me through inspection. Now these dudes feeling, I'm ready to fill and kill it. I kill it, spitting the realest, the illest, talking that bread come. The leg come after 1, 2, they talking beef. I see the beef, we gon' talk until they see the streets. I see the streets, everybody gon' talk to me. I'm certified a cannon, so bow, baby, talk to a G.
2 clips fully strapped. If you don't die, I'm coming back, sitting in a Cadillac, gray black interior, feeling so superior, system loud and heavier, it's about criteria. 2 clips fully strapped. If you don't die, I'm coming back, sitting in a Cadillac, gray black interior, feeling so superior, system loud and heavier, it's about criteria.
Underworld.
Get that shit, spit that shit. Flip that shit, rip that shit. Grip that shit, kick that shit. It's that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit, it's that shit. First thing I do is hit King David with a tweet. That's
You call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. Help, 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 help. Call for help, but ain't none coming. Call for help, but ain't none coming. Call for help, but ain't none coming. Help, 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 help.
You can call for help, but ain't none coming. Money ain't a problem, baby, if I want it. Stop by the dealership, drop a quick $100 and pull off in my new whip. Vroom. It's a rap when I step in the room. You get swept like a broom. I got a set full of goons. Better yet, H-Mob. When you see them Haitian flags, means you better jet soon. CEO status, entrepreneur, rap extraordinaire, plus so much more. Them niggas over there, they don't want war. They don't want problems, issues, nada. Not a team, got a neck full of bling, got an arm full of charms, got a trunk full of bombs. When I set it off, I make shit disappear. You can try if you want, but get one thing clear.
Shouts to Wonder, man. Willenboro, stand up. It's my homie right there, Wonder, man. We did this shit like 10 years ago. Come on, man. We do this, man. Underworld Radio back in the building, y'all. We in the building, 856-270-8846. Let's go. Let's go.
Time to talk it out. I have your head up so much you can't walk it out. You might just talk them out. Show them what this hawk about. If I spit it out, I got a dirty mouth. I represent the dirty South. Talk about the Jersey South. This is how we get down. From New Jersey down to A-Sound. If I rock you, knock your boots in the ground. Underground make you wonder how H1 took the skyline down the back sound. Old style JFK won't back down from none of these rap clowns. It's a rap now. Yo, I'm here to clap rounds. Don't act round. Cause old styles are strapped down for the strap now. DMX cause you act out. Yo, I pull a Mac out like I pull a stack out. Just like I pull my new track out. Easy as I pull a Dutch out. Spark it up and blow it out my mouth. What? Call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. Help, 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 help. Call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. Help, help, help.
Look at all this money. She see them dollar signs, won't claim me as a hubby. For this reason, I never picked a pussy over money. I need me a Billy because I live expensive. Futuristic, don't want any come from this year. Yeah, I get flyer than the birds that submit air. You be stagnated like a menace in a wheelchair. Bitches in my bedroom, I'm hooking neighbors here. Cop killer queens, that's where a nigga come from. 4/5, pick it up, beat it like a damn drum. You don't see I'm grimy, I'm gutted just like the damn slum. Critics, they be hating and then they joining the fan club. Bitch, that piffery, me and one to be killing it. Papa always told me stand like a soldier, be militant. So I walk with the Uzi in my hand, full of confidence. You know I get high like a plane.
Call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. Help, 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 help. Call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. You call for help, but ain't none coming. Help, 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 help.
Coast to Coast Mixtape.com. DJ J Million. Sound like money, baby.
All y'all that had a brother that was real close to y'all, man. This for y'all.
You're gone from here. You'll always be my man, my right hand. R.I.P. You're gone from here. You'll always be my man, my right hand. R.I.P. You're gone from here. You'll always be my man, my right hand. R.I.P. So young to go, but he wants you. You can come home. This what you must do. Stand up and hold your own. Feel it now, 'cause he is gone. Time to move on. It's harder than I think. But when I dream of what you used to be. A man of integrity, and you'll see your name is held highly. R.I.P. You're gone from here. You'll always be my man, my right hand. R.I.P. You're gone from here. You'll always be my man, my right hand. R.I.P. You're gone from here. You'll always be my man, my right hand. R.I.P.
I said, we on 10 different sites right now. I'm trying to occupy the chat rooms. Kind of dead in a lot of the chat rooms, but we live.
You're gonna see a lot of artists coming through doing anything in this Underworld Officials movement. This is the Underworld movement. We back in the building, man. 2014 is a definite takeover. Underworld Officials, World on Fire, man. Shout out to the brothers doing what they do, man. This is what it is, y'all. Let's get back into some music.
That's what it do. That's what it do. In the building, Underworld Radio. Like I said, we doing it a different way right now. I'm trying to bring y'all, like you're going to catch us in clubs, you're going to catch us doing a lot. But this right here is the Underworld show. So, you know, everything we playing is Underworld. You know, and like I said before, I can't say that I ever really did a full Underworld show where I'm just basically playing everything that we got. You know what I'm saying? So, and honestly, a lot of shit that y'all listening to now is not comparing to the shit that we got, whether they was in $1 million studios and we wasn't type shit or not, man. Like, fuck with K-Smash, man. Fuck with Commotion, man. Crisis. You feel what I'm saying? Underworld Officials. Like, fuck with them guys because they bring you some reality rap, the shit that we used to hearing, that real shit, but in a new way, as opposed to the shit we hearing right now on your FM station. So I'm glad that I got to do this show. I hope y'all can hear me out there. Like I said, each chat room's got a few people in them. You know, they stopping back and forth through. I'm not on Blog Talk Radio no more, so I'm basically starting up a brand new, you know, thing right now. But shouts to everybody that do support me, that come through. I got the link at the bottom where you can go to my CD store, and any of this music that you hear on this show or any show that I do, you can also always go to bandcamp.com, Underground Entertainment, and download some of this music. Or you can also hit the Cash App up if you just want to donate something to the movement. That's also always helpful to the movement and what we're trying to do. But the most thing that we really need from y'all is some likes, some shares, word of mouth. You know, let people know what we're doing in the underworld. If you're trying to get your music played on our show, you know, in rotation on our show, definitely hit us up. We definitely got something for you if you're trying to get promoted, if you're trying to network, if you need a video director, edit, whatever it may be. Just let me know. You know, you're trying to get a video shot, you can hit my email, hit my phone line, whatever it may be. You know, and let a brother know that you're trying to get promoted in the underworld movement. So right now, this is the platform we're using. I know a lot of sites that we use try to, you know, they got restrictions and they try to ban you, you know what I'm saying? So I got somebody calling in right now on the line. Now, this is the thing, a lot of people on here, I haven't had any callers yet, so I'm kind of skeptical about the call. So let me see. What's good? What's good?
This may sound kind of funny, but I now drink tea at 2 p.m.
Okay.
I also drink tea and coffee sometimes in the morning, but now at 2 p.m., I'm starting to drink tea. Must be living in England or getting really old, which is probably the latter. Top of the morning to ya. Keep drinking tea.
Okay, thank you for that, man. Much love, much love. That's the type of stuff I expect to get, the type of calls I expect to get when I'm live on my shows. I ain't got no screener on it right now where I can screen calls yet, but I ain't mad at you. It shows me that my phone lines is working, so we definitely in the building. It's your boy, Stiggity Old Styles. We're going crazy heavy on them right now. For all of y'all out there, this is the Underworld Show. Old Styles and friends. I'm playing nothing but Old Styles and my affiliates, my family, my crew, Underworld. So that's how we doing. Request lines are open, though. Just don't call me with no bullshit like that, because that right there is unnecessary. We don't need that. So 856-270-8846, man. It's a new age of hip hop and R&B with your boy Stiggity Old Styles. My nephew, good looking, bro. We about to go back in on him right now, though. It's a new age of hip hop and R&B. Let's go.
suspicion. Let's roll.
Sniper pistol, whistle blow, headshot, rip, yo. You never know how many gas we blow, how many cats are thrown from my throne.
Clones is gon' feel it first. Bird shots at a hearse. I was born the worst. Rap fan.
AK in hand, I spray mans like a spray can. Who wanna test arrest the clan?
Yo, never get arrested, man. Got a foolproof plan. I'm a bulletproof man. Should've ran. Now we know where he at, kid. Making door foul track shit.
Who?
That nigga Mark Blackett.
He be black marketing shit.
He went platinum off our hits. Yeah, he the one we came here to get. Mark Blackett. Got the underground racket. Sold like a Jordan jacket.
That's why we came past.
Silently blast and deliver dead votes to you dead boats. When you bootleg, you get your legs broke.
No joke, I'ma make them quiver. When I blast liver, make you a six spitter.
Like after contestant number 5.
The six spitter, stiff dick, give a hit ya.
When I see you, I'ma split you. Blackett, better have on a flak jacket. Give us dough, we know you stack it. Yeah, like crack addicts, hustling without permission. I made them beats, my dough missing. The brand new SUK edition. You better listen. When you got no voice left, you got no more breath and a lot more death.
You don't need a vest.
You understand? I jumped off a minivan and shot his man in his right hand.
You know the name, this the Heisa game. We low down dirty.
Ain't that a shame? Look, Flames hit his man in the butt, now that nigga's fucked up.
Yo, I creep up like nigga what? Squeeze triggers like fuck.
SUK, that's what's up. Stand up, it's like getting ass fucked with a hand truck. That's how you feel after you've been kicked down. You crying like a bitch now, probably switch now. Pass that grip now, or we gonna get wild. Dig a ditch and you're falling in. Your henchman is benchmen, why you calling them? We still mauling them.
Stuck all of them.
Got booby traps, they falling in. These niggas out of luck.
Nigga, throw your hands up, yo, put them grams up. My gun don't jam up.
When we ran up, niggas clammed up. Don't stand up, where the fuck is Blackett? He's on the 4th floor. Good, bust him in his jacket. Walked on his back, quick backwards. He don't like my tactics, ask him. Move, let me be the next to blast him. Yo, why you passing the stairwell? The elevator right here.
This nigga's lazy as hell.
Well, crisis, you go that way, me and Styles take this. Last one to the 4th floor, smells like shit.
No doubt I won't lose my bond.
James, that is.
SUK Jack from the back smacking kids. We crap to the right.
Henchman in sight.
I'm about to dynamite like these Dolomite look-alikes.
Well, I ain't trying to fight. I got the infrared scope calibrated with the night vision for this heist mission.
You won't multiply from this division. What's that?
Check it out. Your GPS for global satellite position. Crisis don't know what he missing. Why the hell he take the elevator?
I don't know. Shit is major. Let me a major. This pager, a hand taser, got a fountain pen laser with the flat jacket blazer.
That shit's flavor.
I ain't no
I'ma
joke.
stop smoking.
Why?
4 flights got me choking. Is this thing broken? Could've been smoking after Blackest head is my token I'll be toting. Ain't this some shit? I'm in some shit. I smell like shit. Mad as hell and shit. Hope we kill him quick. About time I got here, rush right at the door, Style standing right there. Yeah, and I see Blackest door. Gag the gap, this is what I packed it for.
Time for the encore that we rhyming for.
The door's wide open, what we bring the bomb for? Black and black, right ass, Christ's ass. Move fast like the Matrix when I dipped it. Ran up to his desk, grabbed the lace and flipped it.
If you missed it, insert the clip.
Oh no, he's about to go for the dough, yo.
Peek the drum, bro, watch the guns blow.
One spit of crisis. I'm not just a supporter of this underworld, I'm a representative of this underworld. This is where we get it in. This is where hip hop went to. That's right. When the industry destroyed it. Now we in the industry. Crisis. Old Styles. Caseman. Underworld officials. Let's get it in. Dig up.
Sometimes you just need that open road to define where you're going in life. Sometimes that's all it takes. Driving on this open road, I see no end. Driving on this open road,
I know where my life began.
Underworld.
So I'ma keep going. I'm a winner, I'ma keep going. Cause I'm not finished driving on this open road. I see no end. Driving on this open road, I see where my life began. So I'ma keep going. I'm a winner, I'ma keep going. Cause I'm not finished driving on this open road. I see no end. I'm driving on this open road till me and the top meet again. But all I know is that I wanna be famous. All I know is that if I want it, I'ma name it. And driving on this road to get where my life began. But I won't stop till I'm straight. I won't stop till my family can't wait. Driving on this open road, I see no end. Driving on this open road, I see no end. Driving on this open road, I know where my life began. So I'ma keep going. I'm a winner, I'ma keep going. Cause I'm not finished driving on this open road. I see no end. Driving on this open road, I see where my life began.
I could play this shit again right now.
So
this track right here, I can replay this right here, man.
I'm a winner, I'ma keep going.
Y'all don't hear what he's saying on this track,
I'm
man.
not finished driving on this.
This is Underworld, man. This is what we do up in here, man. I hope this track right here don't.
Who the hell are you? Texting me at 10:52 in the evening. Heavy breathing, sleep, I'm fiending. Wiping drew from my mug. See who's this texting me for what? It's my man Brave from the Psycho Trade. Told me he was sitting getting
I went through a lot of real shit this year. Still created a whole lot of real shit this year. Told by a few, nigga, you could die. This year, yeah, I'm still here, breathing air like I don't care. Yeah, promote a lot of ungrateful artists this year. All year, year before that, year to year, yeah, yo, there, no praise, none at all this year. Oh yeah, I also got shot at this year. Felt like my older years mixed with my golden years. Got like 3 more damn warrants this year. Yeah, I done lived over 40 damn years. Yes, gray hairs, no witches this year. Maybe next year. Next year, almost here. Wonder how it compares to all of the previous years. This year, right here, one devious year. Yeah, I thought this was a musical genius year. I had to leave this year. Lost so many industries this year. I'm on, all those had to leave us here this year. And those like who never seen this year out here, holla yeah. If you see the realest here, in here, I'm a rider, yeah, till I'm out of here. Like last year, yeah, I say that every year. I don't know how many more years I got left in here, so I drop heavy shit yearly. When I leave here, those that love and fear me can still feel me. You hear me? Yeah. I'm gotta put something in the air that'll spread over 20 years. Nothing compares to the nigga right here. Old styles and I have no fear. Yeah. yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
You ain't got it, you ain't got it. 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 You ain't better grab a tissue, you gon' cry about it. This music game too crowded, time for me to read it out. Spit so flame now, scream out the cage loud. Round broke out, man. Nowhere to hide now. Twisted Slim killing every track I come across. I'm a boss, white boy with a beard, fuck Rick Ross. No more big boy, but that bitch need a wonder bra. About to go on these amateurs, fuck y'all. Then I say what I want, don't give a fuck. Run them all crazy ass me, the twisted name stuck. Don't know where Slim came from, but I'll tell you what I've done. Stand up against these bitches, they don't want none. Middle finger to the critics, shut the fuck up, just listen. Maybe you could understand the mission, but until then I got that vibe, man, I'ma come with it. You ain't got it, you ain't got 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 it.
Freeze, baby.
You ain't got it, you ain't got it.
Fuck a vest, I ain't aiming for your chest. Headshot, go pop. More squeeze than he drop. I don't see you niggas. It's so lonely at the top. It's the new age of hip hop, and I'm the new pop. No security, nigga. I keep 2 blocks. If you run up on
shout out to Frames, man. Shout out to Twisted Slim, man. Kate Smash, 50's the artist. Let's go.
High school, I was a stoner and a jock. Every city I go to, I got a bitch all on my job. Yeah, bitches hear me rap, they say they want my shit. You fuck niggas ain't bout it. I'm just fooling, let me stop. It's underworld official styles, put me on. I been smoking all day, the loud got me gone. Yeah, it's freeze, baby, know the shit that I be on. Yeah, you smell that marijuana, bitch, it's just my cologne.
You ain't got it, you ain't got it. 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 You ain't got it, you ain't got it.
Going hard in the underworld, man. We've been doing this a long time. Shout out to the Underworld official, Frames, Twisted Slim, Kate Smash. Definitely drop that word of fire. We going, y'all. Let's go.
Twisted Slim, Underworld officials, Frames, O-Styles,
yeah.
Impala drummers.
Push the button up on the elevator. Climbing them charts like an escalator. Fuck all these haters, they don't phase us. Bury them lanes like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes
like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes
like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes
like an undertaker. Bury them lanes like an undertaker.
Body these niggas and bury them, I'm an undertaker. I'm an all-star, call me the record breaker. Put God first, then we get that paper. Nigga, don't get blamed. Got one in the chamber, ain't got time for you fuck niggas. Don't step to me, tryna get buck, nigga. Put your brains in the street, give no fucks, nigga. So what's up, nigga? I said what's up, nigga.
It's underworld, true hustle click. Don't be talking that shit if you ain't with the shit. I hustle hard, I'm out here every day. I be getting it, bitch, that's every day. Real nigga since day one, and I can change for nothing, nigga. For nothing, nigga. Yeah. Real nigga since day one, and I can change for nothing, nigga. For nothing, nigga. Push the button up on the elevator. Climbing them trucks like an escalator. Fuck all these haters, they don't phase us. Bury them lanes like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker. Bury them lanes like an undertaker.
A quick clothesline, I expose mine. Each verse, each line get treated like a gold mine. Tombstone, paint the game down with my tongue out. Underworld, Undertaker, watch you bring the gun out. Let these bullets cause tan to the skin like the sun's out. I'm knocking niggas out of my way, that don't count. I'ma bury you, I'm just letting you know now. 3D, put it in reverse, watch it slow down. I'ma silence all my weapons, basically it's no sound. If you ain't heard Underworld officials, nigga, you know now. But don't make me bring that K out and let it smash your town. Bullets got no names, they hitting everything around. And I got kings on my team that wear the crown. Underworld officials, THC, we gon' hold it down. You niggas crazy, but you cease to amaze me. Get Patrick, I bust, banging at his Swayze.
Push the button up on the elevator. Climbing them trucks like an escalator. Fuck all these haters, they don't phase us. Bury them lanes like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker. Bury them lanes like an undertaker. Let me take you to the underworld. Styles be the boss. We officials, man. Yeah, we never stop making hits, make you damn well what you know. Tryna go against this lyrical and you for what you gon' do. Nothing tired of all the fakes crying about shit they don't do. I don't lie in my music, everything I say is true. Hold the phones, time for a tombstone. Crush your arms, hold a vigil, now you're gone. Life too short for that negative drama. So I end that shit as quick as it bothers me. I like to be critical. Piss me off more than usual. Shit get physical. Back hand you to the head. Watch you cry about it, then I laugh about it. Shouldn't provoke an animal, cause Twisted Slim is fire, man. Everyone flammable. Underworld official. Push the button up on the elevator. Climbing them trucks like an escalator. Fuck all these haters, they don't phase us. Bury them lanes like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker.
Bury them lanes.
Like an undertaker. Bury them lanes.
This is Whitey Brown with Hip Hope News, and we have here Rising MC. Please state your name for us.
I am the one, but humans usually call me Crisis.
Okay. Kind of catchy.
Mind if I smoke?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
Good.
Whoa. It's pretty big there, huh? Well, tell us about this It album that you're supposed to have coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot of people been hearing me talk about the hip-hop industry and its current condition.
Yeah, it's pretty bad right now.
And everyone's been wondering, you know, what am I going to do to change it?
Right.
How am I going to fix it? But I've been telling people from the door, I'm not here to fix hip-hop. I'm here to replace hip-hop.
Oh.
Techno has finally bought hip-hop from us, and now they're renting it out to anybody who wants to use it.
Interesting.
So a lot of people been asking, so what are you going to do? When's it coming out? When's the plan?
Right.
Well, this is it. This is it right here.
Okay.
It's going to change everything. It's going to change what you listen to. It's going to change what you hear. Okay. It's going to change everything.
Wow. A lot of people nowadays have been hearing some rumors that you seem to have like many, let's say, personalities. What's the story behind that?
Look, I'm not really sure where everybody got that, you know what I mean? I might change up my voice.
Oh, here go Crisis.
Yo,
right here.
what did y'all doing here?
What you doing?
Come on, I told y'all I had this interview to do here. Man, y'all about to see. I knew I shouldn't let y'all out.
Talking to me and invited us?
It don't matter. Come on, man. Now you know.
Yo, who's this dude? Why the fuck?
Nah, man, don't mess with him.
What an interview?
Yo, I'm about to smack this dude.
Who are you talking to? Over here.
I was talking to you, right?
Okay. Are you over here asleep at your desk again?
Oh, sorry about that.
What the hell is this? This makes no fucking sense.
Yo,
See,
calm down,
this is probably why your girlfriend left you in the first place.
What?
What? Hey, calm down.
Shut the fuck up. Shove this job before I shove it for you. Probably floor you. I'm like a bull that's headed for you. Walk more too. I done had it up to here. Fuck you in this career. You need me to reappear. I grab my boss up by the ear like a student. But more rooted. Anybody hit that button, nobody gon' know where you went. Give me cash and not your 2 cents. I'm found without the ref. I stashed the cash and made a dash. But I cocked out before I left. I'm at his death, at his second breath. Looked over at the west. Cops is hopping out their car. They like, stop right where you are. I flicked a finger fast as fire flame. I'm grabbing up a dame and yelling, follow me and I will drain her veins, man. I'm insane.
What you want from me?
Drive, you wanna stay alive? Lose them cops and I ain't talking jive. Look, I got a knife. She took off like she knew the course. Living life lost, just the raw path to cross. No, I'm hotter than that sauce. I lost focus and she hit a pole. I had to tuck and roll. Jumped out and walked about like I was out taking a stroll. I see the po-po, but they don't see me. I look like leprechaun. Except I left the cash inside the car the cops is stepping on. And I ain't even got no weapon on. Let's get my Tekken on. I hit the dude so hard he ran and told his moms he's fought Decepticons. Sure your vest is on. Cause I'm in a bad mood. I'm nastier than dog food when I'm in a bad mood. I stole a garbage truck, like what the fuck? Hitting the ignition, I gotta hurry. Cause I match descriptions, black and still living. I rolled up and I pulled the clutch. I'm thinking too much. Or I would've heard Starsky and Hutch pulling up to the truck. What the fuck? Now I'm stuck, where's the luck? They tried to put me in them cuffs, but I had about enough. I hit them with a finger puff. Back up, got jacked up, slapped up and smacked up. They ain't gon' get back up. Man, I shouldn't act up. I could've been away. Except the anger's fueling all the energy that's filling me. Plus my chest is killing me. I gotta get this off. I'm so tired of being shitted on and pissed off. I heard a snitch cough and hunted. I'm so blunted that I feel like if I wanted, I could be almost wanted. I grabbed his head and punted. Cost wide, I won't stop till my block's the only one left, or even one less. One guess what I did next. I went for breakfast. I took a waffle in the waitress necklace. I'm feeling reckless. Now that you're surrounded, this place we all around. Don't think of running to your car to get your gun, cause we found it. Truly astounded. I'm really starting to feel hounded. Plus he wanna put a bullet in my crown is how it sounded. Real. I pounded on the cashier, said put the cash here. Better dash like a fast deer before I blast ears. I appear to be in a jam. I gotta make a plan, or else make a last stand with one gun and one man. Y'all don't understand. I die, y'all gon' die with me. You better either come and get me or else think of something quickly. After I count to 50, they swiftly invading with grenades. They jumping through the windows and they creeping through the shade. Damn, they coming from the ceiling with them bungee cords they made. Even coming out the sewer, I see why they getting paid. They looking everywhere, searching for a suspect. Looking for somebody, but still ain't found none yet. Hey, you smell that? Hell yeah, I do. Get out of here fast. But ain't nobody seen it ass because that nigga smelling gas. And everything around ground was blown in smithereens except the freezer. Which made me kinda mad cause I was known to be a sneezer, cold as Ebenezer. Thanks guys, I gotta run. Really sorry about that gun, but I hope all of y'all had fun. Started racing like the Jason chasing into strange basements, hoping people don't awaken and go alert me to the bacon. My hands shaking from this demonstration.
Are you over here asleep at your desk again?
Oh, sorry about
What the hell is this? This makes no fucking sense.
Real crisis, chaos. Who that? It's your #1 spitter crisis. I'm not just a supporter of this underworld, I'm a representative of this underworld. This is where we get it in. This is where hip hop went to. That's right. When the industry destroyed it. Now we in the industry. Crisis. Old styles. Case man. Underworld officials. Let's get it in. Dig up.
Attack me and I'll be ready for war. Been set up before, now that's no more. But it's got me paranoid. Yo, but it's paranoid. I ain't scared to die. Nigga, I got death in my eyes. Paranoid from the rhino inside. Let them loose. I got troops that'll shoot once the rhino collides. Move with strategy, only the strong survive. Shoot straight at the face until I see it divide. West is the best, but I still pop you at 5. See, my kids gotta eat. Best believe I provide. I'm paranoid, gun cocked, knife ready, so I'm watching both sides. My homies on speed dial when they ready to ride. West up or vest up, cause I'm ready to die. Hollow tips in the clip, bandana is tied. Back against the wall, watch him fall. Once he shots fired, DDOA, gunplay, leave him dead on arrival. These niggas hitting hard, dog, but I still want the beef shit. That beef shit'll leave that nigga sleepless. Dig. Got me watching my back, got me packing the gas, ready to attack me, and I be ready for war. Been set up before, now that's no more, but it's got me paranoid. But it's got me paranoid. Ill. Underworld, what they hating for is earth. I will take them off, take a loss, know everything come at a cost. If you float, show off, and people is around, I'm humble, I wait till they leave, and then I put you down. Use a gun, a knife is better when you don't want no sound. Swift cut to the throat, all you hear is gargle now. Your veins is blue, but it's red when it starts to come out. So watch your mouth or find me and my niggas in your house. Play mouse, don't speak, I'm hunter, I'm known to creep. Niggas say they want that pain in full, so I'm in too deep. Got murdered for hire, I jumped off, I move, I spit fire. I'm giving you fire, I break your face and leave the wire. Nigga, who's hotter, the jumping a new nada? You say that you wanna get it, I'm taking you out your product, nigga. You say you hard body, bang, I hit all body, cock back, lifting it up, sawed off, shot it.
They just started testing, but we hauled them all. Now they praying for a blessing like an altar call. The way we stay investing, we done bought them all. Our section steady flexing, we be off the wall.
I'ma make the kitty pop and the titty flop. Me go silly with a rock with a steady bop. Eco-friendly with the guap, get the fetty up. I throw a party at my spot, I don't need a yacht. Bring it to a city cop with a semi-glock. I'ma take it to the top, moving up a notch. Wanna walk inside my sock, better tell you now.
I know we played this already. Got a special request for this track right here, so shouts to Motion, Danger, Fire Nation, Enes.
Open up and let me slide right
and your boy O'Stinky. Underworld is in the building, y'all. Let's go.
Get excited, drop the flow when the beat drops. I go off. Get on the stage, I grab the mic and set the show off. Put your hands in the air, get prepared, I'm about to flame on 'em. Put up the gloves and ring the bell, I swing Phil. Bang on 'em. Go ahead, clap for a queen. Feeling kinda popular, living a dream. Pop in the game like a dress for the scene, cause I'm owning this name, homegrown in the jeans. Slow up the flow, pause, let me breathe. Said the movement, ask my team. Gotta go hard, Wu-Tang cause the cream can't be compared. I'm a new type of breed, dope. Say my name 3 times, you should prepare for the smoke. I put the beat in a choke hold. I'm not letting go, cause I want it. Pull up, turn up, pull, what's good?
Women DMing and be on tilt. Do your body good, it be like milk. Brass up on the wall, it's beyond built. Keep it 100, we be like Will. Plaques up on the wall, it be on tilt. Stacks up on the wall, it be on stilts. I dress it like yay, it's all killed. You get it like yay, cause y'all killed this. Really just off the wall, 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 off the wall.
Haters try to test me, so I shot them all. Now they in the underworld like a Pokeball. Show no mercy, had them pussy cats against the wall. Crack backs like backpacks, I'm going off of y'all. Going for a minute, now I'm back in this. JFK rap activist. Make sure you tag me if you capture this. Gangsta shit, watch how I master this. Now you know who the master is. Leave holes in your mattresses. Flexing with my team is hazardous. Why you suckers really wanna clash with us? Cause this headshot, like a slingshot. Just a slingshot. Suckers backing down, but we not. Watch this fresh flow spit out like Tide Pods in my mouth. JFK in Jersey in the house, and we wildin' out.
Ride around in my city. Pockets like the guy Hickeys. Got a Glock tucked in my swishy. Tell a bitch drop and give me 50. And go wop, wop, they come and get me. Throw a shot back just like a frisbee. Rock a top hat like I'm Biggie. I advise you niggas don't diss me. And my side chick, she so frisky. Yeah, I know it's so risky. See notes around you so crispy. You come back around like 360. I'm short, black, and I'm chubby. And my hammer pants, you can't touch me. Got a bad hoe to handcuff me. Keep a knife like Crocodile Dundee.
I can buy my love or loyalty, my soul is overpriced. Life be like be roll the dice when you bet on the shooter, you know he shots. Keep saying he blaming, but only me mugging and spamming your Grammy about that emoji life. But get him in person or better reverse of that negative person's a poltergeist.
Body coated in a winter soldier with no coat when he been in the trench. Like a mama busted open for the coach and then her son is still sitting the bench. That's dry bones and the level that I'm on. You can't track with an iPhone, not a rock star. I'm a fly drone, a loud walk bar, leave your mind blown. Bouncing off the wall, the spot to be jumping no sky zone. This man boasts Thanos rapping, universe is snapping to the infinity time stone. Not to consume a doom and gloom, your crew buffoons, your goony goons are Looney Tunes. Boom boom and spoon of fruity loons, your fancy pinch, your mans be pansy bloom and June. So many bloody moves on Zoom, burn on a few, jumping into the booze. Other dudes with another excuse, hitting people up with the news. Got a couple of views, bumping the bruise. I refuse, I got something to prove. So I'm gonna use and abuse, and the drama ensues. Out of the odds and the ooze, shoes that I'm not gonna lose. Rockin', I got it poppin' and hopping and flagging the pew, dropping the clues. Find the rhyme, who's running with you?
Haters started testing, but we hauled them all. Now they praying for a blessing like an altar call. The way we stay investing, we done bought them all. Our section steady flexing, we be off the wall.
Women DMing and be on tilt. Do your body good, it be like milk. Brass up on the wall, it's beyond built. Keep it 100, we be like Will. Plaques up on the wall, it be on tilt. Stacks up on the wall, it be on stilts. I dress it like yay, it's all killed. You get it like yay, cause y'all killed this. Really just
off the wall, 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 off the wall.
Too many niggas too drunk, I had to smack 2 punks cause they said my crew's up. Niggas not too tough, hip hop in here, SUK this year. Yo, we everywhere and you know that, this where the show's at. I had to go back where them hoes was at, where the 4 O's is at. Give dap to the basic flow cats, I love that cheesy rap, hand clap rap. Let me bring it back, rappers rap, hip hop I'm that's an actual fact. Lyrically styled, license to profile this. On the contrary, my commentary legendary, spit legit literary, military on my adversaries, sipping Jack and Coke. What I smoke, I make the party gag and choke, grab and grow, stab and poke, folk niggas living la vida low. The way we rock show, that's hip hop. When we spit flow, that's hip when his torso got torso. Tactically, unexpectedly, I grabbed the mic and let the world feel the rest of me. Surely you testing me. What? You think you got the best of me? Coerce your girl to having sex with me just for testing me. Later on the back and then feed her the recipe. I guarantee the rockin' crowd to be the death of me. How we manifest for Uno, you not impressing me. Never leave the crib without the weaponry. I keeps it cool, the only time the steel come out when it's protecting me. I blast a hole in your nuts, sterile vasectomy. I got the fresh MP3s, now you selecting me. I'm always coming correct, ain't no correcting me. I got the money in check, no honey stressing me. I got the level egg, cause God keep on blessing me. Put up to my seed, Darian and Destiny. The way we rock show, that's hip hop. When we spit flow, that's hip hop. Cat cop, hip hop. When we blow, hip hop. Drop, hip hop. Cop, hip hop. Non-stop, hip hop. And stick up. When we rock show, that's hip hop. When we spit flow, that's hip hop. Cat cop, hip hop. When we blow, hip hop. Drop, hip hop. Cop, hip hop. Non-stop, hip hop. And stick up.
Attention, rap critics. We wicked attack digits. Throw low blows like bad bitches and bad bitches. You wanna heady bitches? Nah, I'm in body bad bitches. And toe tag and dig mad ditches. We live mad vicious, like Sid with big riches. If y'all got riches, invest in more stitches. Get this, we shitting like bad kittens, spitting these writtens that's hitting like bad smashing balls through your mittens. You so bitten for biting our flows for not reciting. Forever my titans gonna fight, we strike lightning. So start writing, you might produce a good hit. Nah, really, that's bullshit, so don't even push it. We going it like too many amps, giving jaw cramps and snap your whole camp into plants, nigga. Plan inferior, my niggas bury ya, interior. Decorate your face, leave your wet like superior. Mess you up so bad, now your girl won't even marry you. A virgin like Mary was, and plus a scary thug. Get shot like bad blood, we mug with bear hugs. Accept any grudge, hip hop, you gotta love.
When we rock show, that's hip hop. When we spit flow, that's hip hop. Cat cop, hip hop. When we blow, hip hop. Drop, hip hop. Cop, hip hop. Non-stop, hip hop. And stick up. When we rock show, that's hip hop. When we spit flow, that's hip hop. Cat cop, hip hop. When we blow, hip hop. Drop, hip hop. Cop, hip hop. Non-stop, hip hop. And stick up.
Shouts to the underworld. Shouts to the underworld. This is definitely an epic show for me right now because it's taking me back. It's letting me remember all the things that I did do. You know, a lot of times I be feeling down about what I'm putting together, what I'm trying to bring out. It's not a lot. It's not easy. You know, it's hard work. You know, you got to be consistent and you got to be doing it on a regular basis. A lot of people don't understand that it's something that you have to do if you really want it. So that's what I do. But you know, I feel good about the show. The show was good, man. I'm getting to broadcast my squad, which is I know I promote a lot of people on a daily basis. I promote a lot of artists, and I shouts to all my priority artists on my show. And I promote a lot of artists, so I get to promote the people that helped me start this shit up, which is, you know, The Real ENT, you know, Fresh Flow, of course, definitely shouts to them, you know, and my CBO brothers. My CBO brothers is the ones that really got me popping with this shit back in the day when I was trying to be the next artist, you know, and I had my CBO squad, my SUK Stick Up Kid squad, and, you know, I put out a lot of music. I put out about 10 albums on tape, you know, before I even really started doing anything. So for a dude to ask me, you know, to tell me that I couldn't play my music for 24 hours, it's like funny to me, but I never thought about it. It's basically a chance for me to see, you know, where I came from. So, like I said, a lot of these tracks, man, some of these tracks is like 10 years, 20 years, 5 years old, you know, done in 95. So, you know, they don't sound like your typical bang, bang track. You know, it's not about that. It's about letting you see the creativity of some underground artists, you know. So shout out to my CBL brothers, Criminals by Law. I love y'all niggas, man, for real, for life. I had to do it like that. My SUK Stick Up Kids team, my squad, that's my brothers right there. Thought we manifest, Rush Beats. You know, he definitely held us down on that Impact album. I'm still looking for that Impact album, matter of fact. But is what it is, man. The show's doing good so far. They ain't banned us from none of the sites. Like I said, we on 10 different sites right now. I'm broadcasting. I'm doing something different from Blog Talk, where you can actually sit here and talk with me. And, you know, people been coming in the chat room, hanging out. Shouts to L-Man, 30 Jurors. He's from the first generation of SUK Sticker Kid. So definitely shouts to him for stopping through. And like I said, I'm going to do this show a few times. You know, it's not going to be 24 hours. It'll probably be a few hours long where I just do Old Styles and Friends shows. But for all the people that did music with Old Styles and, you know, helped me put a lot of this shit together the way we doing it right now, like, I got nothing but love for y'all, man. So shouts to y'all for that. We're going to get back into this music. I wanted to say that. Let me say this before we get back into this music, because this shit is funny. Because for anybody that knows, you know, I've run a radio station show for a long time. I took a break, you know, fell back on a radio show for a minute and put together UTV Raps, which is my video show, and you'll see us on here. But I think I forgot about some of the pros and cons of doing this. And one of the things I could say is people like to prank on the phone lines. And that's the main reason I didn't use my phone line to actually do this show, you know, because people prank and do funny stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the cons of doing this shit, because people, I'm going to tell you like this, how long I've been on air. Oh, I've been on air 2 hours already. That's good to know. I've been on air 2 hours, and I done got at least 20 prank calls. But the prank calls are you a nigga? What's up, nigga? Nice show, nigga. Now this is the pro of it. It shows that my phone lines work. It shows my phone lines work. It shows that the show's going well. It shows that people is tuning in and peeping, and whether it's haters, whether it's, like I said, we streaming through 10 different sites, and I'm expecting that, you know, but long as I know that people can stream and see what we doing, listen to these artists, and like what we doing, we getting somewhere. So shouts to the people that's been calling me nigga all night. That does not affect me, my nigga. I call myself a nigga 20 times a day. I'm good. Let's get into this music, man. It's a new age of hip-hop and R&B, man. Shouts to my squad. Underworld is the movement, man. Love y'all niggas, man.
Twisted Slim, yeah.
Underworld.
True hustle click.
Track,
Underworld.
slammer.
Yeah. It's time. Rip through the fucking ceiling, sword wielding, consider the ninja with these rhymes, head peeling. Concentrate on what you want, burn them to the ground. Ashes to ashes, no tears for these bastards now. Double crossing faggots, always hashtagging bragging. Feel the heat, I spit fire for the masses, then I trap on what you want. Nothing, cause you is a punk. All your music junk, Twitter jumps to the mic, I don't give a fuck.
Look to the left, look to the right. I'm everywhere, I'm in your sight. I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic, I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic. Look to the left, look to the right. I'm everywhere, I'm in your sight. I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic, I killed you, I killed you.
Smash.
I killed the mic.
Shots fired. The mic's been killed, officials step on the scene. The blood's been spilled, those styles fronted the bricks, so I'm starting to build. You laugh now, then cry later while your cap getting peeled. You can't beat me, it's like you versus the man is still. K-Smash, stand up, but I bring pain for real, that's just what it is. D.E., Hickory, Shells, barbecue ribs. Pass me the rock, I cross him over like Jason Kidd. Scream.
Look to the left, look to the right. My team everywhere, they in your sight. My team everywhere, they in your sight. Look to the left, look to the right. I'm everywhere, I'm in your sight. I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic, I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic. Look to the left, Look to the right. I'm everywhere. I'm in your sight. I killed you. I killed you. I killed the mic. I killed you. I killed you. I killed the mic.
Underworld.
Track,
Kill the mic. Look to the left, look to the right. I'm everywhere, I'm in your sight. I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic, I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic. Look to the left, look to the right. I'm everywhere, I'm in your sight. I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic, I killed you, I killed you. I killed the mic.
They calling me on stage.
In the beginning, God created God the heaven and the earth, the heaven and the earth. And God said,
Shout out to Southside, baby. Much love, brother. Cold Fresh Flow ENT. We go on at Underworld Radio. Request lines are still open. 856-270-8846. Let's go. Underworld Radio.
And you don't stop, and you don't quit, yeah. And you don't stop, and you don't stop, and you don't quit, and you don't stop.
So my Father up in heaven, the soldiers on the earth, to fallen ones laying 6 feet under that dirt, to the church and the people with their hands to the Lord, the melody ahead to the keys to the chord. I explore down the path where I paint the things I see, a light from above, the reflection, it is me. The sea and the waves and the water, it's my flow, vital to the streets. When I speak, things will grow. Let them know that the word off the book turn to flesh. We need them in this ghetto habitation where I rest. God bless all my family, Manhattan to the aid. The victory is given when you see another day. Let us pray for the young bull shot in Chirac. Policy plain and we all caught up in the trap. Bring it back to the truth when I'm preaching in the booth. The project apostle, the leader of the troops. God aim and I shoot. And you don't stop, and you don't quit.
Shout out to the Authentic. Philly stand up.
And you don't stop.
Authentic is definitely a veteran in this underworld movement. Let's go.
Faith is the key to get where you need to be. Living in the ghetto, blinded by the things we see. Let it be, cause I trust that he got me this fall. When shots popped off to the crash in the car, leaves blow when the wind, trees move in the breeze. A wave that'll flow over all 7 seas. Seeing me is a king that was given all things. A wealth much deeper than a 4-carat ring. So I bring a new thought from the city where I live. Murders every day, closing schools on the kids. Praying for a change, so I work and do the same. We all love the sun, baby, can you stand the rain? Through the storms and the pain, I can never be the same. A product of environment, so who am I to blame? Bring it back to the truth when I'm preaching in the booth. The cornerstone evangelist, the speaker of the troops. God aim and I shoot. And you don't stop, and you don't quit, yeah. And you don't stop, and you don't stop, and you don't quit, and you don't stop,
Clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's in a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's in a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's in a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's in a damn thing. Why these niggas all on my face, all on the space? You don't want to smoke in this place. You niggas play safe. I am not fake. In other words, I am not Drake. I will punch you in the motherfucking face, cause you and your feelings. People don't change, start revealing. Now they don't look so appealing. Headshots not healing. Got a lot of haters, but not a lot of traitors. I hate a traitor. Don't do me no favors. Have to save a hoe. I don't save a hoe. Come to save my bros. But they got shifty behavior. Now these snitches run them up, fuck, back the fuck up. Once you get the picture, yo, I hang it up. When your riders change up, throw the whole crew away. That's how I change the game up anyway. If I don't know you, definitely don't owe you. Fuck you, man, ain't no old me. I'm a rare G, running off adrenaline. Underworld been the winning team. Against mobile rap fans, I will backhand slap any team hot off Molly and Lane. Don't disrespect your elders. Last generation birthed a bunch of failures. OGs can't teach you, so we gotta spell you. You're mad and not hella. Clapped on the scene. Niggas getting clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen the damn bang. It's real shit. I know niggas been dead 20 years, man. R.I.P. Y'all niggas acting like you can't get it. Anybody can get it. Niggas getting shit's real out here, man.
Something they can't be can't clutch your hat enough. I call you niggas too old for this back and forth. Fuck your ass up. And they tough, think they can't be can't clutch your hat enough. I call you niggas too old for this back and forth. Fuck your ass up and make fuck these niggas.
Niggas getting touched like an android when I get annoyed. Tough boys in the house. Online gangsters, online gang bangers. I give you niggas pointers with my middle finger. You in danger. Run back. Niggas see me with the hammer like Thor. Break the mercy glass on the back door. Glock 9s and 4-4s mean we won't war. Niggas funny as Pauly Shore. Party boy, late on the Jersey Shore. Like I said before, you be there before I count to 4. 4 shots to what you said at Club 44. When I'm 44, man, I'm a half size 44 D's on my bitch. And that boy ain't even rich. If you can't find me, you ain't looking hard enough. I'm in the yard getting bucked. For my niggas acting tough. Uppercuts like nunchuck from beat to chuck.
Hello, what that mean?
To fuck your ass up to the beat. When the beef, I might beat like cousin skeet all over your freak of the week. Got R. Kelly on the cheek. Shit, baby. Like I was the geek, got R.I.P. to your coward artists. Run the open market, you a target. Beat your ass unconscious. I leave you hanging like you strapped to a harness. Yo, they say you died like a fake mom, bitch. I'm on my time bomb clip. Blow the show up. Soon as I show up, you know what? The club is told to fuck up. I fuck your ass up. If you gassed up, let it pass us. Cause we match up. Strike with the gas tuck. Now that's what's up. Fuck your ass up like a butt fuck. Nut shit out of luck. Beat the shit out you ducks. What you want?
Online gangsters, online gang bangers. They give you niggas pointers with my middle fingers. We're in danger. They tough, think they can't be can't clutch your hat enough. I call you niggas too old for this back and forth. Motherfucker, fuck your ass up and make fuck niggas think they tough, think they can't be can't clutch your hat enough. I call you niggas too old for this back and forth. Motherfucker, fuck your ass up and make fuck.
Yo, these headshots will open up your laptop. Have your Facebook tweet satisfied. Yo, I got a gap black as Samuel Jack. Yo, I'm a black like Samuel Jack. I'm sick and tired of motherfucking snakes and ballet. I can make you change like 60 cents or change the game like my name was 50 Cent. Show you how to rob instruments. Still I can still make your head bob with this Remington. Yo, Yo, I disrespect like bone checker, bone next. And I ain't in my zone yet. A well-known vet, more heart than bread. One shot from the lark, rip apart your vest, rip apart your chest. Now pass the blunt to death. I told you was next. Cycle, I'm a wreck. Underground G, want beef, Burger King, Burner King. With the heat, I eat bitches like you have Hannibal Lack, trick or treat. Yo, your bitch gave me brain like a teeth. Big punk, I'm a player, so she give me head underneath the bleach. She can suck the logo off a nigga sneakers. She like a swag, cause I got nice features. Yo, my dick had a cheesing like a pizza. Oh, child, it's the love of fighting in the pleaser. Get you stabbed in the back like Caesar. Get you cut like a Caesar. Fuck you up, amnesia. Hot and cold fevers. I might control speakers with these heaters. Online gangsters, online gang bangers. I give you niggas corners with my middle finger. You are danger. They tough, think they can't be crushed. Cat clutch, I had enough. I called you niggas too old for this back and forth. I'ma fuck your ass up, don't make me fuck you. Niggas think they tough, think they can't be crushed. Cat clutch, I had enough. I called you niggas.
Hazard is caution. Please do not enter. Hazard is caution. May put your life in danger. I just might be toxic. Or just call me the virus. Hazard is caution. Please do not enter. Hazard is caution. May put your life in danger. I just might be toxic. Or just call me the virus.
First, let me warn, I might be airborne. Every step I take up, leave a bottom stair gone. When I say I battle bears, I don't mean my hair is gone. I mean I growl on grizzlies, so what you think you is to me? Young thugs are kids to me, you need to quarantine my team. We a terror scene mixed with kerosene and love scaring things.
Warning, we're just sharing what you think the siren's blaring for. This is the key match affecting everything you caring for.
I don't double dare no more, I single dare and pinky swear that once I hit you there, you like a slinky on the stair. I'm helping you be wary over here and over there and everywhere, cause we a virus and we always like to share.
Hazard is caution. Please do not enter. Hazard is caution. May put your life in danger. I just might be toxic. Or just call me the virus. Hazard is caution. Please do not enter. Hazard is caution. May put your life in danger. I just might be toxic. Or just call me the virus.
I'm a gentleman to some, but to those on my bad side, I'm ending the competition, making this the last ride. Tired of being good, so I'm switching over to bad guy. Death before the sign, I make it quake like a landslide. You don't want no drama, every shot I'm a landmine. Bullets like to explode like getting hit with a landmine. I'm crazy when I'm scoring. Why you talking if your name is not important? Headshot, dead man, legs spread like he Jordan. I be up all night, catch you slipping in the morning. Beef I don't have, cause it's killed from the jump. EMT type nigga, hit your chest with the pump. All you hear is clear, I'm the virus you don't want.
Hazard is caution. Please do not enter. Hazard is caution. May put your life in danger. I just might be toxic. Or just call me the virus. Hazard is caution. Please do not enter. Hazard is caution. May put your life in danger. I just might be toxic. Or just call me the virus.
SoundCloud virus.
Talk this, then I'm giving you that. You want truth, then I'm giving you facts. You disrespect, then I'm getting you smacked. The lift from my arm, pull the gap, and that's the way it goes. Look where the gorillas be at. Talk this, then I'm giving you that. You want truth, then I'm giving you facts. You disrespect, then I'm getting you smacked. The lift from the arm, pulling the gap, and that's the way it goes. Tripping, gotta have it twisted. Running his lips, he be on the box missing. He couldn't get up, cause my ego caught him slipping. Hip hop is still alive, underworld is what you miss. My lines out with the babies called fishing. Underworld takeover, that be the mission. And if you not down, then his dad is what you kissing. The shells make me brisk when I'm lifting up the lifting. My shoulder out of place from the way the gun shifting. Keep shooting the body until it stop kicking. You not about that life that you claiming that you living. I'm not forgiving or forgetting. If I kill you, it was written. I'm from the hood where the gorillas be at. Talk this, then I'm giving you that. You want truth, then I'm giving you facts. You disrespect, then I'm getting you smacked. Lift the arm, pulling the gap. That's the way it goes. Hood with the gorillas be at. Talk this, then I'm giving you that. You want truth, then I'm giving you facts. You disrespect, then I'm getting you smacked. Lift the arm, pulling the gap. That's the way it goes.
I mean, you know what we do. Hold it down with the gas. On the block packs we move, and they can't say nothing. They can't do what we do. It's different when you're good. You can go anywhere and you're good. I hold it down for the spot, man. I'm reppin' New Jersey, New Jersey. I hold it down for the spot, man. I'm reppin' West V, West V. I hold it down for the spot, man. Ohio, I feel you, I feel you. I go with that riddle to what that riddle do. I'm shooting, I'll kill you, they gon' kill too. They hate my swagger cause it's so tight. On his bike, I hold it down and know it's real right. Day and night, the pistol whipping, I need it jump when they see me. They got it talking, I'm banging, make them breathe easy. You couldn't see me, I'm whipping knuckles on. My spine is strong.
I'm from the hood where the gorillas be at. Talk this, then I'm giving you that. Want truth, then I'm giving you facts. You disrespect, then I'm getting you smacked. The lift of my arm, pulling the gap, and that's the way it goes. Hood where the gorillas be at. Talk this, then I'm giving you that. You want truth, then I'm giving you facts. You disrespect, then I'm getting you smacked. The lift of the arm, pulling the gap.
Rather die a real nigga than never live as a fake. I done been up in that wagon, headed to that cell with a bunch of how to make they even think about a bill. Bitches claiming they was riding, took a different interstate. Niggas showed they true colors when I went behind the gate. At the age of 18, I made a choice to be a lord. Beef with niggas I don't know, over shit I can't avoid. Got niggas that's reppin' G's, some niggas that's banging B's, some niggas would rather bleed before they ever deceive on some real nigga shit. Now paint a perfect picture of a real nigga rich on some real nigga shit. Dreams and nightmares of maybe heaven to hell for the love of hip hop. I'm trying to fuck K Michelle, but if a nigga don't fuck it, a nigga winning, and I'm ballin' like a bitch, like I'm off in the 9th inning, ayy. Cause I done shed so much blood on the streets. No sweat it for the hustle, shed tears over beats, nigga. But here's a toast to so many years. My dedication to the streets, blood, sweat, and tears.
Can do what I do. Can live how I live, and go through the struggle to fill up my shoe. You can do what I do. You can live how I live, and go through the struggle to fill up my shoe. As a young, I was mistreated, fed to the wolves, but a savage myself. I can never be defeated. Somehow, some way, I can't figure out how I'm still breathing. Had a mental breakdown, start snapping for no reason. Did time behind the wall, in the cell, watching seasons, getting knowledge from the books that I was reading. I was focused on the goal to get out. I knew that I was leaving, but now I'm a man. I get live over treason. Loyalty is a must. In my circle, I need trust, and I learned how to get it without robbing. That's a plus. Patience is a virtue, but if I blitz, I get a rush. I'm the man, I don't act tough. It's only beef if you act up. Life is hard, but only you can make it rough. I'm a bounty hunter, green jacket. I can show you how to play the clutch. Scope aimed at his skull. Shots crack it like a Dutch. When the struggle gets real, I grab the steel, I mask up. For my family, any line can get crossed. Any man can get touched. I miss you, grandma, and I love you so much. R.I.P. I miss you, grandma, and I love you so much. It's for us. Can do what I do. Can live how I live, and go through the struggle to fill up my shoe. You can do what I do. You can live how I live, and go through the struggle to fill up my shoe.
Try to tell me ain't nobody gonna feel this, the realest. You ain't going hard, you ain't going in, you don't even deserve to be in the top 10. Say it again. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. You gotta go in. If you ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. Let the haters know. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. Woo! Try to tell me that the whole gang should stop. Try to sell me from a rain out in hip hop. They try to tell me ain't the future of the game. Try to tell me say I shoot you in the brain. That's a damn shame. They try to tell me I ain't really real. Y'all try to tell me I'm a really bustin' still. I'll kill y'all. They wanna see me on my street swag. Cause they only see the street facts. Sick out of gas. They really pull the bangs out. They wanna bang it out like that when I first came. Now I got my name out. I can really make it happen. I'm like a rap captain. All you trace of chat. Keep rapping. They try to tell me I ain't really making music. Yeah, look what they do. They copy, imitate my movement. They really think I won't shake and bake for the cake. Acting fake, top 10 don't deserve to be an 8. You ain't going hard, you ain't going in. You don't even deserve to be in the top 10. Say it again. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. You gotta go in. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. Let them haters know. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. Let's go. Yo, what's really going on? I ain't heard a good rap song in so long. What's going on? They try to tell me I should swag like the rest. I tell them nah, swag like me, and my swag is the best. Yes. Really think I care about a hater. My original styles make a hater turn traitor. Now you love. Try to tell me that my dodo, cause my dolo, I spit the realest flow you never heard before. They wanna know if I live with a spit. I really had to let them know that it is with a spit. They really think I ain't create 10 CDs, DVDs, and 5 mixtapes. Yes. I'm really going in. I'm like go cool and go 10, fusing the music. Really raw, criminal, but all really who wanna brawl, determined to firm the party, fucking wall, let's ball. You ain't going hard, you ain't going in, you don't even deserve to be in the top 10. Say it again. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all deserve to be in the top 10. You gotta go in. You ain't going harder, you ain't going in.
None of y'all's up the beat in the top 10. Let them haters know you ain't going harder, you ain't going in. None of y'all's up the beat in the top 10. Let's go.
Rough, rugged, and raw for all of y'all. If you can't see the superstar, man, fuck y'all. I place the real in your face. I really got a place you can take some getting space. Give me some space. This is it. This is really it. What the deal is. Now I'm back on my Philly shit. About to move the strip. Yo, I really got some warriors that's prepared for a battle. We're all my warriors that's prepared for this battle. This ain't a rap battle. We really coming at you. We really will blast you. I really got trash dudes, pass through, cash dudes, cause cash rules. That's why we don't blast dudes. We don't have to. Cause the hood love. Shout to my peoples in the street. That's covered by sheets or locked up. Some got shot up, knocked up, box sparked up. Yo, I need more.
Y'all niggas need to stop the bullshit. That's the level, whatever, bullet. Get smacked up, jacked up, pop with a bullet. Who you think you're fooling? I'm strictly schooling on the thin thread spooling. Dead up, head of gut illegal. Like tactics, kicks, backflips, Chanley or Seagull. Seasonal ass kicks, no matter who you are. Don't wish upon my thoughts, get rapid head bounce to the ground real hard. Put up your guard, butter like law. Don't let me start. You bout yellow as bar. This dog, grip with mad bite, fuck a bark. I drag ladies and bag ladies shopping, car stopping, charge mic it off. Start sweating me, I'm wiping off. Cleaning up like Tony Danza, who's the boss? What I'm smoking keep me coughing. When that Mac Gat start coughing, niggas in the coffin, forever busting shells for that cheddar. Like that pasta, coming out, going out like Al Monster. Fuck you rapping pasta. If you wanna know what time,
that's what's up. Stick 'em up, SUK, that's up.
If you wanna know what time,
that's what's up. Stick 'em up, SUK, that's up.
If you wanna know what time,
that's what's up. Stick 'em up, SUK, that's up.
If you wanna know what time,
that's what's up. Stick 'em up, SUK, that's up.
What?
Bitches holding they tits don't mean shit to this rap lyricist. I get pissed and bust lips. I'm a female rugged rapper that's also black. I pack gats, attack, sipping cognac, and that's a fact. I try to live beyond my life without straps and arms, but bitches is so shite, they be fucking with my life. But watch me get tripe and ignite the mic. My shit is tight like fights in the closet with no light. Don't even play. You kids is too hype. I'll break you, make you wanna say I hate you. Call off all my niggas cause they quick to dominate you. You two through, you and your blue crew. Tryna fuck with some goodness, I would just bust cause you tried to discuss my trust and funds when I was only making one. Nigga fucking you cause you done. Completely heartless, pudgy star shit. There's only one of me, you don't want none of me. I have you running me.
My gangsters to fuck up the show in this bitch. Fly to your wake up like whoa in this bitch. Chicks jumping back like whoa in this bitch. Duck low when you hear a whoa in this bitch. My gangsters to fuck up the show in this bitch. Fly to your wake up like whoa in this bitch. Chicks jumping back like whoa in this bitch. Duck low when you hear a whoa in this bitch.
One hot two, look what the guns do. You fucks better duck or look how the guns do. Put a cellular in your son too. Brain spell of your chest gone and your lungs do. Arsenal, better get you ass marshal. I will hunt you down, then I will spark you. Get your BDSS, it's not hard to find where you live and then rip apart you. Witnesses to reporters make articles on your ass all right down, they won't follow you. Unremarkable, cops have to outcharge you. The funeral show on now and it stars you. Have your face misplaced, nigga, who are you? You going to a whole new place and it's dark too. Hell rise and shell flies, nigga, I caught you.
My gangsters to fuck up the show in this bitch. Fly to your wake up like whoa in this bitch. Chicks jumping back like whoa in this bitch. Duck low when you hear a whoa in this bitch. My gangsters to fuck up the show in this bitch. Fly to your wake up like whoa in this bitch. Chicks jumping back like whoa in this bitch. Duck low when you hear a whoa in this bitch. Most times I'm humble, wanna see me act foul. So you know I ain't acting out like Clifton Powell. The gifted child, split the style.
It's the style of the ocean.
Ocean is style.
Let's get down.
Slow down. Don't get mowed down like this some Motown. Not that slow flow sound. Me and O gon' throw down for all the gangsters in your town.
Like this is showdown.
I represent the bricks. CBL stick up kids underground hits. Man, I know a lot of kids that'll clap for this.
I know a lot of kids that got clapped for this. Don't come at me with that cocky Cassidy shit. Constantly clapping the kids. Ski mask and shit, flashing with gangsta shit. I know that shit hurt. Walk around with your DNA on the outside of your white t-shirt. My gangsters to fuck up the show in this bitch. Flatter your wig up like Mo in this bitch. Chicks jumping back like Mo in this bitch. Duck low when you hear a Mo in this bitch. My gangsters to fuck up the show in this bitch. Flatter your wig up like Mo in this bitch. Chicks jumping back like Mo in this bitch. Duck low when you hear a Mo in this bitch.
We gon' ride if you want to. What you wanna do? What you want? Do right on you. We gon' ride if you want to. What you wanna do? What you want? Do right on you. The new age of hip hop.
This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you bang in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off. Hip hop shit, I spit all pit, God's gift. When it comes to your chest, you should guard it. All shots shoot to the sky, that's how you start your hit. Smash, flow, cocaine, and I'm spitting raw shit. Cut a nigga off shit. Now, I'm a big nigga, so no time for small shit. And your soldiers wasn't moving right, that's how your boss got hit. White flag, forfeit, and they knew I had the plug, I was willing to spark it. And I hope you can cash all these checks you forging. The fake thugs with kids turn their kids into orphans. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you bang in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off.
Hop on your head, but switch up their position. That'll help you listen to the lessons I envision. Need a mess, now minutes miss. Finding them will be no problem. Cause I left the trail to follow. They can use the blood to guide. But I ain't leave none inside. Bled out to get the red out. But this ain't Visine. Nightmares or nice dreams. Everywhere that I've been, I've seen a ghetto. So I interlock my blocks and then I stack that Lego. Go when I say so, but no, I never say go. Take your money. If you Mexican, don't maso peso. You got a real fake flow and it lacks potential. If I thought that hell was bad for you, I wouldn't have sent you. Name on my mention. Smash your style and cause a crisis. People begging me for money cause they heard I was the nicest.
This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you bang in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off.
But now the record companies is like stifling the brother. They trying to make it to whereas rap music is gonna be just propaganda. They telling you what to say. They telling you everything we got now. All that stuff we were saying before was cool because they didn't think nobody was listening. But now they know they listening. They stifling all that. You can't say what you want. You can't do what you want. You can't wear what you want. It's like, you know what I'm saying? They straight censoring us. So it's about to be about some street stuff. It's about to be about us, meaning us taking over our own destiny because it's ours. You can have it. If you ain't seen that from the riots, you ain't seen nothing. That was an uprising. That was us just letting these folks know. Any given time, we'll break them off something extremely fun.
This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you bang in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear make you cut them off. Underworld. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off.
It's good, cause I have a super gift of gab. Got me stuck in this barrel with these crabs. You already know.
how that shit go. So I uppercut, jab, jab on these assholes, cause they gas. I'm trying to get out, let me pass. Like easy pass. If you see me pass, take a shot and bang on the class. Fuck, point it on the ground. Niggas can't get down like I get down. Turn this fluid flow into solid sound. Yo, I wear the crown. JFK is back in your town. Bring that underground, kneel down and pound on the ground, shaking everything around. Watch me earthquake on you clowns, haters in the background, standing around with a mean round. Stop hating. Jumped out the boat before we reach our destination. Now your spot will be taken, even though I'm done doing favors. I'm old school like a pager, plaid blazer, 87 player. I'm the future like a movie trailer. Haters usually be hella failures. Bitch dudes hella yellow. I'm the leader of the new school. I will expel ya. If I bust the rhymes, bang your head, shout, give me more. Cause I make sure everything remains raw. CPL, criminal by law. Shouts to the law for life. You ask for this, I gotta do it right. It's a tip for the artists and producers. If you're not doing music, then you're useless. You shouldn't do this. Don't pursue this. Get exposed like a nudist. Got love for my shooters, for the love they shoot ya, execute ya. Feel my fire for no reason. Feel my earth, wind and burn like Richard Pryor for your treason. I come to change the game like the season. Remain breathing, breezing. Throw a curveball. Got you cats wheezing like a fur ball, cause your dick is soft as a nerve ball. I got to go to pray for my downfall. Don't hear the shit clearly. Shove this mic in your ear so you can hear me, or just cut it off. I bring the pain for the hurt and loss. This the underworld holocaust.
This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you bang in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear make you cut them off. This is that hip hop that you asked for. That shit you banging in your ear will make you cut them off.
Shouts to K-Smash, Crisis, my underworld officials and my underworld affiliates. We're doing this for real hip hop, man. Rest in peace to Tupac the Immortal. Much love. We're doing it for real hip hop, man. Old style.
It's a never be broke production, motherfucker. This is hip hop. This is hip hop.
Underworld Radio shit, man. That's what we do. Shouts to K-Smash, Crisis.
Underworld.
Ill. Oh, Stiggity Styles. Underworld officials in the building. Twisted Slim. Free. K-Smash. Rhino. Let's get it. Okay.
Underworld.
Ill. Oh, Stiggity Styles. Underwater officials in the building. Twisted Slim. Free. K-Smash. Rhino. Let's get it. Okay. Check it. Styles, I got one for you. Shout out Ella Villa Dorilla. Underworld officials in this bitch, nigga. I got a super bitch and she give me that super head. Yeah, I getting hella money, yeah, I got that super bread. High as fuck, taking shots, pour some for the dead. Faded while I'm rapping, probably won't remember what I said. If I make it, best believe my niggas coming with me. My little nigga in the kitchen and he whipping Britney. Leaning like I'm from Houston, I ain't talking Whitney. I be fresh as fuck, that's why she tryna fuck with me. Little nigga, get your money up. Yellow bitch on my lap, that's my honey cup. Underworld cypher. Scream, underworld cypher. Underworld cypher. Scream, underworld cypher. Doing the
Cypher late night shit. High as hell, elevated. Man, getting hits, time will tell. Yeah, I'm smoking L's every day to the face. Yeah, I'm leading this shit like a fucking car chase. Smoke a blunt to the face, then I let go. Do this shit, man, then I let go. Yeah, you can't control me on anything I do. I'm a boss, bitch, yeah, I fucking rule you. Take a shot at me, that's the wrong choice you ever made. Yeah, bitch, I'm getting paid. Twisted Slim on the track, I was killing it. Look at me doing the shit like a villain, bitch. Underworld Cypher. Scream, underworld Cypher. Underworld Cypher. Scream, underworld Cypher. Man, pussy niggas not on my level at all. I shoot it and grip it, make it bezel and bust and he fall. Gotta get it, grip it, pass it. I move with the hittest freestyles. Every time I rap it, just come off my lips. Gotta rap it, move it, ratchet, and spit in that piff. Dudes say they got it, logically I will spit it and kick. Stay ratchet, making money if I had it. You niggas not about that life, you dudes is asthmatic. Picture him trapping, I'm just looking and I'm laughing. Body bag the next man just to see if he gon' happen. Squad up, tell the squad to come and get it cracking. Freems is in the back, he's shooting off to make it happen. You niggas all pussy, a bumping, making me leave. You dudes say that you got it, I bust it, making me leave.
The real E-N-T. We coming, 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 we coming. D-R-E, come and bring it down the line. The deep blue sea, come and bring it down the line. Original styles, come and bring it down the line. The real E-N-T, come and bring it down the line. And we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming. Yeah, them niggas coming. We coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming. Yeah, like the last scenes of a preview for a new movie, or getting some good cooch from a new groupie. Like getting the call that your man's got locked down, or finding out someone in your fam got shot down, like the ad-libs on Joe Budden's first intro, or a chick waiting for her next month's menstrual. Like my response to a diss from a rival, or a fan impatiently waiting for our arrival. We coming, so haters better listen up here and make sure this shit clear, because your ending is near. We tryna make you aware so you can better prepare. Real recognize real and you ain't familiar. Yeah, so let me catch a nigga stuntin' and thinking that we be frontin'. You the next nigga we huntin'. If it ain't a war you wantin', or you don't wanna confrontin', then you better get to running, cause the real niggas is coming. I told y'all I told y'all we was coming. Y'all ain't wanna listen, and now it's too late. We on our way. Original styles, ocean and deep blue sea. And me, Mr. CEO himself, D-R-E. If y'all don't know by now, that's the realest MC. I present to y'all the real E-N-T. D-R-E, come and bring it down the line. The deep blue sea, come and bring it down the line. Original styles, come and bring it down the line. The real E-N-T, come and bring it down the line. And we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming. Yeah, them niggas coming. We coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming. Yeah, yeah. The album is finally here. I present to you the real E-N-T. This time I like to take out to thank everybody that helped put this album together and made it possible. All the engineers, all the producers, everybody that been with the real since day one. Whether you bought one of our CDs, one of the DVDs, or show support by coming to one of our shows. Yeah, I want to thank everybody that represents the real. We wouldn't be nothing without y'all. Much appreciation. Yeah, and of course I gotta thank
Everybody that's down with the real. Original styles. Ocean to deep blue sea. Grief. My sister P Slash. My brother D Thugs. And I even want to thank myself. It's been a lot of stress and hard work, man. But we coming. Real recognize real. And we, yeah. This is DRE. And this is the real. For y'all people out there that don't know us, we gonna make you get to know us.
That's right.
If you don't know the name, we gonna spell it out for y'all. Come on, spell it out. DAREA.
They come to a block and get their face peeled. Got the game killed. We the land of the lost. Middle fingers in the air with a hand on the balls. I'm playing with a cause. I rap it to the sick. Ready to ride the die, put the metal to your chest. So handle a rep or chant the name. DRE, motherfucker, the chance of the game.
DAREA.
We don't play spray AKs every which way. What you say shouldn't have said that. Wipe the red cap, permanent tattoo. Only arrest is a cardiac with a Bacardiac. I need a party pack. We up in here, not a party pack. Cause the real is back. Spell the track as I twist a sack. We go one plaque. That's an actual factual fact. DAREA.
Stop, let this hit drop, cause this shit's hot. Got this shit locked, let this hit rock, let this beat knock. Y'all can eat cock, read the feet blocks. Lyrics are beatbox, so we can just beatbox. A street box, leave you in deep talks from deep shock. Shallow niggas catch deep shots from deep dot. That nigga Ocean the Styles, and I ain't talking about the nigga from D Block, the real. DAREA.
What? Don't underestimate the real. Don't underestimate what we create, nigga. It's all real. It's all real skills. It's all real life. Everything is real in the fair. Know what I'm saying? So we rolling. DREA. My nigga Ocean, the deep blue sea. Original style.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
Gully grinding them seeds, representing the new age with the underground theme. We are the hip hop juggernauts. We are what you're not. We're a powerful movement that just can't be stopped. Coming from NJ, not out of DC, but you can marvel us after you get our CD. If you don't, I'll put your head in the TV. Now that's what I call reality TV in 3D. Other characters envy and wanna be me, cause I'm a real hip hop figure. Niggas is CG. I should never ever have to use a gimmick as long as I use my head to break through any limits. That's why I keep on my fitted and album as a suppressor, so the radio can get in my head like the professor. You ain't gotta be a stand and start loving our shit. Never mind who you thought I was, I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch. I'm the juggernaut, bitch. I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
No, I'm not the new Tupac, it's the new age of hip-hop. The juggernaut on the block, cause I hit hard. You're hardly hitting it all. When I come to ball, yo, I'm coming straight through the wall. Haters follow me, yo, we breaking down barriers. Fuck who you call, all my dogs Glock carrier. So hardcore, better go hard, boy. That's why I had to start chilling in the yard more. No Pilates, straight push-ups. Niggas getting body if they push up. Got a sort of shotty for anybody wanna push up. I even body jihadi for acting snotty when I pushed up. It's a juggernaut, want it in your juggler or not. Once I'm dug in you, it won't stop.
I'm the drug on the block that you love a lot. I'm higher than that rock mixed with pot. A double shot of Jack on the rock. That's how a black juggernaut.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch. I'm the juggernaut, bitch. I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
Man, if they're not running with us, then they get ran over. This the land of soldiers. We just do, no man froze up. If the black van roll up and he don't know what, he's gonna air soon as my hand rolls up. And that's the plan of Noah's. We stand as boaters, rolling without a cause. We some landowners, and you cannot hold us, even with some pot holders. It's a real structure here, no plan sodas. No man is colder or tougher or something hot. Cause I'm the type to creep with the heat, make something pop. We crumble up spot, we don't care it's cold or not. And I'm ocean, the tide is coming, I flip your block. We ain't gonna stop touching and you getting rocked. We taking over everything to the last drop. And we inspired, ain't weird that we hug a block. And y'all running cause we coming, we some juggernauts.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch. I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
Coming after that, you already know.
Receiving even more reports of the spread of the epidemic. At this point in time, there is no cure. No cure. What we do know is that the virus is extremely dangerous. The infected are flesh-eating and highly lethal and will attack any living thing. If you find yourself in a threatening position, do not hesitate to act. The government is taking reasonable.
Your boy is smash. You probably won't. Stick up, this is a stick up. Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up.
Hey, smash, get a style from Crisis, I like it. If you ask me, I'm the motherfucking nicest. Style original, so I don't gotta bite shit. Gun with mood swings on and off like a light switch. Get it in the morning, but I prefer the night shit. Hoodie, ski mask, and gloves, wait for the right lit. Set it up, worth it, it's perfect, and then I light shit. SUK, stick up kids, that's how my life is. Gun sitting on my waist, opposite where my knife is. Wait till your soul in your body and have you lifeless. Fuse getting short, don't support, then I'll ignite it. History right in my palms, now watch me rewrite it.
Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups.
Ew.
Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up.
I just evolved. I had to level up. The game is dead, grave diggers picking shovels up. I done heard enough, lift the burners up. We can call your bluff. From the old school dumb fools, you ain't learned enough. On my DJ, Easy Rock, Rob bass, it only takes two, and I'm second to rock. We can rock on the block, I'm letting off 22 shots of twin Glocks when they clap, spin jocks out they straps. We stay strapped, boy, we don't play that. Play, rap, old styles in this bitch. When it's spit on the track, they gon' play that back to back like reenact, recap. I don't rap act, this mind is too complex to display and save that crap. You choose to lay on tracks back, this is that head crack. Get your head clapped, head rap like a weed track. If you don't believe that the skinny grizzly bear don't get busy for a city, brought my black round with me shots from the city.
Stick up, shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up.
You call
troops I call troops. We all ready to shoot. Somebody got to die, and it might be you. Now, how you say you got a gun and it's not in you to shoot? Me versus you was crazy, it's like child abuse. TNT, I'm about to blow a fuse. You can't name nobody better that can walk in my shoes. Get live, gun smoke. I got him screaming for help and gave him just enough rope. We'll call it hanging yourself. Or get shot with your own gun, we'll call it banging yourself. So you just killed you without having to help. Fun time over, nigga. Then you can't say you a gangster when you dealing with these soldier niggas. Chopping make Swiss cheese out of your Range Rover, nigga. Young boys didn't know he was dealing with older niggas. Molder niggas show you how to hold the gun and squeeze the trigger. Leave that man dead and gone, that's how I leave that nigga. My gun spit and it hit the man next to you. You Clark Kent, I'ma show you what that Lex do. And I'm walking around with these kryptonite weapons too. You don't want beef, headshot leaving you vegetable. But maintain for the mainframe, you can get hit in your main or your mainframe. Dash if I spit for the dame, get the dame thing. Niggas, they be talking about the money till that thing came. Listen, don't get gas, top 5, dead or alive, nigga. You better mention K-Smash. The gun waving and clapping, I call it multitask. You not a shooter, you get this back to back. Like Drake, niggas, they be talking that bread, do whatever it takes. So when I lift this ratchet up, I ain't making mistakes. Bust off, get this gun in your face. So you either die at the pace or you die of disgrace.
Stick up, this is a stick up. Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up. Shots fired, shoot at his chest and give him hiccups. Stick up, this is a stick up. Stick up, this is a stick up.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joint.
Like a pharaoh to the queen when they made love. The king born to show the world what I made of. Best of the best, yes. Even when I'm at my worst. Killing time, killing every beat, killing every rhyme, killing every line. Die first. I'm a star when I spit these bars. I go so hard, I hate leaving. Praise God that I'm on my job, cause I be in the eyes and I break even. Wanna feel but don't feel my hunger. Ice grill wanna steal my thunder. Tryna rain on my parade, but operating your rain with a big umbrella. Ella. When you wanna cause pain to somebody doing things that you wanna be a part of. But you can't, so you raving, you ran at any given chance instead of working harder and being smarter. Yeah, I'm staying in my lane, doing my thing and trying to break through. Yeah, I'm changing the game, but I'm staying the same. When you was hitting, I didn't hate you. Everybody crying, but they come for the big time. Don't wanna grind, and they want some of this shine. Barely got a dime, every some of them is fine. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna get mine. Everybody crying, but they come for the big time. Don't wanna grind, and they want some of this shine. Barely got a dime, every some of them is fine. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna get mine. I take it and run with it, that's how I ball. Hogging these shots, that's what I call. Going Kobe on y'all, yeah, I'm driving in the lane. Beat, now I just in the rain. He hard. Wanna see me fall, but you see me leaving y'all in the dust. Cost me the cuss. The regulator dropped the bomb and I'm the detonator. Going up the escalator, dropped the bomb and y'all are hella haters. When fall came and y'all knew it, blew it. Talk big dreams, but you still didn't do it. I believe you can achieve it, but if you really mean it, then you live and breathe it. So then I believe it when I see it. You watch things happen, great things happen. You wonder what happened, I made things happen. I'm the head of the street fan, running with the best. You the end of the week, man, WTF. Everybody crying, but they come for the big time. Don't wanna grind, and they want some of this shine. Barely got a dime, every some of them is fine. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna get mine. Everybody crying, but they come for the big time. Don't wanna grind, and they want some of this shine. Barely got a dime, every some of them is fine. I don't know about you. Round and around, you be turning me, you're spurring me, you're burning me to do a big for eternity. But ain't no hurting me, and no diverting me from my goals and aspirations. Negative thoughts out of my concentration. Focus, man, on my future success. Good brothers all vexed and distressed by the skills I possess. What a mess, I confess. I wanna be a model, of course I'm a scholar. Entrepreneur, your father, pocket more of my daughters. Watch it about it with the thought of it demise. They try to bring me down, but still I arise, recognize. Stacking up tricks to go wise, surprise. Got a gleam in my eyes, $1 million dream to realize. Right, for both my sons now I'm on the run, just to be second to none to number one. If you get mad, I don't care. Stay down in the barrel that y'all crap share. Kiss the dairy air of an MC square. Debonair, legendary scorer like Jordan in the air. Yeah, everybody crying, but they come for the big time. Don't wanna grind, and they want some of this shine. Barely got a dime, every some of them is fine. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna get mine. Everybody crying, but they come for the big time. Don't wanna grind, and they want some of this shine. Barely got a dime, every some of them is fine. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna get mine.
Coast to coast, the new age of hip hop, pop.
Clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's saying a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's saying a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's saying a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one's saying a damn thing. Why these niggas all on my face, all on my space? You don't want to smoke in this place. You niggas play safe. I am not fake. In other words, I am not Drake. I will punch you in the motherfucking face, cause you and your feelings. People don't change, start revealing. Now they don't look so appealing. Headshots not healing. Got a lot of haters, but not a lot of traitors. I hate a traitor. Don't do me no favors. Have to save a hoe. I don't save a hoe. Come to save my bros. But they got shifty behavior. Now these snitches run them up. Fuck, back the fuck up. Once you get the picture, yo, I hang it up. When your riders change up, throw the whole crew away. That's how I change the game up anyway. If I don't know you, definitely don't owe you. Fuck you, man, ain't no old me. I'm a rare G, running off adrenaline. Underworld been the winning team. Against mobile rap fans, I will backhand slap any team hot off Molly and Lane. Don't disrespect your elders. Last generation births a bunch of failures. OGs can't teach you, so we gotta spell you. You're mad and not hella. Clapped on the scene. Niggas getting clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. Niggas getting clapped on the scene. When niggas get clapped on the scene, no one seen a damn thing. It's real shit. I know niggas been dead 20 years, man. R.I.P. Y'all niggas acting like you can't get it. Anybody can get it. Niggas getting shit's real out here, man.
Can't stop me, I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up. Fuck all you haters, cause I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up. You can't stop me, I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up. Fuck all you haters, cause I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up.
Down. Bitch niggas don't down.
I don't even fuck with snakes. Yo, my grass is mowed down, way down. Make these clowns frown when they see that shit ain't funny. Getting in the ass of you dummies, make you talk for me, blow that horn for me. You ain't get that. Get your wig pushed back like a shotgun. Cock back, mad kick back, click clack. It's the sound of the strap on my way up. It's the strap, niggas stays up, cause they laid up with a pimp cup. I am what's up, turn up. This is fire, make him retire and burn up. Hold up, roll up. I could get the party so up. I am SUK, stick them kids so suck. So what? On my way up. Yo, they say I spit so much, still I feel I don't say enough. I am coming up, haters talking tough. Time to call your bluff. You was acting up, had me cracking up like you were macking stuff. I see your timeline, online credentials just ain't adding up. Now I'm mad as fuck. This shit'll blow your bladder up, cause it's too much. This one I puff is loud as fuck. Yo, it's going down when I turn up. I'm the world, what's the world? What?
Can't stop me, I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up. Fuck all you haters, cause I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up. You can't stop me, I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up. Fuck all you haters, cause I'm on my way up, on my way up, on my way up.
Going down. Going down. Bitch niggas going down. Live in the Belgium, it's your boy Stiggity O Styles. I'm going heavy on them right now. Noise hip hop and R&B. It's all underworld, man. All those styles and friends. Going heavy on them right now. Let me say, man, I love the show. Like I said, this is the first time I've actually done this where I'm playing nothing but old styles. And like I said, I know that I got a lot of music. I don't promote myself. I don't put myself out there because I'm not trying to get no deal or nothing. But I do put music out because I love the craft. I love the culture. So I put out a lot of CDs, you know. I don't go to the best studios. I don't run around and, you know, go crazy for it. But I do love the craft, you know what I'm saying? To be able to spit some bars on a hot beat and, you know, and tell your story. So that's what it's about for all of y'all cats out there who might not know why you spitting or why you rapping. It's about expressing yourself through rhythm and music. You know what I'm saying? Rhythm and poetry, which is what rap is mean. What rap means. You know what I'm saying? Rhythm and poetry for a lot of people who don't know. A lot of people just rap, but I'm in the building, man. Shabool Stiggity. Definitely holding it down in the underworld, doing what I do. You know, I'm glad to see a lot of people did show up for the show to come hang out with me. Like I said, I didn't plan on doing this. You know, it was like a spur of the moment where, you know, I end up saying, yo, let me just do that. That's dope, you know. But shouts to my boy Jay for even putting it in my head, you know, to just play Underworld. Shout out to my squad members, my, you know, Underworld officials, of course. Underworld officials, y'all been fucking running this fucking switchboard. K-Smash and y'all and my official Underworlders, Frames, Twisted Slim. Y'all been running this switchboard tonight, so shouts and support to y'all for that. Hopefully y'all will get to watch the replay of this show, because the replays will stay up here. I'm shocked that I haven't been banned for some reason or something. I don't want to speak on it too much, but all the sites that I'm on right now, it's doing their thing, you know. So I'm back and forth checking each page that I'm on, you know, to make sure that the show is going right, as well as DJing in the mix of it, you know. And I'm sitting here, I'm smoking, I'm drinking, I'm enjoying myself, listening to my classics. These is all my classics, you know, and my squad classics, you know. Commotion's about to drop his album, Hood Superhero Volume 3. I'm hosting that, John. Shouts to him for that. And that's going to be a very epic album, Commotion Hood Superhero Volume 3. Then I got K-Smash, Kadesh the Artist is dropping his John. It's a double CD, you know. He's dropping a double John, and it's going to be half, you know, rap and half, you know, R&B. So for all the people out there that think we're not doing things because y'all don't see us popping on Facebook like that, I try not to just stick to Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and, you know, the typical sites to promote on. I'm on a lot of different sites that people don't use, that people don't know about, you know, just to promote these artists and, you know, let every artist know that I'm doing what I said I would do, which is, you know, get people to hear your music. So, I was trying to hold off on the phone lines because I wanted to catch one of these people that's calling in with the funniness, you know, but it seemed like they stopped calling now. But it's crazy how people, I only been online as far as this way, you know, maybe 4 times I could say that I've actually really done this, you know, where I just promote on Underworld like this, you know, on Facebook, on all of these sites or whatever. But I never had the phone lines up, and that was the thing. I never had the phone, and now I got the phone lines up, and people can just call, you know, and they playing on the phones, they doing funny stuff. I'm not aggravated. I'm too lit right now to even care about something like that. But I feel like I'm gonna start playing it. Fuck it. I'm gonna start bringing them on air and let them talk to the people and see how they react to what the black man is doing right now. So it is what it is. I'm in the building, Underworld Radio, definitely live, hosting the show. I just closed the phone lines, so people won't be able to call in until tomorrow. But like I said, even when I go off, we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep going for the whole semester of the show till 8 o'clock tomorrow. So I can't help if it does replay certain tracks, and that's what I'm trying to do right now, because I wanted to just go straight through where you can see that we do, you know, we can do a 24-hour show with no problem as far as Underworld goes. But since it's doing that, I might add another hour and we'll go off at 9 o'clock tomorrow just so we can fill in that gap for the replays. But if it replays, it's all good. It's not going to, I got so much music in here, it's not really going to replay too much. But we in the building and we're going to do it like this. So, New Age of Hip Hop and R&B. Shouts to Facebook, man. They haven't banned me yet. YouTube hasn't banned me. So if y'all want to, you can switch, sites. You can go on YouTube right now and you'll see the same show playing. Or you can go on, Facebook, whatever site you're tuning in on. Shouts to you, Periscope. Shouts to all the Periscope people that's been coming through, And that's what it is. So in a minute, we'll be back to our priority artist show for the priority artists that I have right now. And like I said, for the people out there who don't know, priority artists are different from underworld artists. Priority artists are artists that pay for submissions to get their music promoted on our show. So, the underworld artists are artists that actually are down with underworld, that's been riding with underworld for a while. And that's why we're doing this show right here, just to show people how much music we have dropped throughout the years. And like I said, I actually have more music that I could drop in here, but it's like I'm waiting to see if this gonna ride out. If it don't last long enough on here to make it to 8-9 o'clock tomorrow, I'll drop the other CDs in there and keep it going like that. But it's nothing for the Underworld Squad to drop a 2-day show, straight us. You know what I'm saying? So shouts and salutes. Let me make sure y'all even hearing me. Yeah, my mic is on right now. That's what's up. I'm still learning the tricks and trades of my new switchboard. It's nothing like how Blog Talk was. Blog Talk was totally different. But I love this right here. The format is excellent. Shouts to my technician, Crisis, for building this. He built this whole drum from scratch for me to be able to do exactly what I'm doing right now, which is promoting New Age of Hip Hop. So shouts to Crisis. Shouts to everybody that's got music on here. Like I said, I expected to see a lot more people as far as my artists coming through, but like I said, I just dropped this on everybody. So I'm gonna keep doing these shows. Like I said, they won't be no 12-hour, 24-hour shows, but I'm gonna keep doing these Old Styles and Friends shows and promoting us. But next you'll be seeing us doing a priority artist show. Shouts to all the priority artists that I got in rotation right now. Like I said, the phone lines is closed, so we just gonna get back into this music. Shouts to everybody that's staying chill, but we're gonna be overnighting this shit, so you can come in here later on and you'll still hear, the New Age of Hip Hop playing. So that's what it is. So let's get into this music, man. Old Styles is in the building. Let's go.
Underworld Radio, baby.
Yeah, Queens, baby. I call the shots, nigga. Bitch, I'm calling shots, I'm a shot caller. You know about that life, you was not a baller. It's just another day, another dollar. I hear you fuck niggas, all you doing is holler. Bitch, I'm calling shots, I'm a shot caller. You know about that life, you was not a baller. It's just another day, another dollar. I hear you fuck niggas, all you doing is holler. Another day, another dollar. Money hungry nigga, all about my wallet. And that's no Halloween, blame it on my father. And it's block on me, that's my only bother. Shit, a lick it ghost, awesome Yana. Rockin' double G, don't fuck with Ferragamo. No, be the first nigga get changed, Barack Obama. And we ain't really with the talking, but we bringing drama. Bitch, I'm calling shots, I'm a shot caller. You know about that life, you was not a baller. It's just another day, another dollar. I hear you fuck niggas, all you doing is holler. Bitch, I'm calling shots, I'm a shot caller. You not about that life, you is not about it. It's just another day, another done. I hear you fuck niggas, all you doing is
gangster, no I'm a thug nigga. I bangs with Crips, but I'm a blood nigga. I'm cocking the ratchet, hold these slugs, nigga. Who support your life, I guaranteed I pull the plug, nigga. Just send the word, little homies want his head, make him meet the curb. Better yet, they just want you dead. Open your mouth, nigga, eat the lead. These shells pop, them veins is blue, it's guaranteed to turn them red. I get that phone call, that nigga dead. Got caught slipping, no shoes, we killing Fred. Case smashing, this bitch coming for your head. Still let it loose, I pop off until I squeeze the lead. But fuck you niggas is pussy. I'm a rapper, cut ass nigga, killer, but don't push me. Last thing I heard about you faggot, you's a pussy. I'm a shot caller, still let that pop until that pop lawyer. I had this dude off the hook, I'm kinda off the books. And if you off and shook, I'll leave you orphans dead on the books. Call me K-Smash, West Side is what I had. I can put you in the bag, tuck shells playing tag.
College shots, I'm a shot caller. You know about that life, you is not about it. It's just another day, another dollar. I hear you fuck niggas, all you doing is holler.
Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised.
You know about that life, you is not about it.
Them now mainstream doing the same thing as raising the industry to overground. Raise the prices. Let's get it.
I'm crushing you, I'm crushing crew. I'm crushable. With discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you. I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you. I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you. Crushing you, I'm crushing crew. I'm crushable. With discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you. I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you. I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you.
I'm in the spot like an ink stain. It's time to think, brain. How am I gonna change the game without throwing it in flames? Going down like a sink drain. I gotta do it all. Cause I'm a lord of the underground. Oh Lord, let me dumb it down.
You or your crew are no match for me. Might have the game on lock, but I got that key.
You see, my lines are like stabs that jab a man's ass. Step stud with no lab, jump in without a tag. Last stabs to make bastards. I chase but don't race. Flash a face to take Caster's place. I'm on my third base. Third place in the 101. That seems dumb. The industry will let you win, but you must sacrifice your tongue. Hip hop is going and flip flop changed it so street. Went from spitting urban life to being home on the range. I'm in the zone that grows fangs, bang a slug or two. You can't take the thug out of me, cause I'm unthuggable.
Crushing you and plus your crew. I'm crushable. With discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you. I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you. I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you. Crushing you and plus your crew. I'm crushable. With discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you. I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you. I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you.
My mission is to teach you, I will beat you like the beat do. Mistreat you like a bad dad from Baghdad, I'm that bad. Laughing all the way to the bank in the metal tank. Shawshank and Tom Hanks, my bombs are not pranks. Soldier sound moving over ground, I'm cold as shoulders now. Roll boulders over cows and pound beef into the ground. You was bound to meet me. Now you bound, got your chest where your feet be. We do this weekly, the game can't cheat me. All life, a jab, a jaw twice, roll the wrong dice. Find your life over by tonight, that's a high price. I'm a heartbreaker, going through your rib first. Yeah, I heard what you did, but kid, I did worse. Like Jigsaw, but younger.
Okay, so that's
hunger make me lunge for your vocals and choker. You think you going under? I don't wonder, man, I understand. There ain't no thug in you. can't take the thug out of me, cause I'm unthuggable.
Crushing you and plus your crew, I'm crushable. With discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you, I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you, I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you. Crushing you and plus your crew, I'm crushable. We discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you, I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you, I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you.
I do this so y'all mention my intentions for inventing interventions into what we listen. Piss me off like fishing when my hook is missing. Kissing death and leave a missing breath. Hitting till no visions left, failing pissing test. Rip a vest to make a mess of your chest. Physically inclined to dislocate a spine and demonstrate a time when the law created crime to keep my family in line. Heard it through the vine, you was my challenger. I hang you up like calendars before I damage ya. Let a doctor bandage ya, just snap ya like a camera or banner does when on the gamma bus. Fast as light years, fight beers, drinking light beer. Get on mics and bite ears, Tyson's up and fight fair. You sit right there. I share stories about my past glory. Ask the industry for something new, got nothing new for me. You bore me, y'all just bugging me, there ain't no thug in you. You can't take the thug out of me, cause I'm unthuggable.
Crushing you and plus your crew, I'm crushable. We discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you, I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you, I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug in you. Crushing you and plus your crew, I'm crushable. We discussing who gon' be the first to bust at you, I'm bustable. Ain't no love in me, only slugs in you, I'm sluggable. We thugs for life, I'm thuggable. I ain't no thug.
Coming to you live, Underground ENT, linking up, TR Productions. Hit me up, 609-880-4469. Hit me up on Facebook, TRPROD Productions.
Ill. Gangsta shit, nigga. Man, I'm a G-A-N-G-S-T-A. That's in my bloodstream. I'm a gangster. I'm a gangster. I'm a gangster. I mean, that's all I know. G-A-N-G-S-T-A. That's in my bloodstream. I'm a gangster. I'm a gangster. I'm a gangster. I mean, that's all I know. That gangsta shit is all in my blood, man. Can you feel it? That gangsta shit is all in my blood, man. I'm about to kill it. Go-go's off. Strong for the win. You niggas stay soft. Said it again. I know that they are scared. Ain't got no friends. More enemies. And then again, I watch you rip it up. I tear it down. I hold the crown. I bring him down to the roof and the ground. Call me a G, the way I squeeze, that's what I need. And I'm a G-A-N-G-S-T-A. Don't play with me, a G-A-N-G-S-T-A. I spray at him and I'm a G-A-N-G-S-T-A. That's in my bloodstream. I'm a gangsta. I'm a gangsta. I'm a gangsta. I mean, that's all I know. G-A-N-G-S-T-A. That's in my bloodstream. I'm a gangsta. I'm a gangsta. I'm a gangsta. I mean, that's all I know. Outlook, you catch this right hook. These niggas chasing that bread. That's how you get it took. Get your whole head took along. For the wrong looks, underworld officials and it's tatted on my arm. I ain't scheming, but my team is that mean I move like a dawn. 2020 in my night vision on. Shots fired to the wire when I'm lifting up my arm. My niggas all Spartan, 300 and we strong. You cats play Persian and you dead and you gone with the gat witchcraft and these bullets all charm. You niggas get buried alive, dead on your lawn. I scheme against the devil, that's my way I'm respond. And you dudes run your mouth, then I'm lifting up my arm. Bring that lightning and that thunder, watch me X-Men spawn. You dudes running their lips and spitting pip till they gone. I be talking like I'm on, I be on one. You on, son, I rip it, take them off. I'm a G-A-N-G-S-T-A. That's in my bloodstream. I'm a gangsta. I'm a gangsta. I'm a gangsta. I mean, that's all I'm a G-A-N-G-S-T.
This'll be the last time I go down for something like this. Oh, I swear it's the last walk. This'll be the last time I write like this. No more beers for me. My last time, only missing your lips, wanting one more kiss from you while I'm in love. But this'll be the last time I go down for something like this. Oh, I swear it's the last walk. This'll be the last time I write like this. No more beats for me. My last time, only missing your lips. Wanting one more kiss from you while I'm in lockdown. This will be the last time I go down for something like this. Oh, I swear it's the last one. This will be the last time I write like this. No more beats for me. My last time, only kissing your lips. Wanting one more kiss from you while I'm in lockdown. This'll be the last time I'ma sit in the cell with me. What she doing? How do I do this? I'm foolish of me. Deep in the back of my mind, know I can make this right. So we gon' try together. Team over rules, everything. So this'll be my last time. This'll be my last time. I write like this. But this'll be my last time. This'll be my last time. We gon' fight like this. When you're angry, I'm sad. I don't know why I get mad, but if I do it, then I'm out of line. Oh my mind, but baby, this'll be the last time I go down for something like this. Oh, I swear it's the last walk. This'll be the last time I write like this. No more beers for me. My last time, lonely, missing your lips, wanting one more kiss from you while I'm in lockdown. But this'll be the last time I go down for something like this. Oh, I swear it's the last walk. This'll be the last time I write like this. No more beers for me. My last time, lonely, kissing your lips, wanting one more kiss from you while I'm in lockdown. This'll be the last time I go down.
Ain't no more of these. Ain't no more writing. Ain't no more talking over the phone. Ain't no more global telling. It's me and you against the fucking world. Okay? Anything else will be uncivilized. I got this. You my soul, you gon' ride with me. For real.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape.
We started this house. Yes. We started this shit. Yes. For life.
You trying to join the movement that's doing this shit right? Alright. This is Underworld for life.
Alright.
This is Underworld for life.
Alright.
This is Underworld for life. I heard you trying to join the movement that's doing this shit right? Alright.
This is Underworld for life. Alright.
This is Underworld for life.
Alright.
This is Underworld for life. Hey yo, my bro, thick and thin. We the win against strong and meek men. Still we Charlie Sheen win.
like let me in. Bring that poltergeist, my guys, rob you for your ice, hold your life, niggas. You can pick and choose. Time to bruise dudes who think they can bite off my crew like we fool. Do I look like another fucking cashew? I will fuck you up, chop you up and trash you. Have you missing like the last dude? Tried to shit on my squad like a bad dude. My officials is them baboons full of weed, lean and tattoo to make us come at you.
Snatch you, then crack you like cashews. Then smash two heads together till them heads is stuck together. Shots bust through leather and anything is tougher than uppercut your men and turn them off to girlfriends. Spinning whirlwind, then hurl them through thick and then start sticking them with things that ain't made for sticking in. Who is picking them? I'm underworld for life, official that won't miss you. We foul as referees who see but never blow the whistle. Y'all are not an issue, not a problem, just pestilence. I lose control, start swinging pose like those they use at festivals. You ain't even heard the rest of us. There's more in store for sure. Now get down on the floor before this bullet take a tour. Underworld's the way for sure. That's doing its thing right. It ain't a temporary thing. It's underworld for life. You trying to join the movement that's doing this shit right? Alright. This is underworld for life. Alright. This is underworld for life. Alright. This is underworld for life. I heard you trying to join the movement that's doing this shit right? Alright. This is underworld for life. Alright. This is underworld for life. Alright. This is underworld for life. For my team, I will kill or be killed. I don't worship that dollar bill. I promote this lyrical skill. Fire at will. I am legend. Will Smith hit with the desert. If you flow dry as the desert to a king, you a peasant. I'm the future in the present, like I sip from the heavens. Got prices on the track. He got my back, bringing mayhem on you cats. If you ever call him Kevin, going all night. 7-Eleven with the weapons on the mic. It's underworld for life. That's doing this shit right, alright. This is underworld for life. Alright. This is underworld for life.
Yo, you niggas wanna plot on a G, stay close to a G.
You don't see me, but I see you.
There's a lot of talkers in this shit. I'm just trying to figure who gon' get this clip when we in this bitch. Let me show a mad love for my niggas. All my people got love for my niggas.
I see you.
Oh, you pushing hella hard in my circle. Keep reppin', going hard for the circle, man.
I see you.
Yo, you niggas wanna plot on a G, stay close to a G.
You don't see me, but I see you.
There's a lot of talkers in this shit. I'm just trying to figure who gon' get this clip when we in this bitch.
I see you.
And you hating ass too, trying to hate on the underworld crew, but I see you. Many others really love what we trying to pursue. Shouts to the few that really do. I see you. Who trying to roll with the underworld crew? Might recruit you. You demons, I rebuke you. 21 gun salute, shoot. Rising to the top is so crucial, brutal. I see you. I see supporters from many hoods to across the border. Cause this flow is water. It's like crack, bringing hip hop heads back for this next quarter. If you love the shit, this is for ya. If you showin' mad love for my niggas, all my people got love for my niggas.
I see you.
Oh, you pushing hella hard in my circle. Keep reppin', going hard for the circle, man.
I see you.
Yo, you niggas wanna plot on a G, stay close to a G.
You don't see me, but I see you.
There's a lot of talkers in this shit. I'm just trying to figure who gon' get this clip when we in this bitch.
I see you.
I got my spectacles on. Sorry if I'm disrespecting, but I expect you've been warned. All my set get it on. If you supporting what we portin', to me you are important, and the rest could get deported. You like the substance that I snorted. Gotta get you out my system. Knew my crew just wasn't true when I realized I never missed. Exorcism is my wisdom. You ain't spitting underworld. What we bring the thunder for? You only make me wonder more. Gotta get it, trying to stick with it, but I'm sick with it. Where's that loud? Let me hit it.
That's good, I must admit it.
I'll be true when I see you. You'll be in the ICU. That's what dudes like me do. My crew like that too. But if you with us, then you family. Be where the family be. If not, when I see you, prepare for insanity.
Underworld is where I plan to be, fam. I see you there.
If this track is not for you, it's true until I see you care.
You showin' mad love for my niggas. All my people got love for my niggas.
I see you.
Oh, you pushing hella hard in my circle. Keep reppin', going hard for the circle, man.
I see you.
Yo, you niggas wanna plot on a G, stay close to a G.
You don't see me, but I see you.
There's There's a lot of talkers in this shit. I'm just trying to figure who gon' get this clip when we hit this bit.
Scared, I'm the factor of fear. I rock my metal like I'm wearing my gear. Headshots and they coming in pairs. This means war and that's what I declare. And he's scared not aware it's on sight when I see you. Cause you know how I do. I'm an official of this underworld crew. I get live, cut ties, gunfire if you think you the truth. Bang, bang, that's how I'ma shoot when I see you. But that's just how I am. I go hard, there's no talking when it comes to my fam. All my brothers got 3Ks like we a part of the clan. So disrespect underworld, take a trip in that van. I see you.
It's showing mad love for my niggas. All my people got love for my niggas. I see you. Oh, you pushing hella hard in my circle. Keep reppin', going hard for the circle, man. I see you. Yo, you niggas wanna plot on the G, stay close to a G. You don't see me, but I see you. There's a lot of talkers in this shit. I'm just trying to figure who gon' get this clip when we in this bitch. I see you.
SoundCloud fire.
Cause I'm on one. Sitting back, thinking about true facts of my life. Shit is trite. I don't know how I even got away. And a bunch of kids, cause my life has been the shit since I've been the kid. I don't know how I live, how I survive. I could've died a long time ago. I'm still putting on the show, trying to make it love. But the game is all changed up. I don't give a fuck about the fame stuff. The same stuff going on since the 90s. Got me trapped into 90. Now you can't find me. Thinking about getting signed, be really not me. Fuck that, no industry for me. I'ma stay underground. I built my own world now. I'm about to turn this shit around. Cause I don't know. I really don't know. My life is all screwed up, trying to get some shit all together, but this shit is all chewed up. Maneuvers, I'm trying to take a different change, trying to rearrange and change the whole game. You know my name, old style, do the damn thing. Let the motherfucking rain, let me rain, rain supreme. I'm a king, underground, got the sound, it's going down. You niggas know what brings around sound to your times going down, y'all. Underworld, y'all do the movement, cause you know how we do it. And I don't know. I just cut this shit on, don't start spitting and shit, man. The things I'm dealing with, you couldn't deal with. Real shit, I know niggas gotta feel this. I'm just saying what's from the heart. I could rip this shit apart, but I'm trying to keep it peace, y'all. Niggas know it's no peace in these fucking streets. It's the mark of the beast. Black niggas get
fix your wig, fellas fix your whips. It's a party night, so it's time to flip scripts. Cash your paychecks, get some chips. Ladies, get your outfits, fellas, get your kicks. Burn some trees up in the rivalry inside with the electrics. Grooving out the bar while the DJ hits the hit hits. Trying to holler at the cuties in them tight fits. I'm just looking for the right chick. I might stick, I might just game spit. It's still off the same shit. Half these suckers be on that lame shit. I bring the flame off the jail shit. Throw them hands up, put them grands up. If you sitting down, you better stand up. Make them hands clap, shake your ass crack. Swing your heads forth and back when I attack tracks, cause it's like that. I excite cats the way I write raps. I ignite shit, white shit, spit that fight shit. Feel my hijinks, yeah. This is thing out, this is you. So give it all up. This is thing out. So give it all up. This is thing out. So give it all up. This is thing out. Give it all up. This is thing out. Vicious, malicious, nasty rhymes ain't delicious. I hold
no pity. Smack your moms and your missus right when you got biscuits. You niggas stack a hit with that, cause no noise no matter. You got more lick than Mick Jagger. Fat ass plastic, cause time getting drastic. It ain't no beginning. Got tricks up my sleeves like magic. Spit like automatics. Yo, we change your stats, cause we the baddest. Patch up holes in your jacket. SUK, come with the shit. You can't handle it. Cause criminals vibe off be the rawest type of vandal. CBL scandal. Throwing holes in souls like sandals. These joints is messy. Claims these kids will be big, cause we young and restless and ripping chests out of your best kid. Don't even stress, kid. Just be at peace right where you rest, kid. We making 40. Yo, just being breastfed, no contradiction. Spitting bullets at your left leg. This is Nick out. This is you. So give it all up. This is Nick out. So give it all up. This is Nick out. So give it all up. This is Nick out. Give it all up. This is Nick out.
Word is mine, motherfucker. You know where I'm from. IRVING. Brick City. All my jurors connect shitty, but the industry niggas don't really know shitty. What? That's where the Frank thing. I'm known to hold it down from the NYC on down to the ghost town original. New style, millennium in the picture. Look, new style original. I'm a beat giving them lyrical, spiritual, physical. Feel me in subliminal, cause I'm critical. Sending you to a miracle, it's lyrical. In stereo, like a merry-go. Here we go, check the wicked flow. Homicidal, genocidal, with a rifle, mic throw, my mic flow. I entered this industry with Mike Eiffel, a rap title, and a funk flow.
This is Nick out. This is you. So give it all up. This is Nick out. So give it all up. This is Nick out. This is you. So give it all up. This is Nick out. Give it all up. This is Nick out. This is Nick out. This is you. So give it all up. This is Nick out. So give it all up.
Shouts to the SUK, Stick Up Kids, Crisis, L-Man, Bow Weave Manifest, my The Real ENT fans, my CBL Law Life CBL Guys fans, 7-Star fans, Killer Dames, definitely doing our thing back in the 90s, man.
That's how my team shoot, my team shoot. We bulletproof. I know what it means to you. My bars are so sick, they so sick. Gun to your chest, you can hold it. I bust the flesh, leave you morbid. Turn his stomach, leave him dope sick. Got you while you young, man. I get into the knees, sit back now I watch him stream. The last one to end his dreams. But I'm on a permanently. He out of here. It's on two necks. Hit his arms, then his legs, then his legs. Hit his chest, then his head, then his head. 2 shots, now he's dead. White shirt, turning red. You a bitch, that's exactly what I said. Stitches get stitches. With a gun wound to the head, I'll leave him dead. Good mouth, catch you while you young, then addiction is rain. Say it's gonna be stoned, yeah, I don't think they won't. I don't think they won't it. I don't think they won't. I don't think they won't it. Good mouth, catch you while you young, then addiction is rain. Say it's gonna be stoned, yeah, I don't think they won't. I don't think they want it. I don't think they want it. I don't think they want it.
I'm killing all these men. Who they next to kin? Take the body count and pile them up like Mexicans. And if you sleep, then this creek is you'll be resting in. This gun that I'm investing in, 2 shots to take you out. That shirt that you flexing in, mind of a professor. So now I start to exit men. Called him in the morning, he was yawning when the pain began. The rain started with me, and that's how the storm will end. You think I know magic when it comes to picking up the pen. Drop a dime, get done like 50 Cent. And many men, home invasion, I promise. You'll see many men, and I got the gun, so you know you'll see plenty men. My gun a whole nother person. When I bring him in, 6 shots for busting down the door. I'm still holding 10. Niggas talk again, you think again. I am not your friend.
Catch you while you young, man. Addiction is rain. Say it's gonna be stoned, man. I don't think they won't. 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 Yeah, I don't really won't. Catch you while you young, man. Addiction is rain. They say it's gonna be stoned, man. I don't think they won't. 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 Yeah, I don't good mouth. Catch you while you young, man. Addiction is rain. They say it's gonna be stoned, man. I don't think they won't. I don't think they want it. I don't think they want it. I don't think they want it.
Gotta get this cash, yo, I gotta get this money, and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get that cash. Get that green, everyone scream, I'm gonna go. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash, yo, I gotta get this money, and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream, I'm gonna go. For that green, my team won't go. Cha-ching, you already know. Time to get to that cash flow. The shoebox under the bed, that's where the stash so you get that slow money. My niggas get that fast slow. And the safe money that you want, this is your cash say the bank. And these dudes say they had though. But I'm looking, trying to make a flip with my last though. Running out of money, have me hot like Tabasco. Green light fast, moving fast like that pass though. When the cops coming up fast, it might crash though. And I'm on go. My life is on my ass though. Got me about to crash for that cash, nigga. I'm on go. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash, yo. I gotta get this money and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream. I'm on go. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash, yo. I gotta get this money and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream. I'm on go. Rush, I run, get the yayo. Trying to keep my pockets fat like the ass on J-Lo. No dollars in my can. We only deal with peso, no pressure, bust pipes. But my niggas won't break though. It's squares in your can. All you niggas ego, you love the attention. My niggas like to lay low, I let the money come. You let that shit fade so I'm taking all this money and that's how my play go. And I goes in, I'm strong for the win. No, I would settle for your chin. The money's in again, it's nothing niggas, they be bluffing. They talking about they getting it, we getting it, but you ain't getting shit. You niggas been a bitch. Let's talk about this money cash, what is in the bag. I put it in the trash bag, that's all that I have. I'm trying to go, I'm pushing, make it go. Getting this dough, this money making me go. So selling the dope and I switch it to hope and I switch it to weed. That's that shit that they need. I be throwing this seed when I want it, nigga, they need me. They pushing, but they need me. They looking like Seymour, gotta feed me right now. Moving in the sight down, when I'm pushing the sight down. You gotta go it down, it's going down. These dudes dying for certain rounds. I'm on go. Gotta get this cash, yo, I gotta get this money, and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream, I'm on go. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash, yo, I gotta get this money, and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream, I'm on go. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash, yo, I gotta get this money, and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream, I'm on go. I'm on go. I'm on go. I'm on go. Hey yo, I gotta get this money, gotta get this cash, yo, I gotta get this money, and I gotta get it fast. Gotta get this money, gotta get this cash. Get that green, everyone scream, I'm on go.
G-Fells and drink yak, spit flows make you kick back. All I hear is that my shit's fat, just my shit's fat. Now chicks are used to front with me to hit that. Heads are used to this, wanna get with that. That shit's played out, come to Jersey and get laid out. No matter what the weather, my niggas stay out. We getting Lucci, I don't need Gucci to get no coochie. I took a hoochie to the jacuzzi and she blew me. And she got a man, that little floozy. You know the game, she gonna choose me. Y'all catch why I got the boulders. I spit flames and roast ya. Quicker than the dog could pull a toaster from a shoulder holster. I don't care who's your family, who you're close to. I don't care who's your man or who's your clan or who you're bragging boast to. I don't care who knows you. I can make your eyes swell and bust your nose too. Take all your dough and even fuck your hoes too. Put burn holes through your clothes too. Call me Scorpion when I toast you. Cause I'm the one you don't wanna come close to. Like a hot whip, I stay amped up. I leave you cramped up in the backseat of your man's truck.
Niggas getting packed in his man. Fake thugs still can't count the grand. Fake thugs still can't go through guns right. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? Fake thugs still getting packed in his man. Fake thugs can't count the grand. Fake thugs can't get the guns. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight?
I shoot pistols, won't miss you. Hot slugs to hit you. I got my boys out to get you. Ammunition with no permission. Got your girl bitching, whole day snitching in the kitchen, burning up pancakes. I'm about to go on a candidate. Chick screaming rape. I got your body bloody like a strawberry shake. So what you wanna take? I can see you to the heaven gates. All I do is let my nine spray away. So you better lay away or make this your last day talking to hate. But you better shut your mouth and stop running your lips before you get one of your lip or one of your hip for running your lips to the feds. Now you somewhere dead, laying in the metal bed dead. Cause you caught two in the back and one in the head.
Niggas getting packed in his man. Fake thugs still can't count the grand. Fake thugs still can't count the guns right. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? Fake thugs still getting packed in his man. Fake thugs can't count the grand. Fake thugs can't get the guns. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight?
Rockin' Robin style, got you wild knotting. Lump your noggin, hot chickens on the cocket. Got the gap, watch it, stolen profit. SUK, you know we got it. Killer game, sticker kids for kids with logic, hungry. Weed it up, that's why when I see you icy ass niggas eating, gotta eat it up. Pass whack ass paragraphs to have no path. Too fast and didn't do the math. Body cast black, pocket punch your own punch. I might punch in your pelvic, you suck a motherfucker. This here, this me, CBL, SUK, KD, family, Holloway, programming D, MV3. CDs require me styles, original, back off the empty right now.
Niggas getting packed in his man. Fake thugs still can't count the grand. Fake thugs still can't count the guns right. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? Fake thugs still can't pack in his man. Fake thugs can't count the grand. Fake thugs can't get the guns. What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight?
I'm serious, my nigga. You gotta hear me on this. Like, niggas taking shots at me and shit. Seriously. Yes, not on no hip-hop, rap shit, like real shots, my nigga. Feel like I'm trapped in the 90s. Real shit.
Yeah, hear me though, like real shit.
I wish I could shed a couple tears for my loved ones not here. Nothing compares to the things I feared. The loss of my youngins got me scared. I pray all is spared. All I care about, keeping faith when I'm in doubt. Never been a boy or a scout, I've been thugged out. Since I left the house, I've been on a troubled route. Double shots, kush blunts to the mouth. Been stabbed, shot at, all that. No one ever took me out, even as much. Underworld a nigga shout. Haters hate my clout, waiting out front of my house like a stakeout. What's the stake? If I blaze out, phase out, black out, been there, done that. To this day I don't sleep, I still run from that. Call my soldiers Thundercats, like with my hunters as it's Mortal Kombat. Gotta finish everyone before you get to Shang Tsung. That's big facts, been locked out. I ain't going back, I promote raps. Not trying to relapse, I refuse to run laps like a school track. Somebody about to get clapped at. If these niggas don't fall back or fall flat, self-defense 187, what they call that. I feel I had to put this in the air for when I'm not here. Just cause I don't share tips don't mean a nigga don't care. Hesitation, no retaliation doesn't equal fair. Just a little bug in your ear from the skinny grizzly bear. I don't bust shots in the air. If I squeeze blocks, best beware. I'm deading everything out there. I'm not trying to take it there. I have everybody body shaking but naked on the stairs. This is nothing new. For those taking shots at me, I'm taking shots at you. This can't end well. Somebody locked in their cell. Somebody about to go to hell. Take your
Crisis.
New Jerusalem, West V, my motherfucking city. I said I ride for my city. All I want is respect. I said I'll die for my city. With my hand on my tech. Bitch, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next. In this game, you'll see change in the chase for fame. When niggas become squares and they get charged to the game. If you a lame, stay in your lane, don't bear in the minds. My suggestion, you change behind enemy lines. Jersey, in the Hudson where the enemy lies. It's a goddamn shame. Can somebody explain why y'all sent this little boy to play a grown man's game? Lights out, next round will bring this young man pain. I said I ride for my city. All I want is respect. I said I'll die for my city. With my hand on my tech. Bitch, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next.
It's all ride for my city. The city fucking with me. Bitch, we on the rise. So we up next, hand on the tech, I'm aiming for your neck. All about my grind, all I want is respect. Tell me who's next, not a single one. Shout out to Jersey, smash we got us one. So I stayed on the map, so the best done did it. Don't smash the pump the trunk, I'm screaming West Virginia.
I said I ride for my city, all I want is respect. I said I'll die for my city. With my hand on my tech. Bitch, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next. Pops told me it was many ways to get it. Started playing in the streets, if it was beef, I was with it. How you trying to live that life I'm already living? Got that pep in my step, ain't never scared to move my pivot. Get it? Pick your brain, I'm insane, let me paint the perfect picture. Cannon, I lift that thing, I send them goons to come and get you. Work hard, it plays off, play tough, but straight soft. From a boss, get laid off. Shit about to get grizzly. Can't smash you, Izzy Black Rhino, we riding with me. Both sides watch, Rhino got my 50. I'm on the other side of the clock. Rifle in my hand, I got the scope, I'm setting my shot. For them Euro shots, plural. Screaming Jersey on top. From the south to the north, Central know how we rock. Face shots, give them dimples, cause it's deaths till it's dentals. Now we talking simple. Jersey, Black Rhino, K Smash, it's that simple. I said I ride for my city. All I want is respect. All I want is respect. I said I'll die for my city. With my hand on my tech. Bitch, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next, we on the map, we up next. We up next.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
Yeah. Your boy King Smash. I mean, Underworld officials in the fucking building. Stand up. Got you out of young man. Addiction and rain. Stand
North niggas stand up. East Coast niggas stand up. West Coast niggas stand up. Down south niggas stand up. Up north niggas stand up. East Coast niggas stand up. West Coast niggas stand up.
Down south, VA, up north, NJ, that's 609, that 84. Y'all know what we play. Long money like a sweepstake. Out in Philly eating cheesesteak. Cherry Hill eating cheesecake. Pop B's to the I keys. Beard long like freeway. Wow. Psych, maybe one day I'm hot, need lemonade. Fine shade and a bad bitch. Yo chick is average. My chick established. Bad credit with that S. Comes with a 550. VA gon' ride with me. Bad news, the new rules. VA, they going ham. Jersey niggas, they acting fool. Alright, 28. All day, I rap my state. I'm real, what's real? Alright, 28.
Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East Coast, niggas stand up. West Coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East Coast, niggas stand up. West Coast, niggas stand up.
I tried to present my music peacefully, but now I feel like niggas really want a piece of me. Off of parole, prior to them releasing me, they call me K-Smash, but Rhino is the beast of me. My rap game tight, the fans wanna know what's keeping me. Orlando, Florida, that's just the south of me. I'm rapping with my Cali swag, I call that the west of me. I put you in Canada for trying to get the best of me. East Coast swag, they say we got the recipe. Beating on my chest until I feel there's nothing left of me. Shipped off the space, trying to find my harmony. Not even your army is even harmony. Every state I walk through, all eyes on me. Somebody roll up the sticky, minus the seeds. Old style planted the root, underworld is your trees. I'm going with the wind like I'm caught in the breeze. K-Smash just banged on 'em.
Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East Coast, niggas stand up. West Coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East Coast, niggas stand up. West Coast, niggas stand up. Bang on 'em, bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. I just wanna bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. I just wanna bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. I just wanna bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. I just wanna.
Yes, I told y'all motherfuckers. This is that real unsigned underground. Fuck what y'all niggas in the game talking about. We got RI-28, Brand, K-Smash, Rhino. This how we do, man. Old styles co-signs this shit. For all y'all niggas think we playing around. For all y'all niggas that's sleeping on the motherfucking underground. Underworld. Man, listen, I co-sign this shit. This is where we at right now.
I just wanna bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. Bang on 'em. I
Yo, this your boy Wafu Malik Star. I'm chilling in the underworld with your boy O Stiggity, O Styles. You know what I'm saying? Where the heat comes from. Y'all need to get up on this. Y'all need to be down with the underworld team. Join the movement. Let's go.
Get 'em! This your boy Mac reppin' 304 Dub V, baby. Get 'em squad, GS all day. And when I want to listen to real hip hop, I tune into Underworld Radio and hang out with my boy Old Styles, JFK and Jerry, and all my Law fans. Get 'em!
Yeah, what's good, man? It's D.R. Reader, Realist MC, CEO of the Real Entertainment. Shout it out to my man, Original Styles, the Underground Pioneer, holding it down for Underworld and Underground ENT for this one day.
Yo, it's your dude, Crisis. Giving much love, much respect, and much love to my bro, the Pioneer. Beginning and where it's ending.
Definitely going hard right now. Definitely going hard. Shouts to everybody that stopped through the show to hang out with us. We still going. We still got a long run to go. We've been live for 4 hours so far. Yeah, so far for 4 hours we've been going heavy with nothing but Old Styles and the Underworld fam, and it's definitely dope. Like I said, I'm streaming on 10 different sites right now, and each site, you know, it's got moderate amount of people coming in and out, you know, and checking out what's going on. Each site's gonna have, you know, recordings of it for people to actually watch again and share it, like it, whatever it may be. So for all the artists that's getting played on here tonight, you definitely getting some promotion going right now. For all the artists that's trying to get down with us, definitely hit me up, man. I got links everywhere. You can link up with me, hit me up for more info on how to get your music played in rotation on our show. Not this show. This show is for Underworld artists, but on the Priority Artist show, you definitely could get on there. It's obvious I'm not going to be on here for 24 hours sitting here listening to music and playing music. So there's going to be a point in time where I'm just going to fall back and let it do its thing on autopilot. So I'm trying not to play repeats a lot. I don't want no repeats really in the archives, but it's not much I could do. You know, my switchboard has an automatic where it'll just, you know, play what it want to play every now and then. So if I do have any repeats, though, like I said, I'll just extend the show for another hour for my boy, just so I'm basically proving a point to my boy. You know what I'm saying? I'm basically proving a point to all of y'all out there too, man. Like, this is what Underworld does. We can promote y'all. We can promote ourselves. We can promote you. We can promote people. So a lot of the people that's been calling me has been from different countries, and I think that's why it's a lot of prank calls coming through the station. But the fact that you got people in other countries tuning in, I mean, come on, that's dope. So like I said, I'm not offended. I'm not mad. I'm up. It's what, 12:10, and I'm up. I'm feeling good, you know, get ready for work tomorrow, and my show's still going to be going, you know. So for all the people out there, the phone lines are closed right now, but I definitely will be linking up with everybody throughout, you know, the day tomorrow, and the show will still be going on. So if you stop in, chill for a while, you know, listen to the music, share it, like it, you know, do what we do so we can get the show popping. We'll be back to the Priority Artist show soon. We'll be doing our thing on that in a minute. So it is what it is. Not to mention the UTB Raps Market of Beast show is definitely on the way. I'm about to start putting that together and putting that out for everybody to check out. We're talking about police brutality on there. Shouts to everybody that participated, that actually, you know, voiced their opinion on how they feel about what's going on in the world with the police brutality, you know. So it is what it is to do what it do. Like I said, shouts to Facebook, man. I must be doing something right tonight. I didn't get banned early in the show, you know. Like I said, my other sites, they usually keep going. If I get banned on, you know, YouTube or Facebook or something like that, they usually, keep going on my other sites. So that's always good too. They got restrictions where you can't just play what you want. Sometimes the artist might use a beat from somebody else, like an industry person. And, I've done it too before. You might use a beat and spit some bars on it and you put in a rotation on a show, but that's the type of stuff they ban. So that's why you might have seen me cut a few tracks short. All my peoples is on here, so certain tracks, it has other people's beats on it, and I don't want them to ban the show early. So, I'll take them off or whatever. But we definitely got a nice catalog, a nice library of music coming out of Underworld. And I'm pretty sure 4 hours into the show, a lot of people see that. Like, yeah, they got a lot of music. I didn't play no doubles yet. I haven't played no thing really twice, 3 times, 4 times. You feel me? So that's basically the point I want to show people. We got music. You can always go to undergroundentertainment.bandcamp.com and download some of this music, or hit my Cash App, Underworld, $ Underworld, and support the movement with a donation or something. So it is what it is, man. But I just love the fact that I know that I got Underworld Radio back, I got UTV Raps, and we're gonna make an impact. So that's what it's gonna do, man. Shout out to my artists though, man. All of y'all, man. Y'all definitely been doing your thing on this show. Hopefully y'all watch the archives. But y'all really need to remember why y'all started doing this and how much y'all have invested in this whole game, which is, this hip hop thing. So shouts to y'all. I done talked enough, man. Like I said, next time y'all will see me probably will be in the AM. But if you tune in and you stop through the show, much love to y'all. If you're watching the archive, much love to y'all. We're going to get into this music.
Hey, yo, what it do? It's your boy K Smash, aka Black Rhino. SoundCloud Virus Volume 2. I mean, I put a lot of work into this, man, and, you know what I'm saying? Basically, what I can say is caution.
Underworld.
Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about or think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about, what they think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me or love me. You can't name a man that stand above me. I be getting it. I be going hard. I be living it. Cause I'm a giving ball. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I switch, I'm bugging. They say I'm thugging now. I don't give a fuck what they talking about, what they think they feel. All I know is I've been 100, I've been real. Got started, they crazy now. Departed, they don't amaze me now. Name a man who better, I will shoot him down. All I know is cheddar, you do not belong around. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about or think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about, what they think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Visions of a madman, I'm about to go crazy. Welcome to these badlands that birthed this baby. Mom and pops was never there, so the streets is what raised me. Big guns, you'll probably run when they start to blaze in rapid fire like brat.
and it sounds amazing. Niggas hate the solar smash like Ronald Reagan. Keep fucking with my cash, you'll get chalked in the pavement. Mortal Kombat, finish him. That's annihilation. Wonder why niggas don't fuck with you. You an abomination. Wanna sleepwalk niggas. I'm angry and I'm impatient, but they'll never take me alive. I'll go out blazing. The only way I am trained to survive. Keep it 100, no fake. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about or think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about, what they think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real.
It's your boy Ocean and Deep Blue Sea here. That's right. Back at it again, you heard? Jersey, yeah. Up. Rise up. Y'all need to get on the motherfucking floor with this one. Where y'all at? This ain't no two-stepping here. Come on. You gotta get drunk. So, get up. Let's go, go. If he's staring at you, you better get him in the club. If he's stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. You better get him in the club. Throwing up princess, you better get him in the club. No signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Live your life, you better get him in the club. What they call it, nigga be Jacob become an alcoholic. Trying to suss it like I'ma go to the car and ready to pop shit. I got my crew in here, little they know he acting a hoe only. Give me the feeling, becoming the feeling, be making moves in here. You gotta lose it here, and I really don't have that patience. My heart start pacing, guts start pacing, all y'all niggas be laying. By the star, in the bathroom, by the star, wherever you are. But find your niggas, a clip of the trigger, they're gonna go end your job. And at the same, some of your niggas will never come complete. When we run the street, half of your niggas be dead in the street. The other half be filling my rap with this gun by getting your ass. It's all about mine, all in the time, yeah, getting that cash. Love it or hate it, this is a statement, ain't nobody gonna say shit. Go ahead and say it, see if I'm ready to give you something to pray with. That's what it is, like giving it shit, we here, flipping your way by clipping the clips. Y'all niggas is it, you're done, so call it quits. Staring at you, you better get him in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Out your girl, you better get him in the club. Throwing up princess, you better get him in the club. No signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Live your life, you better get him in the club. Yeah, we doing the B.I.G., only in the VIP. We getting the bottle, popping the bottle, we drinking Hennessy. Yeah, we rolling deep for niggas that running that step up. We getting the rapper, putting the gun, and any no one to get messed up. We throwing that salsa, having the bouncer, starting to move in here. Throwing that Tuesday in, nigga, we wearing, I'm making it stand. 20 seconds, I get in my rap and hit it, get fast. I'm loading the west, and no confessors, I'm reckless. You be dead, you take it dead. I made it clear, niggas don't really don't want to stop the train. Cause when we pop the things, body will fall like a stock and chain. I'm clocking things, going to dance, and give me brains, the level war, the scars, the butt that comes with the game. Man, I'm with the game, don't need to even specify. I'm ready to ride, get in the truck and head to paradise. I got an appetite, rifle houses, the afternight. Getting you niggas acting like getting you up, you master dice. Staring at you, you better get him in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Out your girl, you better get him in the club. Throwing that princess, you better get him in the club. No signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Live your life, you better get him in the club. Figure your niggas don't want any drama, any drama. Get in my face, the inner was made. Bit of the day to hit you with the llama. I ride up on it, you're thinking you can get away from this. Ahead of my business, but getting your fitness, have you laying in the piss. You son of a bitch, I take up for granted if you wanna get rowdy. You come to the party, act a stripper, you going to fit this shoddy. I'm running your bands, they put it in his hands, I'm doing the bands. It's a stick of gun, niggas don't really wanna see these hammers. Cause wherever you done in the dark, guaranteed will come to the light. And I swear if you stay, you gon' get stumped by the night. What all these 80s you wanna be acting crazy like I'm uploaded 380. Turn your brain to baby, I'm running up in it. Fuck how you wanna show forgiveness. It's business if your life is already gonna be ended. And that's very possible when I'm unstoppable. As opposed to killing your soul, I'm blasphemy. Staring at you, you better get him in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Out your girl, you better get him in the club. Throwing up princess, you better get him in the club. All signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Looking like you better get him in the club. Staring at you, you better get him in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Out your girl, you better get him in the club. Throwing up princess, you better get him in the club. All signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Live your life, you better get him in the club.
You know what I'm saying? Jersey up in here. Now listen, ladies. This is a time you can't be a lady. You gotta be a chick, you know what I mean? Get up. So get up on the club and shake your ass, you heard me? That's right. And know you fellas? Oh yes. This is where you get ignorant. You know what I'm saying? So when I get up, I'ma check this out. Holler at me. Yo, what? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him. You gotta get him. You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him. You gotta get him. Yeah.
Nah, leave it right there. I kinda like that instrumental. Yeah. Alright, give me just a minute.
There's a song right here?
Nah, ain't no song, I'ma talk. Let me just jump in it. To begin it, I'm pissed off at what I'm hearing now. I feel like Simon Cowell, man, I'm throwing in the towel. I flipped the radio station on and then I heard this.
92.5 is where hip-hop lives.
I was like, hell yeah, and I'm waiting for things. The show was sponsored by. Some guy was talking about how his law firm can't lie. And then the first track began, it was like a techno rap blend. But I swear on all my friends, Gaga was spitting at the end. Then the next song started playing, it was Young Money. That's good, at least this track's kinda hood, something that I understood. But that one went off, and they played another one.
Yo, was they playing another Young Money track, son?
Yeah, they was, and another one, then another one after that. And then Rihanna was singing about how she loved the way you slap. Then a Justin Bieber rap with Snoop singing in the back. And then a DJ cut the music and said,
hip-hop is
WTF? They made me LMAO. I'm looking for who's in charge. What the hell is Scott Mayo? So it was time to flip the station. I was on a hip-hop binge looking for something so hot it could singe, yo. Let's get it in. I switched the station.
Young Money.
I switched it again.
Young Money.
I switched it again. Lil Wayne was singing. It kinda sound funny. I ain't no dummy, man. I'm underground where hip-hop's always found. If all the hungry MCs die right now, you couldn't climb the mound. So with thousands of lyricists that spit around the globe, why the radio make it where only certain stories get told? How Gaga spit with 50 Cent and we find it okay. Yeah, when we feel something's real, the man is like, now Ludacris going country, man. Hip hop's got me pissed. If this here's the class we in, this class should be dismissed. I couldn't take it. I turned it off and powered up the box. Television gives a vision that I'm living what I'm not.
Yo, this track here is hot. I didn't know they had a video. The lyrics just okay, but I like how the beat flow. Damn, look it on the booty, it's bouncing there in the back. But I thought this track was about him growing up and selling crack. I bet it was broken in the hood and made it out like big and juicy. So why everything she wearing in this video is made of Gucci?
I don't know, cousin, they bugging. Where did hip hop go? I'm looking everywhere, yo. Where's Carmen Sandiego?
For real.
Damn, it's hard to Lego like Egos, but if they say so, we'll just have to lay low and keep an underground flow. So keep that on the down low. I'm so angry it makes my skin green. No hip hop for my ears. There ain't no hip hop on this screen. No hip hop to be seen anywhere. I've been everywhere. I took this trip on Con Air to see what I could find there. I ain't trying to say every track that's out is garbage. It's just trash and stink till you think I just passed gas and farted. I'm mad like my car ain't started.
That makes me mad too.
We can help them out, but they don't want us. What are we to do? MP3s get downloaded cause it was worth it to buy. You don't believe us? Check the album sales. The numbers don't lie. Y'all put on your dancing suits, sing the blues and tune your auto. Now y'all living in the age where auto tunes is like your motto. Sipping $1,000 bottles like that's gonna make you drunker. Thinking that it's safe till the grenades up in your bunker. I ain't trying to punk 'em. I ain't trying to make 'em mad. But hip hop ain't all I got. It's just all that we used to have.
Yeah. Why don't you just put in the Crisis CD?
Oh, I forgot all about that.
Turn off that radio.
You round when we touch the ground. Don't make a sound or else you might get found. If I was you, I'd try to get a clue. If they with you, then they could get it too. Your crew is
and you are locked down. Your clan is locked down, and your man's are locked down. No, whenever we decide to come around, our mercy take you all back underground. You ain't Mary J, but damn it, I must say, this ain't rare to us, we do this every day. And while you down there, better bend your head and pray. Not that it matters, I'm gon' do this anyway. It's bad enough, y'all took the hip-hop from my world, but now you acting like the gangster, yet you singing like a girl. You going down like boats with holes and holes. Take all you got and then I spend it on some clothes. And I don't mean you're going down for a little while. You going down so long when you wake up, your life is out of style. And when you're going down, you're never going up. I'm fighting titans, you scrapping with Scooby Bug. Somebody left the latch off the cage. Now I clean up after you give me a minute maid. I'm hungry like I'm never getting paid. If you was down and that is where you should've stayed. Don't be around when we touch the ground. Don't make a sound or else you might get found. If I was you, I'd try to get a clue. If they with you, then they could get it too. Your crew is locked down, and you are locked down. Your clan is locked down, and your man's are locked down. No, whenever we decide to come around, our mercy take you all back underground. If you on top, I hope you got a parachute. I told this chick her nails was nice and hair was cute. She going down. My own horn is something I don't care to chew, but I swear that I'm so hot, it's like I'm wearing 20 suits. You got it all, but all you got ain't stopping me. I fight a tournament that's biting my property. If you're gonna do, then you wanna do it properly. My intelligence proper to philosophy to Socrates. Why is evil mocking me? It's sloppily, just copies me. Every lemon chop from me makes me react so shockingly. This is not what you want. Since I got a lot of back, I don't front. I'm in the game, it's no shame, I never played. If he was down and that is where you should've stayed. Don't be around when we touch the ground. Don't make a sound or else you might get found. If I was you, I'd try to get a clue. If they with you, then they could get it too. Your crew is locked down, and you are locked down. Your clan is locked down, and your man's are locked down. No, whenever we decide to come around, our mercy take you all back underground.
Receiving even more reports of the spread of the epidemic. At this point in time, there is no cure. No cure. What we do know is that the virus is extremely dangerous. The infected are flesh-eating and highly lethal and will attack any living thing. If you find yourself in a threatening position, do not hesitate to act. The government is taking reasonable actions to control the infection.
It's Ocean Style. Yeah. And it's the track. Hustle hard or die now. It's a lot of things you gotta know about this. It ain't about just pushing on the block. It's about what you do. It's all about you when you grind. It's my sign, y'all. They call me Mr. 24/7, 365. A hot boy snowman. Push those pies, push them right up the curb till they need a supplies. Just have to keep some feet and have them leaning to the side. They say streets so watch it to watch me hard. Pitching every seat and hand money and raw. The cops that come by, guns pointing at you. One day I'ma snatch, I'll be watching you guys. Middle finger pointing back, hell if I see a cell. These blocks, these beans, it's how I make bills. It's how I make sales, better than Jordan. Hustling over career, it's more important. Keep eyes on the rise and never be talking. Street secrets when they creep up and have you lost it. It's more like a war and having you costing. Be proud to be loud and never get caught in your trap. Around here, better know where you at.
trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap. Hustle hand in hand like hand me that, rewind me back, remind me that this game got me strapped. This game got me strapped for the scrap. Pigs and racks, I get clapped in the back in the show. I'm high off a sack and some cognac. Hustle purse to Zacks, perps and packs, twerk with that. Watch it come back to back for crack like fans came back for real rap. Yo, I got G's pack, yo, my G's pack follow, man. Got the $12 grands. I'm a scholar with hands, I'm a wallow with fans and groupies that wanna do me for cream. Y'all don't even know what that mean. I hustle t-shirts, kicks, porn flicks, and bootleg jeans. And I got the green, I'ma get paid to sock you. I'ma rock you, pay to pop you. I'ma cock too. On your avenue, drop you like a red cockatoo. What you wanna do?
Around here, better know where you at. Niggas round here stay strapped, or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap. Shit around here, we don't play that. That's how a nigga get clapped, or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap. Hustle man, I honor your hands. How you make sales as fast as you can. Known to watch corners, seek out your plan. Keep minding your money. Street fitted. There's a lot of rules. First one, you don't snitch. Get caught by the law, start hiding your strip. Make it known to these faggots who you trust and believe. Cause the difference got harder who wears it on the sleeve. I see it when they speak, or hear it when they preach. The fair, all fair, it displays when they sleep. You gotta learn and you teach, earn and you keep. You can't keep a chain that has but still asleep. It's gonna slow you down. Wanna grow, make it known, and then hold you down. Nigga, they know you now. And every fault that happens comes with mistakes. But what doesn't kill you have you lost in the game? Us around here better know where you at. Niggas around here stay strapped, or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap. Shit around here, we don't play that. That's how a nigga get clapped.
We who right here, by my side. Only you, baby, right there, when I got you. Only you, when I have you, will be flying. Only you, will be my
Had the cock back the blicker on the nigga. I'm like, click, clack, shawty got crazy kickback. Made this lazy boy, kick back. Yo, you brought me mad stacks, keep my enemies way back. Stay strapped since way back. Street sweeper, spray cats, 44s and Galagos for 30 hoes. Get those rip souls out of assholes for being assholes. Ass sounds and hoodies and black holes. K-Smash, can you show them how that Mac flow? Y'all battle rap foes, we attack hoes. Those who pull, Joseph up, hold, all who really roll. Pull this go, nosy niggas blasting they nose, blast out they clothes. Who really knows with them strains go? Fuck what you know is pay what you owe, brother. I will take another for my many brothers run for cover. This gun is so big, brother, there is no cover. You a dead motherfucker like you fuck my baby mother.
We who right here, by my side. Only you, will be right there, when I got you. Only you, when I count you, will be flying. Only you, will be my countdown for life. I come through in that all black, made back, laid back, turning neighborhoods into a racetrack. Case smash back, and I'm big like an ape's back. Sawed off shotty, and it comes with a kickback. 40 shots, double 40 clocks. I got the shot where it's whipped back. 38, no trace, so I can ditch that. Rifle from 10 yards, I can't miss that. Hit your wife, hit you, and then aim where your kids at. Niggas know me, man, I'm never phony. You already know how I do, nigga, just ask my homies. Screaming AK, don't give them 47. Scrap, leave them alive. 4-5 is guaranteed the nigga die. When I'm gripping this Eagle Smith &
let the jump when they leave you dead. Rip through the skull. After that, we can see your head or see your brains. This nigga's insane. Case Smash is in the game, nigga. You niggas lame. We alright. I might say only you will be right there when I die. Only you when I got you. Bullets flying. Only you will be my gun for all I need. Only you.
I eat breakfast 300 yards from 4,000 Cubans who are trained to kill me, so don't think for 1 second that you can come down here, flash a badge, and make me nervous.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast.
What? When we in the club, then we hit them like what? Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit them like what? What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? 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 When we in the club, then we hit them like what? Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit them like what? What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? 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 Old style, original style, been original from then to now. Rip about, spit it out, more shit than bows. Forfeit, go in the down, cause I go in pal, lock and low, rock and roll, stop and go, got the dough, I back the flow, lock the show, for show. Got the hip hop spot, you can all hit up. Thugs and gangsters get big up. Live niggas get up like the pip up. We open big cups enough to make you spit up. Dedicated to my niggas like throwing chin up. Pour it out for those who went up, went down. No need to frown. Since I wear the crown, I'm going down for all my gangster niggas not around. We are original style like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got the dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. What? 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 It don't stop. New age of hip hop, my reign is dirty as big flop, dirty as kid rock. If I did rock, I rock heavy metal. Since I carry heavy metal, get an MTV slot. I'm the remedy of hip hop. It's go the enemy on the block. I'm simply that hot. Al Green grits in the pot. Hot is the anthem in the club dancing. Cheers like they're dancing. Some say I'm a beast. Chicks think I'm handsome. Beans need a fix a handsome. So my man's got them brands moving random. Heard the feds camping. Keys to the abandoned. Then I'm ghost like the Phantom. Out for blood vamping. I'm underground lamping. Reppin' Brick City back to Camden. It's the JFK, stop rambling. Y'all niggas don't want none. Like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because to your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like
Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like, what you think your tub catch up because so your guts like,
I'm about to one take this shit, man. Serious shit. About to go harder. Shout out to the battle we have, cause I'm about to freestyle. I'm fucked up. Watch this shit, love. Watch me go harder. Then the break in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit. I ain't I'm about to go harder. I don't care what you do. You rollin' with my underworld crew. Watch us go harder. You can get off my dick. You niggas making hits, you ain't right shit. We about to go harder than the game ever seen. Underworld is the realest on your screen, man. How we go harder. Y'all don't bother. I be the motherfucking father. Underworld founder. And I'm coming back just to show ya how we about to let you know the original styles is in here. I don't give a fuck, this is that shit I don't care. Y'all niggas best beware. Yeah, cause you know we going harder. The motherfucker niggas better squatter. Going harder than the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit. I ain't we about to go harder. I don't care what you do if you ain't rolling with my damn crew. Feel me? Watch us go harder. You can get off my dick. You niggas making this, you ain't don't right know, bro. Shit. We about to go harder than the game ever seen. Underworld is the realest on your screen. Listen, I'm about to go harder. This is free rap. Freestyle right shit, no, fuck that crap, I'm back. Yes. Original styles type of rap. Yo. JFK is back on the trap. Shit like X-Lax, it's the fact. I just do that hard shit. Whoa. I come back with my squad with Underworld. Yes. Yes, y'all. Yes. Yes, y'all. Yes. We the best, y'all. Pass the test, y'all. Go. Niggas know that's that real type of rap. Y'all niggas don't want to scrap. This is real shit. Real going harder. Y'all niggas better squad up, cause we got to go. Then the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is the hit. I ain't even right. We about to go harder. I don't care what you do if you ain't rolling with my damn crew. We about to go harder. You can get off my dick. You niggas making y'all not listening, you ain't right shit. We about to go harder than the game ever seen. If you hit with me, rolling with the squad, man, you better go harder. Old styles, let's get 'em. Go. The underworld father, we about to go harder. I don't care what you do if you ain't rolling with my damn. You not hear from me, we about to go harder. Turn the beat up, I don't give a fuck, a nigga getting beat up if they fuck with us. Underworld is the real type of scripture, no discussion. I'ma start busting on your niggas acting like y'all don't know who the hype is. When I write shit, it's exclusive. This a freestyle hype, no type of right shit. This is just spit from the mouth cause I'm hype kid. And we not playing around. About to lay this shit down. Your new niggas bunch of clowns. We going harder right now. We going harder right now. We going harder right now. Freestyle. Call the nigga old style. Old styles is JFK. JFK put it down. Going harder than the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit. I ain't even about to go harder. I don't care what you do. You ain't rolling with my damn crew. We going a little harder. You can get off my dick. You niggas making hits. Freestyle, nigga. I'm about to go harder. Then the game I ain't even write this shit. I just hype the shit, nigga. I always go harder. Then the brick in this bitch. The shit right here is a hit. One take. I did not write this. I don't care what you do. If you ain't rolling with my damn crew, you fucked up doing this underworld shit. You can get off my dick. I just spit the rap from my fucking dome sack from the fucking trap. It's true facts. Reality rap is back. Original stats going harder. Squatter. Squatter. We about to go harder.
Find my way. See you again some far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But sorry, can you ride my
spiffy. Shorter on with me. If she piffy, she piffy. With me, leaving with me, she won't forget me. Gentlemen like Farnsworth, Bentley. Underground king run the industry, know the city. This my city, Brick City. Forgive me, I run shit. It's him hogging on the hot chick. You know they love good. Yo, I got you, haven't you won? It's nothing. I ain't stunting. I'm fronting. We about to get blunted. I'ma put something in your stomach. Can you catch that? Can you catch that? I'ma smash that kitty cat, front to back, ass smack, all that. We can toss some bread, roll around the bed, break that ass off at the office instead. She rather give me head. She wanna ride my way till I'm dead.
See you against my far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But shawty came right my way. Shit's just stacking high all day. Chillin' on this block all day. You could leave or you could stay.
Wave could kill you. She place this face on $1 million bill. You could place this face among strap as a shrill. This chick all on my grill. This chick wanna test a skill. This chick wanna cop a fill. Tryna see how the insides feel. Yo, my rib shots hit spots you did not even know was there. Get crazy as a bear when them legs in the air. Shake the chandelier. We could wait the hemisphere and still don't care. I could take you everywhere and go nowhere, but I gotta hit the block. I got to show those there. For sure, I'ma blow this. Yeah, my fault I'm all hyped up. I got it in your head. I'm not a millionaire, but if you're there when I'm there, you can ride my wave by the head like a leg.
See you against my far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But shawty came right my way. My chips is stacking high all day. Chillin' on this block all day.
DJ J Millie, sound like money, baby.
Talking nasty like some more, so I shut the engine off, get out. Tell her to close the door as they walk into my house. She getting freaky like a whore. I'ma tear that kitty up, turn that sexy out.
Slowly for the sexy women out there, the sexy ladies out there. Let's get them leave.
I take you what I know that you been needing, but I'm getting you to open up your legs. Toss them on my shoulder. I'ma keep you up all night just like a couple soldiers. Like it's just a number, even though you're older. I'ma rock your body like I'm rocking.
Bring that shit back.
Make it, baby girl, and I'ma show you how. I'ma rock your body like I'm rocking out. See you against some far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But shawty came right my way. My chips is stacking out all day. Chillin' on this block all day. You could leave or you could stay. But shawty came right my way.
Had to bring that wave back, smooth it out real quick for y'all old style. You know how we do. My man Nick Dad. Just for all my online friends out there. Facebook, Twitter, tag.com, all that old good shit. Yo, Nico, tell me what you were saying.
If you didn't get it, baby girl, I'ma show you how. I'ma rock your body like the Rocky Mountain boulders.
I guess that says it all. It's your boy Old Styles back for y'all, man. We going in. I'm the JFK of Jersey, if you didn't know. CEO of Underground ENT, the motherfucking avatar of hip hop.
Yeah. Your boy K Smash. Black lives matter everywhere, not just here in the USA. You dig?
It's a must. Protect and serve the community. How you protect and serve when you shooting me? Seem like we going faster.
R.I.P. Alton Sterling, Philando. Y'all not dying in vain. We standing up for y'all for real.
I don't resist, but I still get a need. It's becoming a disaster.
and that's why Black Lives Matter.
I was selling CDs by the corner store, an everyday hustle. It was a struggle trying to get them off. Cops on my ass, in the flash, I'm face on the floor. Knees in my back, I'm trying to tussle, trying to get them off. Turn around, I'm on the ground like what you arresting me for. Stop resisting, but I was not resisting no more. No weapon, cop draws his gun, no protection, no time to run, no last time to see my son. Gun pressed against my chest, a vest, I really needed one. Tilt my head to the sky like you might be receiving one. Black Lives Matter, but please don't let me be an easy one. I was murdered in cold blood, but justice, we get it done. Took me at a young age, unity, we needed some.
Serve the community. How you protect and serve when you shooting me. Seem like we going faster, and that's why Black Lives Matter. Hands up, but you still shooting me. I don't resist, but I still get a knee. It's becoming a disaster, and that's why Black Lives Matter.
Birthday right around the corner. Gotta get the fresh cut. Wife and daughter still sleep. I guess it's time to wake them up. Get to the shop. You know me, I gotta leave fresh as fuck. Get in the car, let's buckle up, cause safety is a must. We on the road, it's all labs. Slightly pushing on the gas. I use my signal just to pass. Look in the rear view. See the cops on my ass. Lights come on. I pull over to the shoulder. License in my back pocket. Gun sitting in my holster. I know how to stay calm. Reaching for my license really got me shot in the arm. Bullet spins, it goes through while it's collapsed in my lung. Seatbelt in place, my body numb. I'm scared and my breath is gone. Skin color makes me strong. I'm dead for doing no wrong. My constitutional right said I can bear arms. Now there is no wrong. Now there's no order in this order. This cop shot me in front of my girl and my daughter.
Protect and serve the community. How you protect and serve when you shooting me. Seem like we going faster, and that's why Black Lives Matter. Hands up, but you still shooting me. I don't resist, but I still get a knee. It's becoming a disaster, and that's why Black Lives Matter.
We are now entering a revolution. For all y'all out there that see what's going on, you see what we see, you feel how we feel. We realize all lives do matter. This is true. We're speaking on those that we're seeing every day that we're losing at an alarming rate due to police brutality. We are now entering a revolution. For all y'all out there that can't do something, say something. We are here for you. This is the underworld. Shouts to everybody riding with this movement. Let's help make this movement spread like a virus.
I guess I done said everything I gotta say, man. Shout out to all my crews, man, my squads. Underworld officials, definitely. If you're an Underworld official, stay an Underworld official, because when we get to the top, can't be stopped. So that's what it is to all my Underworld official people, my affiliates. Shout out to my supporters. I never call you fans because you supporters. Got love for you. I just want everybody to realize, man, everything you hear, everything you listening to is not recorded in, you know, $1 million studio or with a famous producer, or, you know, these is all underworld producers and artists, and we all go hard. So I give shouts and salutes to all of y'all, anybody that, you know, donated a beat for the CD right here. Shout outs to Coast DJs. For all y'all out there that is listening, a lot of these tracks that you hear strictly from a Coast to Coast DJs instrumental CDs. Underworld is what it is. It's Underworld all day, Underworld for life. We definitely doing what we do. Watch out for Crisis and Case Mass, because they definitely about to come and show y'all something. And I'm falling back and I'm chilling on the CEO status style. So
ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to Coast mixtape DJ. Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to Coast mixtape DJ.
Your boy, Smash.
UWO, Underworld Officials. H is on top to the world blow, nigga. You dig? Start from the top, I'm looking for the drop. Got the streets on watch and they looking for the cops. I'm holding the gun, which one do I pop? I just let off 5 and got one more shot. And since you in the kitchen while the water is hot, well guess who's getting hit with that boiling pot? I'm not trying to send a diss, I'm just sending a shot for anybody in my way, on my way to the top. Well give me a reason to pull out these 9 seasons. Slide down my sleeve and bust him in his chest, that'll give him slow breathing. Leave a nigga wheezing for committing that treason. Flatline even, twin Glock for this, 1 Cal, 1 Keen, and I'm living this life, these niggas is still dreaming. These shots that I gotta take you out for the season. Elected for another poor nigga, I'm not leaving.
I'm from the hood, but you already know. I get it poppin', but you already know. They show me love, but you already know. I got the plug, but you already know. So please don't get gas, cause you already know. I'm in my bag and you already know. My waist, I got the mag, but you already know. Stay in place for shit get bad, cause you already know.
Watch me work with the level I'm on. When I spit, you get sick at my spectacular form. Can't smash, no, that's not it, my whole squad is strong. I see royalty, for that foolery, then your loyalty gone. Game of chess, I'm a king, I don't talk to no pawns. My circle tight, play me wrong, get left right on the lawn. I'm the clutch, a warrior. Got the soul of LeBron. With this music, start acting stupid once the beat come on. Start to lose it, it gets the music when the beat go off. Start rhyming at 15 and I ain't never fell off. Any beat I make weak, make a vet look soft. My suggestion of first impression, Big L's resurrection. I'm here for hip hop, y'all about the pay collection. I live from the waistline, and I don't beef on the internet. This 40 get you FaceTime. You take 7 valuable player, I call that game time.
I'm from the hood, but you already know. I get it poppin', but you already know. They show me love, but you already know. I got the plug, but you already know. So please don't get gas, cause you already know. I'm in my bag and you already know. My waist, I got the mag, but you already know. Stay in place for shit get bad, cause you already know.
Choosing. Instead of bruising, the stages we're using. Now here's the conclusion.
I'm on a whole nother mission. Think of what you risking for you went to competition. You don't listen, never missing when I'm spitting these verbal visions that's causing collisions. I get ripping, got me started like ignition. Wishing that my premonition of leaving your limbs sitting in the pool of your own blood and written. I'm not kidding. Put my bid in like prison. Keep insisting and open cans of ass whipping till your back flipping, get hooked like bass fishing. Don't ask questions as if you could keep living. Unanimous decision. So pissed off, I'm still pissing. You ain't biting, you hissing. Give you a shaky hand incision. Blind barber clipping. Blood Jericho dripping. The way I'm hitting it's like something was hitting in my mitten. So forbidden. You know I'm sickening the way I'm kicking them. Neo recognition, I'm the one, son, you cringing. If beats don't heat like an engine, I go through withdrawal like I'm binging. Give me binging You'll get stuff like vaccinations. Any hesitation when we do evacuation. Think of what you facing, we still talk like innovation. How you keep on hating, then start running like you racing. Since you on the trial like you got wild on the patient. Guns be blazing, leave no fingerprints for tracing. No trace dudes like Wally without the complication. Transformation, who's banner radiation. Nations waiting, detonation, devastation. We underground like down below your basement. Moving off your feet until you meet top aviation. Zoning when I'm born and gives me cigarette temptation. Demonstrating how I got hot like bacon. That's still bacon. Pain sensation like child making. Swing like Spider-Man, that's amazing. Meteors and things in my exterior containment. Replacing thoughts with rhymes with minds vacant. Breaking jaws and walls shaking. Making you change your destination to a suburb location. We answer foes when they provoking. Thinking why you choking when you never started smoking. You still hoping that I'm finished getting open. No scoping targets cause the heart is not approaching. Voting for removal, you do not want me emotional. Toasting victories, my promotion got me boasting. Posting caution, oceans cold as ocean. Frigid frozen, roller coaster on your coat until it's swollen. Use your head for boating, remote controlling. Stolen missions for exporting tissues to think I'm holding. Never miss your body folding, damn I thought I told him. Hurts like blows to your scrotum. Worldwide like modems, top of the totem. Record golden. Rolling like Stephen Hawking, holding his knees. Got my funk and cheese molded. Nancy skis hocus. Tokens go like locomotion. Throw blows at your gut till you up throwing. Going anger with no danger showing. Risking like acid, lotion past joking. Crack the cast open, leave your abs half broken. Now you freeze like you posing. I'ma lift you like you floating. Hit you like ghosts is the chosen disposal.
We stay abused of these stages, we have that is the conclusion. Refusion, fusion, perfect fusion, transfusion, fusion. We stay abused of these stages, we have that is the conclusion. Refusion, fusion, perfect fusion, transfusion, fusion. We stay abused of these stages, we have that is the conclusion.
This song is very mental. If your mind is not open, you might not understand this shit. Y'all gotta say this shit for me. Say this shit for me. Say it. Say it. I will never be broken. Say that shit, y'all. Say that shit, yo. I will never be broken. Feel this shit, y'all. Feel this shit. Come on. I will never be broken. I know y'all like that. We about to go and come on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now here's my plan. Yo, I'm back on my political politics shit. Y'all really wanna get high and dance in this bitch like that's all we got to spit. That's it. It's alright, here I go. Turn up. If you sold your soul on your way to hell, I hope you burn up. Trying to bring a brother down. Using ignorance, trying to bring a brother down. So it's always man down. Cause a real strong dude will never back down till he dead in the ground. I only give my real niggas pounds like it's a pound. They take the pound and move that pound around the whole town like this shit is going down. That's why words spoken. Never be broken. Even when you're feeling useless as a somewhere token. Keep faith while your niggas keep hoping. Never know what the unknown be knowing. In these streets, G's be holding. Texas AKs, I rep NYC, PA, NJ, back to FLA. Got soldiers down to ride for me. What's it fight for me? Like a rivalry. What you gotta say? Gotta never be broken another day. Shouts to the brother J, consistent elevation every day. Cause I live these revelations every day. I'm so blessed by the best, I'm okay. This bomb shit has no detonation on this day. Who's to say? Press Obama, the bomb in every way. Escape ghosts provoke us niggas to stay away. It's an outrage. Pussy cats acting like lions in the cage. Politics to make a young nigga age. Watch what you do, cause they trying to toss you front page. Leave your ass broken, catch you drinking while you smoking wide open. On my overflow, some don't even know about their own oracle. And speak to future and it's constant. It knows before you even know, call it conscious. Make your mark, live your life, remain conscious. Cause these streets ain't beat for that nonsense. Why these imposters coming back to the hood? Hell hostage, coast to coast like you can't get ghost. Roll through the hood, nonchalant, bitch nigga get roast. Like fuck the fame, fuck your game. These niggas in the game to change. Some things still remain the same. Stay in your own lane. Never tell a hating nigga that you own thing. When you see things, you don't know no thing. Cause you too may be hit with them hot things. I'm just saying in these streets they ain't playing cause they hungry. These niggas don't matter. These goons don't wanna rob a bank. Yo, they rather rob rappers. Quick money, it's less chance of capture. And the boys don't really care if a nigga blast ya. All my people shout, never be broke for this next chapter. Here we go, here we go. Never be broke, yeah.
Say that shit, y'all. Say that shit, yo. I will never be broken. Feel this shit, y'all. Feel this shit, come on. I will never be broken. I know y'all like that. We about to go and come on.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Hustle on the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone. I say I'm bad to the bone. True hustle on the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone. I'm bad to the bone.
Let me switch my tone, underworld. Old styles, let me get this. Turn your headphones up while I spit the sick shit. Underworld officials, you already know I live this. A train bond to go, exactly where your kids live. Black ops swag, no camping where I live. Can't come back for that third time like them two did. K-Smash holding it down, don't let me lose it. The face of the officials, old styles show me the movement. Get down, I lay down, I had you looking stupid. I walk into the side like you under the influence. We moving, stay winning, y'all stay losing. K-Smash the best, it's been proven. You already know niggas when we get the cash, looking for that steady dough, gotta bring the Remy back. But these dudes on that lay low, for that yayo, let that lay go and jump if he say so. Pockets fat like the ass on J-Lo. Underworld niggas salute us.
Back to the bone. True hustle on the game, everybody knows. To the bone. I say I'm bad to the bone. True hustle in the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone.
Out the ashes, enjoy these ratchet hoes and motherfuckers that'll stab you in the back quick. Damn, but you had a matching thing like an ammo. Apex, pretty damn man for your burial. This is my territory, think I'm scared of y'all. Throw me the click, I fucks with. Shit, but how can you when you ain't done shit? You say you run shit, but how can you when you ain't done shit? Yo. Always find kicks to your jaw, Bruce Lee. TKO, show no mercy, but you chose to verse me, but you learning. Every time I make you look dumb, your stomach turning with fear. Shed them tears when you fall, I won't get you when you drop. You think you will a spot, you think you bad, take everything you ever had, destroy your past, take over the future, set my own path. Concept you'll never grasp, you a plain dumbass, and you know it's true too, think I give a fuck about you. Take back and have some realization, twist slam on this track, eradicating, bitch. What you want? Nothing.
Back to the bone. True hustle on the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone. I say I'm bad to the bone. True hustle on the game.
With all this competition around, man, I got issues. They find it hard to hold it down, man, I got issues. When your family's not around, man, I got issues. To overcome this, stand your ground, man, I got issues. 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 With all this competition around, man, I got issues. I find it hard to hold it down, man, I got issues. When your family's not around, man, I got issues. To overcome this, stand your ground, man, I got issues.
Grandma, Pops, this for y'all. Told you I was going up, straight to the top. Let's go. Mark of the king, I was told I was destined to rise. I told my pops don't go, I seen death in his eyes. Bigger problems, bigger issues make it hard to decide. You let it build until it fill or you erupt inside. Either the problems get bigger or you drink and you drive. 6 shots to spin the barrel, guess I'm wanting to die. The burden on my back is bigger than what I'm feeling inside. Won't tell myself the truth, so I'm believing the lie.
Man, I got issues. With all this competition around, man, I got issues.
family's not around, man, I got issues. To overcome this, stand your ground, man, I got issues. 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 Man, I got issues.
Left for dead to put thoughts in your head. Could've been weak. I watch the streets and make competition instead. Knowledge I never lack when you constantly fed. Snakes always get caught cause they constantly shed. The real nigga not gon' bitch if he making his bed. The real nigga not gon' snitch if he know what he did. Weak niggas is small talking. Man live how we live. Raised by grandmas and pops, so it's hard for the kid. Turn boys to men, now I see what you did. And since both of you gone, I'ma have to finish the trend. I gotta stay strong, even though I'm dying within. Pause, I can't pause with so much on the fence. I gave my word to big stage, pop, let's make this dent. The time we now losing is gone. That's the time I'm missing we spent. I'm sick, I feel like I hit with a brick. And since I can't say it to you, this my time to vent. No more jail, no more pain. Life is what you gain. The legend deserted fame. The world you bought changed. The reason is for my name. This leather is straight to heaven and it's already sent.
Man, I got issues. With all this competition around, man, I got issues. I find it hard to hold it down, man, I got issues. But when your family's not around, man, I got issues. To overcome this, stand your ground, man, I got issues. Man, I got issues. Man, I got issues. Man, I got issues.
Pick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccups, get your wick bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut. This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccups, what? Get your wick bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut.
Get your neck screwed like Dave Chappelle. Fucking with the stick up in the CPL. Where I be, where I dwell. You love me, I'm money hungry. Like Alan Peggy Bundy, you got me and money talk. Sucker motherfucker, actress sucker. How I represent them dead presidents across the globe. Back to my residence with no hesitance, negligence, just intelligence, stative, imperative, relevance. Break it down simile, metaphor, compound, pronoun is proud. Freestyle, written down styles is the wildest. Every beat coincide, ride this. Back off that MC, it's me. If we really enemies to eternity, that ain't concerning me, just turning me. Arsonistic, twisted, ripping, splitting, sparks, bitch. Now your voice horse as a heifer. Bitch ass Mike Molester, hollow as a green pepper, one-legged ass stepper. Jersey rapper, blunt nectar, I'm a stack it.
This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccups, get your wick bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut. This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccups, get your wick bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut.
I stand on mine, draw a line in the dirt. Cross the border and beware, you best prepare for the work. Saying words that hurt, thought you was winning at first. Until your abdomen burst, wasn't prepared for the worst. Now you're thinking you're cursed, disperse my energy and ministry. If you my enemy, I get dangerous like chemistry. Befriending me, yo CDL, we got another one. Shit is over, son. You better run when this blunt is done. We just work through control too that you ain't heard of. That's my word up. My fingers sticky, you just stir up. Nobody heard of. You niggas faking in the matrix. You got me stirred up, and I'm heated like some cake mix. I'm certified to be an assassin. Faith and feet in concrete. Have you single with Sebastian? I cut off my hands so I can hit you with some ill shit. You feeling so bad? Your baby come out with the equipment to evil. Pulling stunts like Knievel. Make your fiance leave you and now she fucking my peoples. And we causing a ruckus. Don't fuss, kick the bucket. Fuck it, don't matter. These niggas can't control your flat or
This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccup, get your wick bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut. This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccup, get your wick bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut.
I used to beat kids. Now I mistreat the feet kids, not the weak kids. That run for a weak kid. Let's get it over with. Hit with the Range Rover. Bitch, pray to Jehovah. And hope he know you like you supposed to. When the change in the game, it's only getting worse. I wanna be the last, to be the first. We're hurt, to be in the dirt. Yo, get the fuck back.
I'ma cock back the gas to leave you bleeding. Never let your nigga know the pain that he would be receiving. Keep you believing I'm the maddest killer with no fear. Sit behind your forces like your nigga from the rear. I torture innocent souls before I come complete my task. I love to make my victims aftermath of my raps. Now I laugh. Oh, excuse me. Nigga tried to blast, but let's just say you on the Uzi.
This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger on your damn wrist. Up.
Stick up. Stick up, kids in effect. Peace out to the killer Dame.
This is stick
my
up.
nigga Montana Max. My nigga Wild Star. My brother Crisis. Original Styles back off the MC. What? My CBL. What's up to them guys that Star Family? Know what I'm saying? Brick City. Down by LOA Productions. Mac Beat Studios. Niggas getting jacked for the 2000 and world renowned.
Stick up. Nigga, get up.
It's for all y'all who supposed to be seeing me in the street. Pete me. Stick up, kid.
Get up.
Coming to life, death to life, back to fight. Soon as I came back, I jumped in the sight like I was rocking the mic. Cause I'm the type that makes you singles I didn't write. It's a freestyle high that got me nice. I'm that girl with spice that nibble on your ear like Mike Tyson, making you tumble like dominoes. I came back to bring drama to hoes who oppose like they my foes. Rockin' icebergs, Agorex, and mosquito clothes. They still pouring in shows. I see cause they weave on hold out of control. Niggas ain't bold, rap till I'm old. Bring you to those who sleep drooling on pillows. My flows hit like blows.
Shots your way. Wanna tell our games. Tell our games. Bust your brains, bang, bang. Tell our games.
Techniques be sweet, but revenge is better. Craze twisted at the bar, head light as a feather. Sewing my click together. Bond killer dames, unbreakable. 3 swift bitches quick to dominate you. Slick with the gripper. Have you kicking like Flipper, dangerous like Jack the Ripper, criminalettes, 211 zippers, rugged as tears alive. Yo, praise, pudgy Janai on the dolo for show though. Puffin' mad mom, stay high, killers make it happen. Criminalettes kicking in doors like feds rapping. They call me Slappy cause I start slapping. If you ain't clap, better start clapping. Pudgy star shit, there's only one of me, you don't want none of me. I have you running, see next in the industry, best to be coming raw, CBL, criminal by law. Tryna battle me with Leah, throw sword, no styles original like mom, baseline, face farm, was spitting lace rhymes ahead of my time all the time. Watch me as I climb, you be speeches like mine, the shook bitches hanging from clotheslines with broken spines and open minds. I chase down the feet niggas who tried to race with mine. They ain't wasted minds. I stay reserved in herb. That's how I recline. Spit words and shit on the road. When they spit them lines, I get a criminal mind. My style is divine. Nobody fucking with mine. Can't attach no strings to this. Craze ain't for the weakness. You get dismissed it. Trying to get my brain twisted. No time for games. Been there, done that. Get a new track. Your words is too lame for me. No need to try to entertain me. I'm bored before you start. I say words that'll crush you and rip the fucking heart apart. Gritting your teeth, mumbling remarks. Point my gun and it sparks. Take a run in the park.
Shout outs to the whole underworld. It's the movement. We moving. Let's go.
Underworld.
no trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true hustle underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers. No trust. For them big motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers. What you want, don't press the issue. My inform, y'all show no mercy. Fuck courtesy. Survival in this world. Careful before you profile me. Twist the answer back with a vengeance. Now you know to never question my aggression. It's been years suppression, violent unleashing tension. Never sweat these rookies, don't have time for these pussy ass bitches. You were never on my level, cause I'm mental, but a genius, more like a hunter. It's open season, no reason. Lay out these cards, time to making friends with retards. More like they idiots, they out for themselves, acting like they top shelf, but they ain't, they at the bottom. Yeah, fuck with us, and we stop. Ain't dealing with that fake shit, nah. Twisted Slim, K-Smash, young frames, ain't afraid of bruh. Fight it. Come on, y'all, underworld, y'all, radio, no trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true hustle underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers. No trust. For them big motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Yeah. Cause we're better brothers. I put in work, nigga, all you need to do is check my flow. You niggas hating while I'm working, smoking, counting down. So on the AB, I'm like, yeah, you know that's my bro. My bitch is super bad, so I don't trip about these hoes. Working overtime at the Jada studio. I'm just touching down, call me Julio. Bitches plays too, these hoes don't fool me though. Shout out to Nikki, sexy, yeah, she a stupid hoe. Make this shit look easy like it's cruise control. It takes hard work, it's not about who you know. By any means, I'm a grind, I gotta get this dough. It takes hard work, it's not about who you know. No nigga since day one, can't trust the soul. Get into this money, getting rich is the goal. Young freeze, bitch, underworld official though. Yeah, only the fall. No trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true hustle underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers. No trust. For them big motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs.
Your boy,
cause we're better brothers.
UWO, my football team. A band of brothers, Twisted Slim, K-Smash, and Creams. A dream catcher, so I'm guaranteed to catch your dream. For them bands that'll make a dance. For the brothers that sing, but back to the field. I'm hiking the ball, step back, shuffle my feet, and then I'm taking off. Shift to the right, break the tackle. So I'm looking for the pass. A couple yards down the field, Dream solidify the catch. Second down, Twisted Slim, and he's coming out the back. They raise their arms and we watching the crowd react. Underworld Radio is where I'm starting my map. Now scream Underworld Officials is the end of this track.
Hold up, you that rhino playing safety. After this, you niggas gonna hit me. Let me show you exactly how to break it. He might got bend the brothers that'll take no trust. For them big motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover, true underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers. To this gang. Now we're connected to this gang. Now we're connected to this gang.
Let's get this. Yo, I love you so, I never let this go. I wasn't still with the flow that's worth some millions or so. I hope you feel me though. The reason as I rise higher, All that I am, I can feel this earth when it rise till I retire. This hip-hop hottest supplier of real consumer buyers. Desire is tired of these liars. They putting out bullshit, well, hooks that's tired. MacGyver or flyers who is flyer. I'ma take you higher as it transpire when it all falls down. I'm spitting hits through the wire, play it rude. I get up in your head, now I see moves I be through. Some might be your peoples, they got dough. I on steeples, they make you feel unequal. Yo, but my people's more lethal. That dog that'll eat you, delete you. The hottest thing you seen, spitting 16 since 16. I got 616, so sick, spit mean. I slice lanes like Wolverine, don't never intervene. Let me do my thing when I enter with my game. We come to change things, old style be the name. I'm connected to this game, baby, say. Connected in this game like a ball and chain. Some many door slams. Your man just pass up on some raw jams. Your chance to come up on some more clams. Hip hop for sure, and I'ma be here till I'm gone. If I'm underground, every fucking song. My time has been prolonged, and bands on the big screen getting creamed. Don't know what it means to be your team. Why true talent struggles and holds on. That shit is so wrong. That's why I'm speaking mentally through this whole song. Man, I'm so strong. I make you throw it up and get drunk to a slow song with the clothes on. Stay away if your ice froze on. My flamethrowers blow on, let me flow on. I'm connected to this game like a ball and chain. Let my storm rain, things won't ever be the same. I'm the underground rap king. Black things hit the maxing. The yak gangs in the brain. And I pray to the king of kings, let me reign supreme. Lord, please, as I plead, let the world recognize the blood I bleed for my breed. Connected in this game like a ball and chain. Style will not be denied. If I said I would, let it lie, I lie. My alibis, I live cause I'm live. The type to hype up this whole station with lyrical elevation. New sensation to this nation. Yo, I'm coming, be patient. Got my fan base pacing for my placement. I'm underground basement. It's new age. I'm in this game like a ball and chain. So holla, give me more before I'm ghost like Demi Moore. SUKNO style, that's really wrong. Have you puzzled like a jigsaw? Let me say this. If y'all don't wanna play this, y'all some haters. Keep hating. I'ma make statements when I'm ripping it. I'm a critic, not a hypocrite. I'm so sick. Give me millions, no, billions, no, trillions. Create my own alien.
I got that booty, yo. I'm about to school you, yo. Ain't got your marijuana, yo. Don't let them fool you all. If you still smoking, but you ain't never choking, your drug dealer is joking to sell the stuff you toting. I sell it to you all, or mail it to you all. Ain't got your marijuana, yo. So strong you're gonna fall. So take my word from me, although you never heard of me. I promise you'll get so high, you swear you're gonna need surgery. Go get your Dutch and your tree and then roll it up. Now get your lighter, your blunt and then throw it up. Now you can start get to sip it and smoke it up. Then you done get a blunt and then roll it up. Here's what you all should do. Come took the O where you could get dro and push that burst slow. I know cause I'm smoking between this flow and the show. Now you tried all the rest. Crisis, I got the best. Ganja, marijuana, yo. Let me get this in my chest. I got a PhD. That's a potent herb degree. So if you got some cash, bring your ass. Come and smoke with me. Go get your Dutch and your tree and then roll it up. Now get your lighter, your blunt and then roll it up. Now you can spark it to sip it and smoke it up. And then you can get a blunt and then roll it up.
Guess who's back on the scene? Coming strapped on my team. Don't make me black for the spring. Let's get him. Yeah, I'm back on the strip. Guess who's back for the Don't make me clap on you kids. Like this. Yeah, I'm back on top. Make me pop a nigga top. Don't you try to take shots.
Big shots at any men. Many men that's on my team. Many men should know what I mean. How? Have seen what I seen. Not too many been where I been. Kinda obscene. Things men to do to get the cream. Many men jukes things. How many crooks locked in the beam? Shot and drop from the beam. Many men say not, you can pop, you go scream. This is not complex index. Many men can't catch my intellect. I said I send many men at your neck. X any men, who's next? Nigga too close. Many of my men hold toast, no butter, no gin. Head butter if the gun jam. Tell Michael Nettle many men throw this program. We don't want to hold him. I got no friends, many of my men just pro hands like.
Sound like money, baby.
Wish that's for me.
Guess who's back on the scene? Coming strapped with my team. Don't make me black for the spring. Let's get him. Yeah, I'm back on the strip. Guess who's back for this? Don't make me clap on you kids. Like this. Yeah, I'm back on top. Make me pop a nigga top. Don't you try to take
If you ain't around 30 and from Jersey, many men might have never heard of me. Many men's not worthy to step through the dirty. Then again, many too dirty. I made many men run the derby. Like Jackie Jordan Currency, many men curse me. Why many men? Wanna verse with a G, converse with me, bang they check, rip their shirts at me, like they gon' hurt a gag the gat. I rather attach a man to many, give me so many burnt with the iron like penny. I'm taking every penny from any man like I'm stingy. I wonder how many, if any men, can't catch my literal. Sometimes it's almost biblical, how I touch so many men to get it, how I touch so many men to.
Guess who's back on the scene? Coming strapped with my team. Don't make me black for the spring. Let's get him. Yeah, I'm back on the strip. Guess who's back with it? Don't make me clap on you kids. Like this. Yeah, I'm back on top. Make me pop a nigga top. You try to take shots.
Old style, original style. Many men have one style, or really no style. Why? Only sitting profile. They just itty bitty many men the old style. Original, this track here original. Not many men like old style, not too many.
don't like old styles. Many men know old styles will go guys, sign up on the whole crowd. Too many men done bow, makes me feel proud. How I was allowed to astound many men and women all around the town. Feel like how I get down. Many men wish that on the G, so I spit many runs of niggas that's around me. Underground being me and my crew are many. What's the old styles cause he spits like a semi.
Wish that for me.
DJ J Millions.
Which makes her a hoe. Why don't I just give her the money I was gonna spend? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, my name is Roddy, son. But you know, niggas call me AKA Roddy Escobar. Know what I'm saying? Cause I'm in the street. You know, that nigga gon' pay what he owes.
My money, get my dough. Get my dough. Get my dough. You better get my money. Get my dough. Get my dough, you about to pay what you owe. You better get my money. Get my dough. Get my dough. Get my dough. You better get my money. Get my dough. Get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. Let them guns blow. Get if you don't pay me my fucking bread today. I don't give a fuck what you gotta say. No excuses to me. I don't give a fuck about to say this shit loosely. I'll leave a nigga head like a loose leaf in the wind. If you niggas try to pretend I am not playing with you niggas at the game, it's a game. You should know my motherfucking name. I'm about to start slaying niggas that acting like they don't know the flow is coming from a bento instrumental. Pay off the dough that you borrow or the fucking commissary that you think you gotta pay for. Money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough. Get my dough, you bout to pay what you owe. Ain't gon' say this shit no more. Fuck it, niggas bout to start kicking buckets. And you know I love it when niggas tryna act like I ain't the lyrical god in my underworld squad. Don't really go hard. I'm fucking playing with a real nigga in the fucking game. Niggas know what I'm saying. Got the AK spraying on your block all day. And J rep the shit every time that I play. Y'all niggas gotta know it's the flow from the motherfucking nigga old nigga D. And nobody fucking with me. I get busy and I'm tryna get my fucking bread up. Oh, I nigga head cut. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough. Get my dough, you bout to pay what you owe. You gotta pay up, nigga. Pay what you owe. And my boondocks got my fucking clock in my sock. Y'all niggas don't know how we rock on this motherfucking turf. You niggas know it's about to get worse. About to leave a nigga hurt. But you playing in the field, playing in the fucking game. Y'all niggas know it's real. And you niggas know how we fucking feel about you lame ass gangsters. I'm a fucking thank ya and thank ya for your motherfucking business. Niggas mind your motherfucking business. I knock at your door like Jehovah's Witness.
Hey, you with the afro, give it a rest. Beat it.
Productions coming to you live. Underground ENT, linking up. TR Productions, hit me up. 609-880-4469. Hit me up on Facebook. TRPROD Productions.
Yeah. It's hunters for life, man. Watch up or get shot the fuck up, nigga. Flat the fuck out. You feel me?
Underworld.
I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga. How the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, buddy bags on the scene, I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch, I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. 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 Gang. Moving these packs on the street. My niggas, they stay with that heat. So don't you try anything or I'ma squeeze. My little bitch, she bad, she ride for the team. I call her my nigga, she wig out the glizzy. I could get 2 fucks, leave him with 30. It's what's the fuck up. My homies, they show me the ropes. Nigga playing with my ghost world, you can get smoked. Blowing all this weed, cause it's my cologne. Bubble Kush got a nigga in his damn zone. Sipping hen, got a nigga moving sideways. These are the niggas I die with. Body bags everywhere on the damn scene. We don't know who did it, so don't ask the team. G&B everywhere, but you can't see. Who the fuck really wanna test me? Bang gang is a squad, so I go hard. Free house with Slim Hood, I'ma hold it down. I be getting money with my young niggas. Pull up on your block, let some shots off. Grandma always told me aim for the top. Never kept me slacking, always pistol packing. Trapping with my young niggas, getting with my young niggas. I be on the block with my young niggas, gang. Pull up on your block, buddy bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, buddy bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas.
What's up?
I be trapping with them young niggas.
Hunter boys.
Hey, Buck, you crazy.
I be trapping with them young
Underworld
niggas.
officials. 4 line, 5 line, stand the fuck up. Better yet, H is on fucking top. What's up? Shots fired for them games you played. Hunting season, give me a reason and your bed getting made. Got them wheezing. That's right after I'm swiping my blade. Give them 12. Shoddy blast, that's the lift for the gauge. Home invasion. The only way that we getting paid, disrespect. I'll let this tech blow your brain on your J's. If you pussy, I'll pull your card. I'm demanding a fade like West up or Vest up, or you can pick out your grave. I tried to keep the beast in. I was too big for that cage. I got dogs that turn Cujo when they feelin' the rage. Play me sweet, this shit get deep. Bounty hunters know how to creep. I got young niggas that flood the streets. They hold choppers and play for keeps.
I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, buddy bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, buddy bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. 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 Gang.
I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. On the road to the riches, success is the mission. I do what y'all don't do, neglect to pay attention. I'm on point at all times, ears open so I listen. Did I mention we got the game locked so you fenced in? Life is too short, no extension. I fear nothing, so if you bluffing, it might cost you your pension. Holding on the game, but I'm taking the glimpse and see money rules the world, but poor people people they can't win. At what expense? Does it make sense? Even if I don't get signed, I still made a dent. CSI, no gloves, so they can still take my prints. I get money for them dollars, I'll body many men. Give them 10, then again, this is not pretend. I can't throw the first stone, cause I already sinned. I'm the locksmith, watch me lock it. How the fuck you getting money if you got no profits? Nigga, stop it. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. All I know is money, money, and I want it right now. All I know is money, money, and I'll keep going till it's right here, standing with me. I mean 6 feet, 6 figures, I mean G's. Whatever do you want from me? I ain't giving up nothing for you. And all I want is money, money. Be my motive, but you can't hold it. Money, money, be my motive. That I have your nose open. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's just what you lack. New crib on deck, key under.
As the real walks before you, ask that you look down on us and bless us. Let us pray.
Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now. Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now.
The Lord is my shepherd, but I shall not want. You are the Almighty Father, so I shall confront. You to make me lie down in green pastures beside the still waters and block the evil presence with your borders. And help me restore my soul. Lay your hands upon my life to get it back in control. You already know the main reason why I'm writing this is so you can lead me in the paths of your righteousness. Though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. I always believe you will art with me. You're riding your staff, they comfort me. And with this knowledge, I sit comfortably. Prepare a table in the presence of my enemies and let them acknowledge the essence of my energy. Goodness and mercy follow the days of my life, and I will dwell in your house every day of my life.
Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now. Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now.
Father, I pray forgiveness for my lonely sinners, for my bad ways. Looking through these holy scriptures, you can see my soul. I'm unfaithful. I got my plate full, trying to be grateful. But my back's down when my tears fall. Where I hear scream, see death as pears crawl. How the blood runs full of envy. The revenge took a damn on my enemies. If I take a life, lay passed away. This is the afterlife, me don't get cast away to a place where evil earth demons run. I got my vest on, stay with a heated gun. This is the reason, son, my redemptions, the confessions, the lies, the conniptions, repercussions, play strong part of me. On the blocks, pushing rocks with the armory. So call for me when the chips are down. Me standing up saying, brother, get down. You're my wish now, it's my heart to be in the Lord's hands as he walks with me.
Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now.
Give out some words to Jesus. Looking down, I know you see us. The only soul on this whole globe who won't deceive us, even non-believers. And reapers couldn't stop the speaker. That's why we trying to reach it. Preach on. The reason I can ask forgiveness in the song. Although I was wrong all along. My vision impaired, it's the truth for dead out here. These cold streets ain't fair. Plus I was scared and didn't care. I felt I had to. Plus I was mad too. Now my battle scars are tattoos. I pray to you with gratitude. I hope I reach a latitude. Not the baddest dude. I'm more like a radical. It never ever matter who they ran and tattled to. I was flatter food. Now I just battle crews. I won't rattle tools, carve cattle dudes and rap feuds. Worst I do is get sued. Yeah, for speaking views on the news. You know how I do. Reality's true. I know a lot. I seen a lot from you. You had my back when I had to flee the block. And it mean a lot. Like when I got mistreated and beat by cops. To my knees I drop.
Rest in peace to all the deceased.
Oh Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now. Oh Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. Cause we need you now.
Run it, 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 run it. Who really wanna text me? The number one killer dame shitting on tracks, leaving them stains, some styles be whack. I hop on a beat and attack, extract your raps from your ass crack. Style is whack, believe that. I've been on the stack. In fact, my flows are similar to some when I'm more. Bouncing too many states, from the east to the west coast. I do it the most. Pack my flows, so who run it? I'm done this shit. 6 clips with 8 chips, laying body stiff on the still tip. I whip like flashes, house the niggas for stashes. Get high with some money in their face and put my ass on. I'm the baddest.
Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Yo, my gas don't bust, niggas run for life. I make it hard up in the dark, taking shows for life. Never turn up on the thought, I got his mile of war. Niggas wanna bring war, yeah, we all for y'all. Niggas run for your life. Niggas come, women set the block right. Niggas wanna bring war, yeah, we all for war. Niggas talking out of war shit, I'm bringing the stars out. Guns out, punch one, 32, run for your life. Nigga, run for your life. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot.
I might rob a icer. You know a high pricer. Just to show I'm the nicer. Mike the Vicer. Run it. I stretch it in your stomach while you're plumbing. Then begin to numb it. Your death coming. Your gut running. Over. Nice to know ya. Brother blow ya. Thanks for letting me know you have the keys to the rover. Roll over. The praise to Jehovah. Shut up. No talking. I said running, not speed walk. Watch me go to spot. Eating pop rocks. Sipping slow rocks. From the back to back. Axe connected in clad and gray sweet socks. Cock the block and make it running. Still I win. You can't explain who done it. No clue who, how you got shot. Now I can rap about what I got a lot. Crack the Henny drop. I make mini rock at the any spot. They stay plenty hot. Props, scrubs need mini mops. Fuck around and run it.
Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. I make all this slicks like the bus lines. I bust rhymes, more than thugs bust lines. I bust rhymes, all those who want to bust lines. Trust that, I'm not the one that bust that. So best believe I bust back. Faster than bust can bust fast rash. I make you shake your ass crack. Fight a L and pass that. Got jewels and flash that. Got cash and stash that. No, that's that. Cheesy rap trap, head clap rap. Not that crap, half these cats are spitting. They get slap. For the whack, jaw flap. I spit the war rap. And I got more than that, so why you debating about who's
play hating, I got a cake baking and I'm tired of hating and waiting. I'll be straight when they on the run to. I'm ever ready to rumble. Getting that when I come through. I'm stone cold enough to stun you. 316, I'm not the one to come best, I come stressed. I'm all about the success. Hit the ground running. Really, you don't want it. No credit, we don't front it. Lick a shot, run it. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot.
My flow so sick. You my gift while you let us cut some scripts and not on the album. That's like taking an X out of Malcolm, a flight from a Falcon. Right now I'm rerouting. Took a sip from that fountain. I'm known to drop MCs like leaves from trees with ease and still counting. Y'all doubting, start pouting. It's time to Iraq these cats. Don't get blown off the map, cause you wanna act in the form of rap. You cats is whack, man, like Pac-Man, you wanna see style. Get blanket like Gap. You should stand there like Eminem and 8 Mile. Although you can't win like Eminem and 8 Mile. It's an old styles battle, a brawl. Bigger you are, harder you can stump when you fall. Yo, I'm the protocol, ain't nothing to defeat you. I don't bite, but I will eat you. Might mistreat you, I can let the beat ride and still beat you. My flow was sick, my flow was so sick. You love the way I do my thing. You love the way you hit your brain. You love it when I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king. You love the way I do this thing. You love the way you hit your brain. You love it when I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king. Never let you get mice, cause I hit like can't get right. Get my click tight, never wanna end up in a fist fight. A little insight, we gas this matches strike. Look like kryptonite, you looking like the ship type. Scripts I write in light, like prototype. I'm rude, true, and polite, precise. My mic device nice, so fuck what you say. Your style whack is orange pro kids. Your block never seen no cream, no fins, and no feds. It's pigmentations up your head. And yo, I had enough now. So much beef, I just stuffed cows. Original style, you don't know me. For all pussy cats like Josie, the slept on phenomenon like OC. More juice than Bishop drinking the Sobe. On the run like Toby. I blast a gun beat, but slowly for my homie. You love me. You love the way I do this thing. You know the way you hit your brain. You love it when I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king. You love the way I do this thing. You love the way you split your brain. You love the way I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king. Sick, my flow is sick, my flow is sick, my flow so sick, my flow is 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 sick. Take kindness for weakness. Weakness is like petiteness. Unhand me from these fake handshakes. If we gon' cake, let's shake and bake. I ain't sleep, nigga, I'm wide awake. And I got a lot of steak just to eat steak. I'm bringing beef plates. Whoever infiltrate what I'm trying to create, I nickel plate your mind state. Cool and rude, I'm like crude. This beef is stew, dude. For this here, I'm always in the mood to do the do. You whack as Mr. Big beating kids. I'll rip you. Down with suck like a nipple. Catch bucks from that truck rental. Now you cripple, that's simple. Bust a pimple through the window. Fuck instrumentals. I buck your butt for a buck. Shit out of luck, that's what's up. Nigga, what? Trigger hiccups. Pick your lip up. Rip your rip up. Pick your cig up. Take a big puff. You getting snuffed. You love me.
You love me. You love me. You love me.
This a DJ Whiteout exclusive.
Get 'em!
Let's get 'em.
Magician go hard, spitting with the veterans. They rockin' jackets, know they're not letterman. All about the calcium, give me my chatterman. Underworld the team, yeah, we crushing all competitors.
Let's get 'em.
Magic, let me get 'em too. And if you already got 'em, let me get 'em after you. It's going down like a frown, I could go around it too. I'm underground but over you, striking like a cobra do.
Let's get 'em.
Strong, so much diversity. Rolling with the guys, got me feeling like I'm Hercules. Standing in the booth, smoking on the purple trees. You can find me on the plot of smooth on the ecstasy.
Hit you and the person standing next to you. If my mercy's given, leave you living as a vegetable. You behind like something was in front of you. Your life is done for you. Some battles can be won, but this was not the one for you.
Let's get 'em.
So hot, I burn calories. You can lose it all, but that's dependent on your salary. Get back like an allergy, value flow first. I turned over a new leaf, but the other side was worse.
That ones I'm going hand for. Yes, industry, that's underworld knocking on your damn door. This is our game, underground hip hop. And that's what we stand for.
Stand up, hold up, hold up. Let's get 'em. You should put your hands up. If you're planning out a war, you should give your plans up. Let's get 'em. Disrespected like the dancer. I'm bad at storms, raining chloroform. Have been forewarned. I pop corns and make your pops mourn. Leave your top torn like hot porn, sharp as rose thorns. Jump the broom just to jump the groom. You were just a cartoon. Gangsta Sailor Moon's about to replay your doom. Let's get 'em. The underground to rise soon. Let's get 'em. Let's get 'em. Magician. Underground. Overground.
Underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout underworld, underworld. As I sit and smoke on this cig, I think about when I was a kid trying to do it big, trying to be in them streets. Now underworld is how a nigga eat, never meet defeat, always stand on my feet. When niggas try to compete, the niggas straight get beat on the concrete. You fuck around with that nigga Keith, aka Old Styles, just to be brief. A nigga straight knock out your teeth if you fucking with my fleet while my fleet trying to eat. I just do what I does, cause the founder of the shit bring the buzz. Shouts to all my thugs. Love is love, niggas in the street trying to grind hard. Catch me on the boulevard, chilling with my squad. It's underworld for life, bitch. Fuck with this shit, you might get rich, that's some real shit. I'm on my way to the underworld. Salutes to the underworld. Follow me into the underworld. You are now in the underworld. I give shots and loose to everybody here. If you're not here, I really don't care. You niggas best beware. I got dogs every fucking where, and them niggas ain't scared. Yeah, butts a couple shots in the air, going through your hair as it breathes, then you dead. Took a couple shots in your head, we ain't aiming for your leg. You playing with the bread like the motherfucking feds. And you can never join this movement, because we moving, got no time for bullshit. You better get up on your job, niggas, shouting underworld when I rob niggas. This is how I find niggas, like come outside niggas. You wanna collide, niggas? Fuck a drive-by, nigga. I can send your ass to the fucking sky, niggas. Then you be a real fly, nigga. This is Underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
I'm on my way to the underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
Salutes to the underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
Follow me into the underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
You are now in the underworld.
Oh, and on a long journey after hours. Take my hand, lead me on.
All my riders shout underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout underworld, underworld.
Here we go. It's your boy Old Styles. I'm in the building, y'all. We about to do it up. It's what y'all been waiting for. It's the first semester, volume 1. Underworld Officials. Shout out to the Underworld Official Squad. K-Smash, Twisted Slim, Frames. We about to show y'all something, man. It's the new age of hip hop, y'all. Underworld Radio putting this on blast for y'all. Underworld shit, let's go!
You're rocking with the most downloaded mixtape series in the world. Coast to coast mixtape.
My variables will bury you in any nearer you, then sip a beer or two. Cutting you like caribou, then tearing you like a bear or two. Red and blue like I stepped on a Smurf of you. Buy two so I can rob one. Meet the robbing son, cause when I'm robbing sons, I'm robbing bastards. Ask for funds. Ask to hack your lungs and tongue for some. Playing dumb will get you slain some. You shoot our rain guns. Pain numbs when the brain stung. Shane sung and change one. From behind, not your rise high, but you not. You're in a fine spot. Pine box needs a refill. Rob Phil Banks and chill. Jeffrey make me a meal. Deal or no deal, I hit the damn button. I'm tired of damn mutton or nothing. I need stuffing. Big ain't been buffing. I ain't buy a tank for nothing. Shoot at Will So Smith. Stand still. Smoke spliffs on anthills to fill the full effect. Toad exhaust from a jet.
You know I don't feel nothing there.
You let the next neck and peck your eye said. If I ain't high yet, how high can I get? I poke your man's pet. I bet you wet still. I still kinda feel like give me cold chills. Good thing I hold pills.
Amateur, ain't no amateur.
I snap you like a camera. Get broke as MC Hammer was. Stressed to kill for a $1 bill. Hottest radiator grills. Going in Dennis, Jordan, still free will. Off the top like windowsills. Then I wrote it down. Destroy person, places, and things in all nouns. Give the counsel to the crown. On the ground, the mud mounds. Look what my scud found. A clown in ghost town. I spit a hook somewhere, but where I don't care. So share the Lord's prayer, then shed like spread near. Aware I'm unfair. Bomb chairs in Times Square. Forgot that I'm there. Your death ain't so rare.
I'll be the back and blue into the back of you when I'm attacking you. It's feeling like I'm hacking you or I was sacking you.
I crack a cat in two, cashew edible. I'm a better you. Best man, open chest. Destroy the rest, employ the best. It's messed up the way you dressed up. It's warfare here. The more here's, the more fear. I shot for a deer to test aim on running game. You'll be running just the same when I'm gunning for your brain. Maim a lame dame who named the gang's name. Then blame a strange man who came for spare change. Lay your claim to your property. Going on a shopping spree. And if you think of stopping me, I spin it, then I pop it through. Grab a couple hundred, yelling, yo, Monopoly. Even on my shoulders, ain't no hoping of your topping me. Joe's moving slow motion, sloppily lazy. Pat Rickton, I'm Swayze. Carjacked the dude that's driving Miss Daisy and pray that she pays me. Been through the whole thing like A to Z, but still amaze me. Get so high, I need rehab for long drags. Passed out like pants sags. Like fat dogs.
Hold up, yo, that's bad.
You think that that's bad? Look at your toe tag. Sat the bad clowns and rams of damn vans. I was so bad, understand why dad ran. I kick like can-cans. My clan can scam plans. Hispanic scam fans of yours for more jams. I gotta hand it to you since you tired, you can't take it. I can make it sure that you will not make it. Rum of it, baby, take it out, now that's perfect. I make you another, but son, you're not worth it. Ride my way for surfing.
Safe driving is saving you from me driving into you.
I'm really into you, I did it all to avenging you. Oh, just to mention you, you're a pissant, distant kind of dude I knew who kissed it. I'm about to spit a hook somewhere, but where I don't care. So share the Lord's prayer, then shed like spread near. I'm in your bed, bear, your girl bear, bringing breakfast. I break fast and take ass and head to the next test. Even next best. Next test is stress fest. I could deal with less sex, but I'm used to success. You said you could suck less. But impossible's impossible. I drop the clip and toss your hip chain up till you go opposite. Lolly for a apocalypse. Sick with it like I'm living with it. Giving when I'm getting it. You get it when I'm giving it.
But you ain't stopped living yet.
Walking day like Emotep. Psycho they ain't seen yet. Land on Mars while Venus slept. Been the best since the best has been. We get next to kin, next to them when my finger flexed again. Walk from here to Texas. Take Chuck off my checklist. I'm from Psycho Records. You can see, I'm about to spit a hook somewhere, but where I don't care. So share the Lord's prayer, then shed like spread near. Crisis.
Yeah, you ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. I got a bullet with your name on it. So when you look at the wall, you seeing pieces of your brain on it. My main point is, stop the tough talk, the rough walk. I splatter your body, you niggas cannot use enough chalk. Put a bag over your head, you fall dead, and I stop on your body, jumping off a bunk bed. That's enough said. Yet I can't say enough. Can't stand little niggas walking around like they buff. I call you bluff collect, strangle your neck with barbed wire, throw you in the trunk with mad junk and spare tires. I'm deceiving, believing, leaving mothers for grieving. Kick your knees and backwards till you're walking uneven. And my niggas is ill for real. Y'all know the deal. Mean enough to knock a 5-year-old off the training wheels. Still flowing like a trouble man. Bust your bubble, man. You see me approaching, move it on a double, man. Cause you ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. I make your life past tense. I jump fences for defense. Nigga ain't been seen since. Washed up like you got rinsed. Raising hell like some bad kids. I smashed your goddamn ribs. Got you pissing like a drug test. In a slugfest. Your life is loveless. Laying where the thugs rest. Take your last breath and sell it to you. Or mail it to you. Before I knew you, I hated anybody like you. Let piranhas bite you. Show's over, you no soldier. Stick my arm in the freezer and give niggas cold shoulder. Cut your head off your neck. Sew it under your nuts. And when you put your foot in your mouth, you can kick your own butt. What? Blast you with an everlasting cane. Before you know you in danger, we form up like Power Rangers. Cold time with a hanger. Head bacon with mad anger. And I'm cool enough to have your kids talking to strangers. Cause you ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. Now you laying under your blanket, snoring and ignoring any kind of danger or anger. My mind is pouring. I'm creeping through your window, smacking your kids up, hacking your bitch up and taping your lips up, irritating like a nasty hiccup. Try to stop me, I leave your face looking like the last scenes of Rocky. Got your mama mad, your girl screaming she hate me. But if only you knew that them two wanted to date me. I got a great shot, aiming at your tank top, making a bass stop, blowing up the safe box. I'm leaving bad boys with no hope like the lot, shooting missiles through your tissue while you still shooting rocks. Now look out below, because I'm aiming above you, and when I'm finished, I make use of this fucking shovel after I stab you through your drag and your abs, pour blown in your scab, and watch you scream like a fat girl. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. What's up? Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Step back. LOA on this track, got my back. You ain't get back before I react. Christ is #1 nigga on this crack. What? Bring it back, yo. You ain't real. Talking shit like you made it still. Never that. Christ is what?
This my testimony. Surrounded options and crack, but still lonely. This my testimony. Never sold my soul for money, always stayed hungry. This my testimony. I never been for fake or phony, but the tape is still on.
I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I have hustled every day of my life, every day of my life I dealt with pain, heartache, and strife. Decisions dark and light, night and day, too much to talk about, too much to say. If I dare to be the biggest snitch in NJ, got burnt in the fire, face looked like Ghost Rider, thought at 13, young and would expire by 18. Tired of crackheads, tricks and liars, Brick City the movie, I lived in the wire by 21, here I come. Wild style gon' set this whole world on fire. Before I retire, be admired. The coast to coast, hood to hood rider. Street unity inspired. I made this underworld shit transpire. Still I rise like Maya, director, editor, and writer. Put this underground shit together like MacGyver. Where's the screwdriver, hammer, nails, and pliers? I built the empire.
This my testimony. For all the great tribes of the holy. This my testimony. Surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony. Never sold my soul for money, always stayed hungry. This my testimony. I never been a fall, fake or phony, but the tape is still on.
I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I done moved all type of rocks, through all type of blocks. Suit and tie guys' house while the jocks get served for the guap. Never forget, stab the shop for the guap. For that I thank God a lot. Real rapper, only link with squads that's hot, and a lot of not. I gotta speak my mind, I testify and rhyme. Every time I spit a line, it's mine from my mind. In real time, I'm on my grind, eating like it's meal time. Let's make a deal time, cause I got some artists about to put them on the market. If you're killing hip hop, you a target. I got a lot of dogs that ain't barking. Up the wrong tree, we be sparking. Million man marching, generals, lieutenant, sergeants. Ride for the cause, cause you're fucking up this culture of ours. And I really mean this, I'ma do this thing till I see Jesus.
This my testimony. For all the great tribes of the holy. This my testimony. Surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony. Never sold my soul for money, always stayed hungry. This my testimony. I never been a fall, fake or phony, but the tape is still on.
I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest.
Underworld.
soldier and you know I'm about your head. Bow your head, bow your head. If you a soldier and you know I'm about your head. God is good all the time. This a new hymn and rhyme. Designed by the old styles, mine. I pray the G.O.D. all the time. How I shine, even in these streets. When I grind, I still find the time to sit and bow my head. The chaos, we all need church, church. If you a soldier, bow your head. Living hell on earth, we all become dirt, dirt. If you a soldier, bow your head. Now don't mislead, so don't be misled. This is mental for your head. Always stay 10 steps ahead. Those that rather cry, hide and cower, bow your head to a higher power. Why you wanna snap? And you ain't got the power. Now your fruit done went sour. I plant the seeds of this flower tall as that tower till my final hour. I can't preach, cause I've done some things I cannot speak. On this beat, I repent and delete, cause I'm changing every week. I'm that old head that just reached his peak. Better late than never, many times I could've died. Happy I survived, bow my head to your greatness. I pray for my family, my friends, and my haters. Praise to the Creator.
As I bow my head and give praise to the Creator, the Almighty, the All-Seeing. I thank you for blessing me.
Pray for those that we had to lay the bread to this heart starts beating in my chest.
In this world of chaos, we all need church, church. If you a soldier, bow your head. Living hell on earth, we all become dirt, dirt. If you a soldier, bow your head. Bow your head, bow your head, bow your head. If you a soldier and you know I'm bow your head, bow your head, bow your head. If you a soldier and you know I'm bow your head.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape.
Man, can I live for the one time? See my kids for the one time. Watch my son cry for the one time. I'm tired of frontline, I wanna see the sunshine. Man, can I live for the one time? All smiles, mama proud for the one time. Remember, I ain't had no money for the lunch line, so fuck a one time, nigga, this is crunch time. Listen, I come from a hood with a good die. Young or old, lifting poles to the sunrise. And when the sun's down, you hear them gun sounds. Nobody lasts forever, you get one round. OG used to run the block, he a bum now. That's what the streets do, chew you up and spit you out. I could've took the easy way, I chose a different route. Skrilla grew, who would've knew they wouldn't listen now? I used to downplay them guns, now I'm lifting cows. That mean I handle all my beef, me and my 50 cal. I may not make the best music, but just hear me out. Wild dreams on the couch while I'm off the loud. Thinking about getting rich, I just wonder how. Is it school, sports, rap, standing by the trap? Already did the late nights, getting rid of packs. Niggas that I used to know, I heard sniffing crack. So instead of trying to match, started spitting raps. Instead of living out their life, niggas getting clapped. Never knew, bull could've been heaven sent. In the NBA, maybe even president. But gave him DOA over dead presidents. In this game, don't got no time for no second guess. You can't think in retrospect, you gotta recollect. Move smart, see parasites, you gotta disinfect. You see a shortage in the plug, you gotta disconnect. See, I keep the bank low, why these niggas flexing? Try and maneuver in my hood and get intercepted. But don't think shit sweet when we in the club. No disrespecting in direction, I'll kill your section. For getting checked in. Came in with my weapons just to give me a little leverage while these niggas sweating. Rob the whole dice game, nigga, what you betting? The streets change, it's all about the Ralph Lauren. But I got another way, I'm trying to walk towards it. If you got a chance at college, nigga, go for it. Stop trying to live a gritty life you ain't built for. Cause there's niggas that live this life and got killed for. Man, can I live for the one time? See my kids for the one time. Watch my son cry for the one time. I'm tired of frontline, I wanna see the sunshine. Man, can I live for the one time? All
couple smiles, mama proud for the one time. Remember I ain't had no money for the lunch line, so fuck a one time, nigga, this is crunch time.
Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitches, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Have to write this shit. Freestyle hype this shit. I just recite this. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Niggas, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. It's freestyle shit. I ain't write this shit. Just recite this shit. It's the hypest. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. All your niggas everywhere. Best beware, cause the niggas out here at the world in the motherfucking air. Yeah. And you know I'm coming back, y'all. Harder than the winner, gotta scrap, y'all. Niggas don't wanna fuck with this real rap, y'all. This is that shit that your niggas gotta come through and clap for. Harder than the nigga ever try to act like a figure. Just that nigga take a swigger of the E&J like a fucking Hennessy. Nigga, remember me in your memory mentally. Battle me, app shit. Fuck this and that shit. This is real rap, bitch. I do this shit, maneuver shit, the newest shit, the truest shit. You know I gotta go home. Old style, be a lyrical god, y'all. The JFK is back, y'all. Real rap on the fucking track. Battle me at. Just a freestyle rap. Just say some shit, cause I'm high off a fucking sack of that real loud shit. Move the crowd shit. I don't give a fuck, I rule the shit. Move the crowd shit. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitches, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Have to write this shit. Freestyle hype this shit. I just recite this. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Niggas, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. It's freestyle shit. I ain't write this shit. Just recite this shit. It's the hypest. Nigga, I do this. What you wanna do now? Make the niggas move it back. Choose out. Let you feel you out. What you wanna do now? You should go and choose out. Got to choose out. Make up on your choose out. What you wanna do now? Make the niggas move it back. You got to choose out. Let you feel you out. What you wanna do now? You should go and choose out. I'm a grown man. Let no man place his hand on the fan. We let them things I'm a humble man. I will double pump a man. What you want, my man? Cause I'm in the streets like Timberlands. I eat these simple tens. Oh, stickity. It's the remedy for an enemy. Remember me. Sipping brandy. Pocket friends and flip them to a Sammy. I am back with envy. I attack plenty for pennies. Simply cause they add up. I can get you bags us. For a bag in the Dutch. I can have you crabs in a bunch. Cause you fuck with us. Never know it's us. You suspecting us. Disrespecting us is unjust. We just bust. Don't discussing stuff. Niggas tough and stuff. Cause they Kimball's like fuck. I get you knife. Cut a nigga nuts. Wild style, sick as fuck. I'm so high that I can feel it. Cause my Tuesday, this bitch. Bitch, choose out. Pull your choose out. What you wanna do now? Make the niggas move out. You got to choose out. Let you feel you out. What you wanna do now? You should go and choose out. You got to choose out. Nigga, pull your choose out. What you wanna do now? Make the niggas move out. You got to choose out. Let you feel you out. What you wanna do now? You should go and choose out.
Cause Mayhem's way worse, so I'ma use them for this verse. Someone should go prepare to hurt.
You're not actually such a bad guy, no fuck that, I'm horrible. I'm putting more than 4 of you. I shoot till there's no more of you. I got my tools out, but I ain't doing home improvement. I'm shooting the first motherfucker showing any movement. Anybody show his face will go extinct like food for cavemen. My tools will push a face and then erase him, then replace him. Kill 4 C's and 4 E's, the more the P's Jason. Bitches keep hating. For swine, I fry bacon. Impatient to make pages. My dog fire Dalmatian. Tell chasing. So hot, I smell Cajun. Flagrant, foul flip, don't give a fuck for a shit. So take one, nigga, pick. If you ain't one, you ain't shit. I can do this without a clip, but I already got it in my grip. You should forfeit before the force spit. You in the fourth place. Mortal combat when I bomb back. Behind back, be hit breast. Beat the boys, you bread back. Pay back with spray gas. We got them tools out, nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. You got them tools out, but you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times. We got them tools out, nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. You got them tools out, but you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times.
Let's flip the flag. Guess who's back in the track? Fuck that. Guess who's strapped in the track? Desert E. I got that Mac. And they dipping black. Listen to the click. When I whip out this here gat, it's for rat-a-tat-tat. Niggas dip in the back. Hollows dip in your back. Slugs ripping through your hat. I could care less where they in the back. Old South don't play fair with these cats. Pussy niggas rip. When the chopper hit, it can chop a brick.
Cop the fifth, I didn't chop that bitch. Where's the witnesses? My niggas run up in their business and they show them what the business is. Christ just made me to finish it. Mayhem means your men don't matter. You like a pussy but fatter. Empty out your full bladder. My projectiles will penetrate and raise the real estate. You only real when you real fake. Your stakes are so great. If I hurt you, be glad I didn't earth you. I've destroyed niggas worth more than you. Hope that there were more of you. Even if there's 4 of you, I think a little more would do. Sorry if I'm boring you. That means I need something inside of you. I'll hide if I were you or try to suicide. We got them tools out. Nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. We got them tools out. But you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times. We got them tools out. Nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. We got them tools out. But you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times.
Old school, we ill as tofu. Let me show you how to get to me. Here's what you'll go through. I ain't gotta grab to hold you or even been to fold you. Don't even act like you ain't new. I'm sure somebody told you about lyrics that they sold you. Go get a refund. We don't run unless the law come. I think I saw some. You can't be here where we all are from. That's what you call guns. We got ones that bury sons and tracing where you call from. If they wrong, I saw some. Look at where you'll fall from. If I know my gain is low, my creed is that I call some. You won't get that. I know you won't, cause sense is never common. Probably thinking I'm just rhyming, but you're not checking the time. And you know if I put time in, then I'm working on the clock. I'm wasting money, I am not. That laying on the block, I can make your circulation stop and resume on command. If you thought your man would back you up, you need a backup plan. You don't understand or comprehend that I am not a friend. Not yours or anybody's, you're just my means to an end. If I ever see your face again, it better be a vision. Cause next time you get that, I'm turning that to a collision. Listen, well I think you should get checked. Nobody with that disrespect deserves to keep a freaking neck. Your ass too broke to cash that check, so don't you even write it. Like a man with no arms, cause you ain't even trying to fight it. Get back, hey yo. Somebody get the caution tape. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Let me demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on. Taking in. Get back, hey yo. Somebody get the caution tape. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Let me demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on. Taking in.
Get my crooked smile on, me and my aliens about to get that X-Files on. If we jump you getting piled on. In my prime, I transform on Decepticons, respected on the chin, check a con. Cause you were artists in my rhino just to start shit, rip apart shit. Cause you feds on some narc shit, and worse than no one. And Moses make the ark split. My fistul's nice with this, I bring a crisis, slice of life, nightstick. Yo, my bars hit like a nightstick. Haters like this, get back. Niggas get sprayed back, way back. Niggas stay strapped like Doc, stay strapped. Hard facts, not that gay rap. This is how it's gon' be. My style is not free. OG for eternity. STDs ain't burning me. Enemies not concerning me. Fuck a degree, ain't no learning me. I should earn a G for being such a G. Fuck with me, I'm bucking 3 from the 45, ready to die. Me, myself, and I. Who's next to play like Judgment Day? Too late, nothing else to say. Bloodbath, filter wrath up the K. KKK on the way, you know I reppin' J to the death of me. Keep on testing me, get an F, cause you always fell standing next to me. I'm an icon, you are just MC with no destiny. I am lyrical weaponry. Can't believe I said that.
Hey yo, somebody get the caution ticket. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Really demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on, taking it you get back. Hey yo, somebody get the caution ticket. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? You feel it? Come closer. You know what's gonna happen tonight. Start the rubbing and the kissing, making love. We're making crazy love, positions changing up. We're making crazy love. She can take it all. We're making crazy love all night long. Can you feel it? Come closer. What's gonna happen tonight? Start the rubbing and the kissing, making love. You're making crazy love, positions changing up. You're making crazy love. She can take it all. You're making crazy love all night long. You're making crazy love. Drink full. Blunt robe. She's laying by my side, pillow talking, getting faded. Lights down low, you lay back. I'ma give a show, just relax. I'll take it slow. She's taking deep breaths. After every stroke, pulling on your hair. Love to atone, and you're not scared. You making crazy love. Love is in the air. Can you feel it? Come closer. You know what's gonna happen tonight. Start the rubbing and the kissing, making love. You're making crazy love, positions changing up. We making crazy love. She can take it all. We making crazy love all night long. We making crazy love. Are you ready? Round two. Prepare yourselves. You know what I'ma do. I might have to pick you up, maybe switch it up, but you can't get enough. Once your spot gets touched, I'll keep hitting it all night long. While you're whispering, my back is scratching, and you asking, no talk walking, I want reaction all night long. Feel it, come closer. You know what's gonna happen tonight. start to loving and kissing, making love. We make you crazy love, positions changing love. We make you crazy love, she can take it all. We make you crazy love, all night long. We make you crazy love, positions changing love. We make you crazy love, she can take it all. We make you crazy love, all night long.
Riders shout underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout underworld, underworld. As I sit and smoke on this cig, I think about when I was a kid trying to do it big, trying to be in them streets. Now underworld is how a nigga eat, never meet defeat, always stand on my feet when niggas try to compete. The niggas straight get beat on the concrete. You fuck around with that nigga Keith, aka Old Styles, just to be brief. A nigga straight knock out your teeth if you fucking with my fleet while my fleet trying to eat. I just do what I does, cause the founder of the shit bring the buzz. Shouts to all my thugs. Love is love, niggas in the street trying to grind hard. Catch me on the boulevard, chilling with my squad. It's underworld for life, bitch. Fuck with this shit, you might get rich, that's some real shit. I'm on my way to the underworld. Salutes to the underworld. Follow me into the underworld. You are now in the underworld. I give shots and salutes to everybody here. If you're not here, I really don't care. You niggas best beware. I got dogs every fucking where, and them niggas ain't scared. Yeah. Butts a couple shots in the air, going through your hair as it breathes that you dead. Took a couple shots in your head, we ain't aiming for your leg. You playing with the bread like the motherfucking feds. And you can never join this movement, because we moving, got no time for bullshit. You better get up on your job, niggas, shouting underworld when I rob niggas. This is how I find niggas. Like come outside, niggas. You wanna collide, niggas? Fuck a drive-by, nigga. I can send your ass to the fucking sky, niggas. Then you be a real fly, nigga. This is underworld. Salutes to the underworld. Take my hand, lead me on. Follow me into the underworld. Take my hand, lead me on. You are now in the underworld. Oh, and all along journey after hours. Take my hand, lead me on. All my riders shout underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout underworld, underworld.
This is it! I know y'all been waiting for it, right? But it is here! Crisis! He about to bring it to y'all. You never seen it. You never knew it was coming till it was too late. This is it! Old Styles co-signs it!
Old Styles co-signed it. I put the whole underworld on it. Yes, yes. Get him, Christ. We about to take y'all into a new era, a new age. This is where real hip-hop went. Back to the underground. Christ, mayhem.
It's my turn, now you'll see Christ's true mentality. Follow me through my world, boys and girls. You gon' need fatality. If you bad to me, I'm gon' be laughing after victory. Mention me when I destroy this.
Fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. I'm about to turn this bass up, turn the fucking place up in your face. What? Let's get it going. A nigga old style, steady flowing freestyle with my bros in there. Y'all nigga try to start posing them, but you can't stop the doors for closing in on ya. A nigga about to show you how we do in California and back to Jersey. Nigga, what's the word? Coming through to sell that herb on the curb. What you know about this? These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. Turn the bass all the way up. Niggas don't wanna volcano straight up, bro. Cause I'm hot like that. Niggas coming through the Southern Rock like that. On the block like that. Never stopping that. Who got that bag coming for the cash? Oh, that's your bitch ass. Coming fast as flash. Cause a nigga gotta dash. Gotta get this green. FBI is on the fucking scene. Trying to come and get a nigga, look at me. But I'm back, y'all. Old Styles with the fucking facts, y'all. Drop it in the rap, y'all. Coming full and packed, y'all. That is that, y'all. You really got a nigga fucked up. I'm about to bust like a fucking nut in the gut. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up.
WR Priority Artist.
Where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule. See, I'm trying to keep my cool, but they done played us for a fool. Where's my 40? After all you put us through, and the evil is you do, we just trying to live like you. So where's my 40? My 40, but where's my 40? My 40, but where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule. See, they play me for a fool, so I'm about to lose my cool. Where's my 40? I win all the ish you promised me. See, 40 acres is land, I want my property. We can build together, don't gotta be a monopoly. I just wanna live my life without you stopping me. Only got one life to live, I gotta make it. So if you ain't got it to give, I gotta take it. My rent and these bills is real, I can't fake it. And the IRS be on my ass, and I can't shake it. Yeah. I guess you thought it was cool, cause some graduated from school and got a house with a pool. A watch, bracelet, and necklace that's all covered in jewels. But only the ignorant niggas was fooled. I ain't trying to stunt, I'm trying to move from the back to the front and be equal so all my people can be what they want. Don't take this next statement as a threat or a front, but to be blunt, we better get what we want, motherfuckers. So where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule. See, I'm trying to keep my cool, but they done played us for a fool. So where's my 40? After all you put us through and the evil is you do, we just trying to live like you. So where's my 40? My 40. Where's my 40? Where's my 40?
My 40, where's my 40, where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule, see they play me for a fool, so I'm about to lose my cool, where's my 40? Cause I know you don't think repaying us was giving us our so-called freedom like you were saving us. The slave masters became cops and they're still slaying us. All because we're misunderstood and they're afraid of us. So you betrayed our trust talking about you saving me. Protect and serve? Nah, it's more like modern day slavery. You send us to the cage of the grave and it ain't savory. America, home of the brave, showing their bravery. Yeah, so we really ain't get a thing. And please don't say you gave us the support to the music game. Cause along with that came the dope, pills and cocaine. And the most addicted drug of them all, better known as fame. So, to make a long story short, your debts ain't repaid cause you gave us a ball in the court. New whips and chains, some dames and a few new drugs to snort. Cause in the end you still coming up short. Motherfuckers, I want my 40. My 40 acres in my mule. See, I'm trying to keep my cool, but they done played us for a fool. Where's my 40? After all you put us through, when the evil is you do, we just trying to live like you, so where's my 40? My 40, where's my 40, where's my 40? My 40, where's my 40, where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule, see they play me for a fool, so I'm about to lose my cool, where's my 40? Yo, where's my 40? Who got my 40? Where's my 40? Who took my 40? Where's my for real, you got my 40? Hey, yo, Phil, you see my 40? Where's my 40? Give me another OD, man.
One more time, I told you I'm me.
Dog, you my boy Crisis, man. You talking about me and him, dog. You told me to come buy the It album from you, dog.
It album?
Yeah, you told
Man, I
me to
said
come
about Mayhem's Madness, man.
Dog, you
Buy
told
this
me.
fucking album.
What did you
come
talk about
some
Mayhem's
shit.
man?
Motherfucker,
Yo,
I'm
Crisis,
not
come on.
Crisis.
You is Crisis,
I'm
dog.
Mayhem.
Dog, this is. Oh, I can't believe
What?
this is happening right now. You told me to come buy the It album from you,
This
yo.
is why I'm whooping your
What are you
ass.
talking
I
about?
don't know about the It album.
Come
I'm
on,
Mayhem.
Crisis.
Who the fuck is Crisis?
You my boy, dog. What are you talking about?
Hold on, let me get a call.
Oh, that's my mama. Oh, man, that's my
Oh,
mama.
word.
I can't believe this, yo.
That's good.
My boy right here.
Alright, leave.
I don't
You know, I got some good news.
You gonna let me go? Please tell me about the
Dumbass, I ain't letting you go.
What?
Just made a ton of money by switching the site.
Come on, what am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? I used to bust blackheads like blackfish. I'm accustomed to crackheads, most of might have bred for bread. Fuck the perigators, niggas strutting night airs. These jeans aggy baggy, nigga never tight wear. I ain't cocky, just cocky. The eyes out like Rocky. My block stocking stocky when shots be blazing through your property. Wanksters doing sloppily, busting shots at me, ain't no stopping me. I'm state property, just like them rock MC. Now watch me rock MCs for the rocks I'm seen on the big screen. Let me know you getting cream. You scream like a fiend when you saw them triple beams. Move on your chin, don't speak, catch your jaw sneak. If you even think to turn the other cheek, you be waiting for a week. Speaking of weak, these weaklings freaking. Granted, hope that it's over by the weekend. I pistol grip, make all situations flip. Need a fix, get hit with tools like good friends. Cause my clip got clips to make your whole hood flinch. Like, tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? These niggas bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Man, these lame ass niggas don't know. I have them waiting for the tide to flow like creep show. I meet the people like I meet with the sleep hoes. Cock back, get em. I'm popping caps in the streets in the beat ball. No beat ball, straight beat ball. Sleep ball on the creep ball. Chief ball, 6 feet deep ball. Jamaicans and suited corduroys, slicing shank balls. What you think, ball? This is critical before on this. Now watch me Jackie joining this shit when I'm performing this hit. Like spit, don't get hit in your lip with a clip of popping your lip. I steady popping a bit. Nobody never ever topping this kid. If you nigga captain that'll captain, close caption, lights, camera, action. Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You bucking at me, I'm bucking back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? These niggas bucking at me, I'm bucking back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Out here grinding, doing what I do, what I do. Say it's my timing. I really don't need you. I really don't need you. So don't tell me nothing about what you do, what you do. Cause I'm not hearing nothing. My team will never lose, never lose. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Oh, stop what you did, and you ain't need no help, ain't need no help. This is a life you live. See you in the underworld, underworld. This is what he did. Put together all types of talent. They smash bodies, this twisted, slamming, free. I go. Walking and follow my dreams. It's bigger than we see, than we see. I'm looking at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Trying to give a helping hand, somehow it falls back on me. But still I'll be the man, with or without you, turns on me. As long as I got a family, it is what it is, can't stop it. Cause everything that I do it just to live for me and my kids. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself.
I just came here to watch you.
What's that on that beat? Oh.
I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like, what it do with them jeans on? Look right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like, what it do with them jeans on? Right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans
Work
off.
something for a nigga.
Work, 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 work.
twerk, 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 twerk. Something for a nigga. I'm back in this bitch. Old styles MOB, that's money over bitches. Still love it when them chicks twerking on the hips, left to right all night. You can twerk up on this dick, break gooses, all that I sip. I'm getting cash always on point, cause these thugs trying to trip in the club on some gangsta shit. I call it hater shit. I'm trying to see these chicks twerking like they put in work for this script. Looking right with them jeans on, all Molly Duck, smelling good, getting your lean on. Looking like an angel if I ever seen one. Say the word, baby girl, we gone. Do some things you never seen done. We could chill the whole week on. Have your speed gun, tongues like a D gun. I can have you leaking, that's just literally speed gun. Come on. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like what they do with them jeans on. Look right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like what it do with them jeans on. Right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans
Twerk
off.
something for a nigga.
Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like what you do with them jeans on. Look right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like what it do with them jeans on. Right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. Twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I have hustled every day of my life, every day of my life I dealt with pain, heartache, and strife. Decisions dark and light, night and day, too much to talk about, too much to say. If I dare to be the biggest snitch, and NJ got burnt in the fire, face look like Ghost Rider, thought at 13, youngin' would expire by 18. Tired of crackheads, tricks and liars, Brick City the movie, I lived in the wire by 21, here I come. Wild style gon' set this whole world on fire. Before I retire, be admired. The coast to coast, hood to hood rider. Street unity inspired. I made this underworld shit transpire. Still I rise like Maya, director, editor, and writer. Put this underground shit together like MacGyver. Where's the screwdriver, hammer, nails, and pliers? I built the empire. This my testimony for all the great we ride for the home. This my testimony, surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony, never sold my soul for money, always stay hungry. This my testimony, I never been a fall, fake and phony, but the tape is still on. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I done moved all type of rocks, through all type of blocks, suit and tie guys' house while the jocks get served for the guap. Never forget, stab the shop for the guap. For that I thank God a lot. Real rapper, only link with squads that's hot, and a lot of not. I gotta speak my mind, I testify and rhyme. Every time I spit a line, it's mine from my mind. In real time, I'm on my grind, eating like it's mealtime. Let's make a deal time, cause I got some artists about to put them on the market. If you're killing hip hop, you a target. I got a lot of dogs that ain't barking. Up the wrong tree, we be sparking. Million man marching, generals, lieutenant, sergeants. Ride for the cause, cause you're fucking up this culture of ours. And I really mean this. I'ma do this thing till I see Jesus.
This my testimony for all the great we cry for the home. This my testimony, surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony, never sold my soul for money, always stay hungry. This my testimony, I never been a fall fake or phony, but these haters still on me.
I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest.
Love me now. You can love me now.
Damn, them niggas beef with that. Oh shit, what the fuck? Get down, nigga. Where the stars at, yo? Them niggas was down there, yo. Oh shit.
You gotta love me now. I bet you love me now. You gotta love me.
I was conceived in South Jersey, grew up in Brick City. Moving from city to city, life was too shifty. Before I even knew the hell of jail cells, I did biz in hotels. Watching niggas get them dope sales, here they go. Ring bell, nigga, hotels. Since a young black male, I lived in the shell. Hell yeah, I can spell. I'd rather rebel, live like, oh well, what the hell, I just fell. By the time I hooked up with my CBL, smoked my first style. I see more drugs than cartels, watch my pops hit, hammer like nails. Mom is well, got holding. Rolling in stolen, I met with an explosion, that's well. The host can even tell, little rug rats scheming on another brother's hubcats. Take them back, make a few stacks, smoke a few sacks. I'm glad my moms never knew that her life was two-track. Come on, and you can love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I know you love me now.
When I fly and I leave.
You gotta love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I know you love me now.
High when I leave.
And you can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
Bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I never been scared to die for mine. A little scared to die before my time. A little scared to be to die before I shine. Cause I shine, you shine. I blow your mind out the enzymes ahead of my time all the time. Yet they suggest I pose as a pimp, play a model for jet. Fuck sex, see more breasts than Jerry Springer gets. It's a real vex quest, not to be the best. Pass the test and progress to the next contest. Can none contest the concepts I'll interject or inject in this rap set. I'm more than a rap threat. Rap bet, snap next like Bruce Lee when he catch rap. Y'all A&R's half step on the superstar surpass that. Cause he never ever half step. I rap Brick City, NYC, and all my people down in Illy, Philly, feel me. I bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
And you can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I bet you love me now.
When I fly and I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I gotta get your hands up
high when I leave.
And you can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I am no longer a child running wild.
No more wild style with the crooked smile, mama, look at now. I done grown to a strong black man. And mom, can you understand? I couldn't comprehend the message you were saying, cause you was high sipping gin, living in the world of sin. And I ain't even gonna do an Eminem and pretend like you was like the rest of them. You truly got it in your condition, no end. Raised for a strong kid. Some of my friends, some of your friends showed love to the twins like your own kid. And I never ever knew how you do it. I only got two and look at me, mom. You're going through it. Sometimes I think I blew it. I don't know what to do with it, so I spit it in lyrics. I pray to never speak to you in spirit. That but the truest woman in my world and never could hear it. That's like the only thing I'm fearing. Come on. I bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
You can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
Bet you love me now.
When I fly and I leave.
Know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be. When I leave.
You can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
You can love me now.
When I leave here, I'm always gonna be.
Wanna rap, gotta spit what you feeling. By the cards you got dealing. While it's hard to make some millions of the gains steady building. Black men, love your children, stop illing. Let's rob and it's stealing for you minor class buildings. Some gangsters that spit, gotta spit what I spit. After this is blasphemous, turn again to activist. Had them people mad as ish, I had my people glad as ish. And you know I had to spit cause I'm different. Let me differentiate, definition demonstrate. Get them demons straight cause you can never ever take what took the Lord so long to make. Why do we tolerate hate? When they infiltrate we sit and hesitate. Sit still, yellow niggas drill. I'm just being real, y'all you players play the fifth. If you wanna flex your skills, put them dollar bills. Holla, if not, I'm a rider still. Never follow Jack or Jill.
Shouts to Rhino. Shouts to R-Rod 28. Shouts to the whole underworld.
Bang on. Bang on. I just wanna
DJ Million. Sound like money, baby.
Bang on. I just wanna.
Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up.
Down south, VA, up north, NJ, that's 609, that 84. Y'all know what we play. Long money like a sweepstakes. Out in Philly eating cheesesteak. Cherry Hill eating cheesecake. Pop bees to the I keys. Beard long like freeway. Wow. Psych, maybe one day I'm hot, need lemonade. Fine shade and a bad bitch. Yo chick is average. My chick established. Bad credit with that S. Comes with 550. VA gon' ride with me. Bad news, the new rules. VA, they going ham. Jersey niggas, they act a fool. Alright, 28. All day, I rap my state. I'm real, what's real? Alright, 28.
Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up.
I tried to present my music peacefully, but now I feel like niggas really want a piece of me. Off of parole, prior to them releasing me, they call me K-Smash, but Rhino is the beast of me. My rap game tight, the fans wanna know what's keeping me. Orlando, Florida, that's just the south of me. I'm rapping with my Cali swag, I call that the west of me. I put you in Canada for trying to get the best of me. East Coast swag, they say we got the recipe. Beating on my chest until I feel there's nothing left of me. Shipped off to space, trying to find my harmony. Not even your armies even harmony. Every state I walk through, all eyes on me. Somebody roll up the sticky, minus the seeds. Old style planet, the root underworld is your trees. I'm going with the wind like I'm caught in the breeze. K-Smash just banged on me.
Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up. bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna.
Yes, I told y'all motherfuckers. This is that real unsigned underground. Fuck what y'all niggas in the game talking about. We got R.I.28, Brand, K-Smash, Rhino. This how we do, man. Old Styles co-signs this shit. For all y'all niggas think we playing around. For all y'all niggas that's sleeping on a motherfucking underground. Underworld. Man, listen, I co-sign this shit. This where we at right now. I just wanna bang on him, bang on him, bang on him. I just wanna.
Sound like Monday.
Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face.
Why haters wanna hate, try to imitate old styles, the great many beef plates that ain't state to state. Haters hate his face, cause I can't leave you without a trace in this place, in that ass like a prostate. I migrate, my mind state vibrate. Haters hate the hate when I carry tons like Billy Babgate. My money comes with decibels like 8. Yo, my dummies hit testicles from the 8. Never know how many bums I ate. Roll the tape. Got soldiers that'll blow your face, ride or die, riding by on roller skates. Got chicks that'll get the poker face, then poke your face. Ain't no one safe, catch a case for a briefcase. Though we don't lead chase, bomb the place, race out of place, like outer space. Pull the dun da top, shot his head, Dr. Red, dodger from the wild. Where the pussy squatters get beaten up with the blocker, cop, blockers, cock the shot, his head is strong. It's that possum when they see the chopper red as a lobster, hot head red, dead as a lobster, smoking head like a roster rock star. Yo, what's up, Charles? Underworld official mob star. Yo, the take over, about to start you online gangsters. I'm off, get like targets, control all deleting race into darkness. East to west, I spread underworld, pestilence, still heaven sent to all you devilish, hell bent, lonely lame dudes. Live on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. I'm talking to you, dude. This is just a taste. Shot sand into my face. Or play the shadow when you niggas say as a spade 8 to that joker cut and poke your king, queen, jack, blackjack. You ain't over, it's over. You true soldier, I will fold ya.
Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face.
You know, money. For all y'all niggas out there, I don't really even do this, man. I'm letting my Underworld officials take over the whole 2014 scene. We about to show y'all something in the Underworld regime. I'm falling back. For all y'all niggas out there, y'all online games talking shit, running your mouth from behind your computer. Don't slip up, don't trip up, don't fall in some shit you can't get out.
R.E. It's the D.R.E. R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. R.E. The realest MC.
I'm a G, motherfucker, so know who I be. D.R.E. motherfucker, the realest MC, the one that you wish you could be, but never could be. Imitated, not duplicated, cause there's only one me. Cheer, flawless victory. Y'all niggas can't do shit to me physically, mentally, hypothetically, realistically. Y'all niggas don't exist to me. And to the rappers that do, I'm about to change that too and make you history. Cause I'm really trying to cop that deal. Can't have niggas in the field trying to stop my meal. I'm hungry as fuck and only gonna get more ill. Broken down really means I'm gonna gain more skill. That's right. And I don't think you really want that to happen, cause after rapping already, I've been crowned an assassin for lyrical lashing, clashing and bashing, smacking and smashing, crashing and trashing any rapper thinking he's lyrically packing.
D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC.
Nowadays, most of these rappers are slacking, screaming all over the track like they making it happen. Ad-libs became hot. When the hell did that happen? Got your delivery down, but it's your lyrics you lacking. Forget y'all, I'm here to talk about me. D.R.E. Not the one from the year 3G, and not the one that rose with the dog from the LBC, but the one from the burbs of South Jersey. Writing this verse without a drag of the dro, I master the flow. Nigga, you should call me a pro. If you looking at the time, I put it backwards to know it ain't over. I got more than a minute to go. Cause I'ma reap this to the last minute. Investing my time, plus I put some cash in it. I constantly grind, just so I can last in it. Keeping it real is the motto, cause I'm past gimmicks.
D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC.
I'm the best one, yes son, niggas it's me. The realest MC, the one niggas wish they could be. I'm the D.R.E. to the B. He hot, yeah, you could be me. Often imitated, never duplicated, underrated, but I know they hate it cause I made it, so I'm never faded. I do what I feel and feel what I do. Know that I do it for me, I don't do it for you. These amateurs are like a DJ not having a clue. In other words, there are 20 that abandoned the 2. A 0. To all the haters, I don't care how you feeling. You couldn't drop an album if you threw it off of your building. I'ma leave you 2 bars for you niggas to chill, cause it's over. Somebody get this nigga a deal. It's the real, it's the real. Damn, somebody gotta sign him now. What'd he say his name is?
D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E.
The realest MC, as real as can be.
D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC.
Let me be the first on them, the purse on them, about to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them, to kill that. Clean cut curse on them, the worst on them. Let me be the first on them, the purse on them, about to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them, to kill that.
You completed before it started. If you was the target, your heart get ripped by tips, gas farted. Blast artists, stash cash far as you can. Hard as I am, create traffic jams. Playing chicken with an ambulance, you can't advance. Your paragraph filled with fibs of long biz. This song is strong as bong hits. Up with the wrong kids. One more will make it right. Knock the light out your eyesight. Tight like cloth pipes. Slice we slide snipes with blades that bite twice. You fight mice for practice. Slap a fat gatches. Drag your dad backwards. It's bad, I jab fastest. Disaster's brewing. I'm chewing a few men till they human forms ain't moving. Move my crew in. On your block, no door knocking, no Glock. Pop you in your knot till the knots in the spot that gets hot at the 100 on the dot. I ain't running from the cops, they just chasing me like Jason B on Friday 1-3. Couldn't stun me with a tranquilizer, you think you're lava. Jig you in your liver when I walk by you. I draw the chalk by you, hit you like Ryu. We tie you up tightly, now you can't fight me. High as kites be, you out like strike 3. Your pain excites me, take naps on train tracks. You a lame cat who couldn't aim at a plane that you sitting in. You ain't fitting in, you're sickening. I can't stand it, damage your planet. I crash landed on, turn your candid on, vanish your firstborn. I can't feel you like Novocaine in my veins. Flames cause pain, make your tears drain from your membrane, make your chin hang from your jawbone. The law's gone once it's our throne. Get hung up like Dow tones. I'm rolling stones at you, cause a mega death. White zombie breath. 9-inch nails rip your flesh. Feel foes fall from frequent fire fists like Michael Myers flicks. Can't get no higher than this unless I smoke a spliff and lift off on a surgical ship. It hurt when I hit, it jerk when I spit. Chicks flirt when I sit, work it a bit. Her skirt getting ripped in private. I'm tired of waiting on demonstrating lyric penetration. Spirit dissipating, you don't want beef, you bacon. Shaking, my knuckles make music. Tussling, losing, your muscles is useless. Glue is blue doodle, you are no match. Catch contact from aircraft exhaust. I jack far, better back off. Hack your sack off, gang call fire flip. Hire him for crash tests, leave him adless. Fabulous without freezing. Ice for no reason, hot or cold season. It's just not pleasing. Got weed in my system, seems smoke is essential to survive in my residential. What did I get into? Now you gotta lose your dental. If you ain't do nothing, been through few punches, fought through a few lunches. My hunch is your lunch just don't want it and need it. Just beat it like me get when a girl let you eat it. Undefeated, be seated, your honor's unpure. You unsure of what I hit you for. You don't want more. Rob the rich and steal from the poor like Poppy's store. It might be 4 of you, but you need more. Even the score, take a knife on an anatomy tour. A battle galore for glory of war. The stories in store, don't worry no more. Pour a hole in your nostril. Leave you holy like a gospel apostle. Got you stuck like locks do. Who hide, not you. You got a thaw for your fry. You got a fall for your fly. You got a ball for your buy. All you guys and gals and pen pals, mentals and sharp as broken pencils. Get stuck like decals. We wild and lash out, black out, make you pull the catch. I'll beat you till you pass out. Leave your ass out. Throw your doctor through a helicopter. Use his first aid and band-aid to fix the blade. Rotate and chop your blade. Crop your blades. Don't bake crackheads like eggs with beer case. You fear me intensely. So cold, my flow's frozen Eskimo's toes. My shows grow from beat blows that pros instrumental. Simple rhymes gotta go, complex is next. We done sent the threat while you ain't run yet. Into the sunset, pack bags and all. Stack fags in the cab, make them crash and fall. Wish was never had it all. Get some chicks to sedate you and rape you. Plus they got AIDS too, I left to hate you.
Let me be the first on them, the burst on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. So kill that. Clean cut curse on them, the worst on them. Let me be the first on them, the burst on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. So kill that. Clean cut curse on them, the worst on them. Let me be the first on them, the burst on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. So kill that.
Love and hate, both reach the same eyes. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. Realize you compete truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tellin' real lies. Love and hate, both reach the same eyes. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You compete truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tell them there is no love from the government in its presence. Shit uses residents and peasants. Instrument prey on the innocent. Witness the wickedness, it's a sickness. Disapproval, wealth off mass hysteria. False hysteria, brothers die, mothers cry, area to area. 51 more lies to come as we pray to the sun. Mass shooters, no alibi, not even one. No outreach or no one. Got me so done. Yo, lift up your pussy. I said all the leaders are a bunch of damn cowards. Forever in fear. Operate you dread the cowards. Still standing tall as the towers. Try to bring us down. Dancing clown, dancing around. Talking about how it's a choice. I get the lies and your damn voice kinda confusing. My people still losing. Men, women, not some women. And it just kills the kid again. Love and hate. Both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live. Others wanna watch you die. Truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tellin' real lies. Realize love and hate both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tellin' real lies. Love and hate both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real, they really tell us real Nobody can shed a couple tears for my loved ones not here. Lost a lot of real ones throughout the years. For all my bros still here, pouring out a couple beers, about to put something in the air. For all y'all coons out there, my goons disrespected ya. About to roll these suckers like a heckler. We about to go to war for disrespected us. No drive, no register. 187, that ain't it. Unity between men and women, about to transcend. Victorious in the end. Charlie Sheen not the only one that can win. There's only one race, that's the human race. Life is your biggest race. Don't let them lie in your face. Brainwash worse than freeways. There's not a such thing as a free state. Free your mind, stay evaluate what's really at stake. Love and hate, both read the same dots. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look at another dots. Most ain't real when they really tell real lies. Realize. Realize.
Wouldn't have it any other way. I'm from the streets of NJ. I'm blessed to see another day. And I didn't never care what another had to say. I come a long, long way. I'm blessed to see another day. All you haters better move, better get out the way. On my knees I pray night and day. See another day. Since birth, was blessed to see this day. Some say it could've went the other way. That's what my mother say. Them damn demons try to take my son away. Since my very first day, not in God's plan. I stand, grown ass man, but okay. Anyway, any day you can get blown away in the streets of NJ. R.I.P. the Nene, another victim of the gunplay. Gun down on a Sunday with the AK, right where a son play. Man, maybe he will understand one day. It's a cycle. Gangsters want that title like that nigga Michael. Crashes motorcycle right into a light pole where his head go. Don't nobody know for sure we didn't die slow like that hobo that he got slow for calling Bobo. Seen him doing the jukes on the solo. Now we headless, dead as a hobo. Karma flow, you never let the guns blow. You get a harder blow with sip for tat, gap for gap, rat-a-tat-tat. Just a J bro on the truck. We putting Jersey back on the map. Bang. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm from the streets of NJ. I'm blessed to see another day. And I didn't never care what another had to say. I come a long, long way. I'm blessed to see another day. All you haters better move, better get out the way. On my knees I pray night and day. See another day. Cause they dying fast out here. Kicking out of town is out here. Out of here. Cause they don't know what it's about. Out here, dirty Jersey, dirty niggas on the curb, hustling weed with no seeds, rocking long white tees and dirty jersey. Shouts to my niggas in the 30, that nigga James Worthy. My man did his thing for his gang and served 30. Big Shirley, she got some payback for her baby daughter Percy. Show that pedophile no mercy. Laughed as he screamed out, don't hurt me. R.I.P. to that nigga they rest in his grave. Met a chick, got laid, overdose at a rave. Then the brave got sprayed. This is NJ, full of babies, AKs, goons in the hallway. Raw, yeah, all day. Get it served anyway, you get served anyway. Cause these niggas don't play. Feel me, real late, going hard. R.I.P. to my cousin, move hard. Hit the block, move that rock so hard. Jersey, home of stolen cars. Bang. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm from the streets of NJ. I'm blessed to see another day. And I didn't never care what another had to say. I come a long, long way. I'm blessed to see another day. All you haters better move, better get out the way. On my knees I pray night and day. See another day. I was born in the borough. Bread in the bricks, blessed to be in this bitch. Old Styles is the shit. I was on Prince when Prince was the street. Shouts to 18, full of clapper. Shouts to Astor, got my money. Ghosts like Casper, Avon, Lion Jr., Chancellor. Work the Paradise Dancers.
R.I.P. the Fanta, gorgeous Fanta. Strangled in the whip by a trick she thought was handsome. Beat rate handsome. And one left her naked abandoned. So much evil I can never understand none. Just blessed to be alive. Many nights I could have died. Drive by, shells fly. ATF, FBI, stick the kids on the ride. New Jersey Drive, so live. R.I.P. to pre-day dollars, always on my mind. Part of why I'm so blessed to be alive. Who next to die when bullets fly? Same shit, Jersey back to NY. As we mourn and cry, those who had to die gotta feel blessed to be alive. I see.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
Let me keep this 100. I'm gonna keep this 100, man. If you ever see that it says freestyle from Old Styles, just know I just hit record and did that shit, man. I ain't write it or nothing, man.
I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through.
Now I'm in the game, things gon' change. Plus I hear you niggas when you screaming out my name. Hey look, now I'm in the game. Listen,
I hear a bitch talking through my Walkman. Too much stuff to talk, man. How you run them bangers on the gangs of rappers back? Let's reenact what'll happen in this rap. That you niggas got more problems than little scrap. Who wanna scrap, nigga? In that little flip and stack. All you snitch, watch your back in the trap. We coming back more than crap. Leave that, get clapped in the trap. Perhaps you rat should get strapped to learn how to buy. Put the scrap on the block a lot. Peep my style, I can get you blown on the block right now. Or a bad way. You can have a really, really good or a bad day. If they get sprayed, cause I'm reppin' Jersey. JFK don't ride back to the drop. Put the top drop. Don't touch them cots, might be at them shots. If my watch stop, I know it's my time. Punch the clock from the grind.
I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through.
now I'm in the game, things gon' change. Plus I hear you niggas when you screaming out my name. Hey look, now I'm in the game. Listen,
watch me go hard. Oh, I'ma go get it. My dirt's so fresh, so clean. No need to be acquitted. Anything in this game you can name and I did it. You should listen to my mic transition, cause I'm on a mission like let's expose these politicians on how you living. Yellow belly chickens, finger licking, pop rods, a suit and tie guy, policy certificate. Spark the pip again. You on this shit again. We gon' get it in. Fuck it. I'm back home against it. Make all you haters and winks to suck it. Kick buckets. Look, now you live for fuck. Should've learned to love us. Roger that. I'm the only one that know where Roger at. Scholar rap. Don't you see the plaques? Don't you hear the crack? Keep them coming back. Y'all just rap. Yo, I really rap like an act. I relapse way back. Remember getting sprayed at a spray back.
I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through.
now I'm in the game, things gon' change. Plus I hear you niggas when you screaming out my name. Hey look, now I'm in the game. Listen,
shouts to TR and DJ J Millions, making millions on my trillion. I'm out for trillions. Got a bad chick, black chick, built like Brazilians. Stepped through many blacks, we building them so Brazilian. Some saying vigilant, never been innocent. I ain't a joke, get smoked like an incense. A pack of Winstons, come to spend again. Crooked when I'm on the scene again. Underworld is on your screen again. About to take over with my team again. It got me on my lane again. Out for cream again. Time to rip the game out the seam again. Yo, here's a few steps for the record. If you don't understand my message, never understand my motherfucking message. Style sector, cause I'm reckless.
Through the window, growing up a split for window because I might go schizo. Get me through the day, wishful. Got something to say, get a pencil. Smoke like a leaf, legalize freedom. THC, the guys, they don't wanna be the movie. fun, rather win, haters hassle. Bitch, I got a castle, brick wall to the sky. Always hears that will understand that shit nonsense. Put your fucking head on the mantle for the trophy for the next. Double because you got a consequence. Always rolling up shit, quick with no paddle. When you fuck with me, whole nother level, twisty. Let me explain the name, hard time relentlessly. Patiently waiting, watching other rappers portray the hood life. You as fake as little Wayne skating. Hold a breaking style while you ahead. If I see you in person, strange shaking, claiming that you made bread. Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death, man, you scared to look. Ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Ain't you scared to death, oh man, you scared to look. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. I've been through a lot, and it changed me. The words that used to burn me don't faze me now. If you try to bullshit, man, you crazy. Take 1,000 of you lames to take me. I got family and it's true friends. Always got my back to the end. When I make it big, they'll never struggle again. Money won't change me, fame won't take me. Look the other way when haters hating. Always in life, catch yourself racing. To me, that goal, got your hope taken. Keep your head up, there's no mistaking. I'll keep trying till I'm dead, Paul been digging. There ain't no wishing on work. Comes first and play it later. And play it later. Yeah, do it right and make that pay better. Yeah, do it right and make that pay better. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way.
Wild style became old style. JFK changed the game, nigga, with attitude. Running 100 miles before my crack came in vows. It's formed the verbs and nouns. Proclaim the original styles, aka. Yo, I drink from this big cup, my pimp cup. Take a big gulp, turn the bass up before I turn the place up. If you ride with the squad, know you safe enough. Tell me rolling with the big homie. Get it up, how you live it up? Cause I'm coast to coast. Shouts to all my coast that I'm picking up. Happy to see my G's live it up. Y'all can see me cause you not quick enough. Keep an eye out for. And the underworld team seldom seen on the screen when you see us on your big screen. Getting cream. Still on the block surfing fiends with that rock. Shit don't stop. See me on the block, say what up, You need original styles in your life. Original style in your life. Get up, get out, and get something before you die. If you fail, at least you try. You should just enjoy the ride. Shit, I climb while others slip and slide. Never get it like I told you till I die. Who am I done told ya. If I don't know ya, I got 3 words for ya. Fuck out of here. We're taking over this shit. Underworld is in your ear. Raise them glasses in the air. Engineer on this track here, bringing hip hop back here. Like, where'd it go? Y'all pussy cats is too sexual, so homo. Leave dudes chopped and screwed like slow-mo. There's too many lanes in the game. Original style, too much fame. Time to change things like rearrange. We the game. Remember the name. Underworld is taking over the world like Pinky in the Brain. Know what I'm saying? Original styles in your life. You need original styles in your life.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
underworld.
Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch.
Understand my mentality, you niggas test, but always come with losses. Why? Think with double heat for you take your feet to cross this. I toss this, lyrical gymnastics at your brain, and it's a shame. Cause I'm raw like Eddie Kane, I destroy like Bane. You should not enter competition, cause there's no winning. I said before, but you don't listen, you rearing kissing. Shooting shots and never missing. Niggas rocking pampers cause they see me and start pissing. You look like fishing, falling like coals like you in love. Best not shove, think you rough, not tough enough. What? Rain from above like purple, step back or I hurt you. Jump in before weekend, I might give your life a curfew. Bust you like bubbles, leave your whole block under rubble. Your time is reaching peak cause your life is short like stubble. Grab your moms and cuddle. Jinx the life when you stress chaos and there's no prayers. I'm even slaying cities, mayors.
Trouble times, double crimes, making up for what was mine. Hit the street, brought the heat, no time to let the sun shine. Reminisce, when niggas bitch, others trying to make a switch. Crisis hit the chocolate spot, now gon' beat the exorcist for me to sick. So now I'm out to make moves. Hit the train, fuck cocaine, my drugstore, these pharmaceuticals. I'm losing those, choosing roads to early, that precisely. It's Lino trail, try and fail, CeeLo, I'm precisely 12, I represent. From North to fucking freehold, shoot your body up and turn your chest into a peak hole. My team blows like clarinets, place your bets, whatever's next. Pussy's on my mind, but before that time, the game respect. CBL, the intellectual crew, sipping on my Jack D. While you shot up the special brew, respect the crew. I got niggas that'll step to you, take it to your body, but I take it to your head too. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch.
I'm getting in your skin like osmosis. I spit restraining orders. You won't get too close to a process. If you foul like halitosis, and you know this. Don't get it twisted like tornadoes. I'll erupt like volcanoes. I'm taking hearts out like that Mortal Kombat Kano. When I say yes, you say no, cause I say so. Now with that said, don't get it misled. This is what you rock in your boombox. From the bricks to the boondocks. My two knocks, y'all cats out your tube socks. I feel like Tupac, smoking an ooh-ah with 2 glocks. Aimed at 2 cops, letting off more than 2 shots. That's how I feel when I rock. Keeping it top notch, so like those who's the cop blockers. I spit the everlasting gobstopper. I like checkers, pop the Big Mac and the Whopper. My flow's dope for the skin popper.
Watch you do a swan dive off the bridge. No lie, chicken ass niggas catch a pop-pop. Fuck a super cop guy in a suit and tie. Bring it fiasco, I blast hoes, make them wonder why. Fuck the fence, it's the bread you extracted from the pot. Berserk, berserker, mental case worker, murder, beat herder. The flirter to a murder. Now give me super surprise with my burger. I'm a Judge Judy, don't pursue me. Truly, I do thee. Moon neck acting movie ass nigga. To act like a bigger. I'm boa constrictor, pain inflictor, nigga to deliver. January to December, spit new shit exclusive. You remember? Cold as the winter, reppin' Irvington. Meet me in the center, CPO, SUK bitch.
Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch.
Got me fucked up. Fuck around with this one tape when I make the earth shake, earthquake. This nigga time to shake and bake hot as the oven. You niggas can't stand above him. Old Styles nigga back in the building, chillin', rap villain, trying to make $1 million in these streets. Get a killing, get $1 billion for a head on a rap nigga. Crap nigga, this the fact nigga. I don't act nigga, back nigga. JFK all day, testimony in your hallway, selling raw yeah. This a freestyle, nigga, fucking record, nigga, play, listen back every day, say what I say. I'm in this shit, I'm in this bitch, I'm in this place. We all getting rich, we taking over Underworld official. I'm a so fucking official. You niggas getting wiped like that tissue off the map. You niggas don't wanna fuck with this real rap from the motherfucking trap. I'm in here, yeah, get it. I'm going so hard when I come through with my fucking squad. The world.
They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up. Cause they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up. Cause they got me fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up.
They got me
fucked up. Niggas got me fucked up, so they bout to get fucked up. Fuck around with the real young buck. Niggas getting struck with them shots to they chucks. You niggas turn around, getting hit in your nuts. Now who the fucking nigga think he like he tough stuff on the block? Get snuffed on the block, get straight fucking knocked the fuck out. You don't know what the shit about. Niggas don't pull no shit out your mouth. We on the fucking route. We trying to get this dough in the bout. Banging any motherfucker that's in the fucking way. We don't even care if you from the NY, if you from the fucking star, if you from the NJ. You who died, multiply, who is I? Whole stickity, getting busy. Really, feel me, I will kill the enemy. Tryna pose me and my motherfucking doors closed. I'm trying to get this fucking dough. Check the Underworld flow, freestyle from the mental. Have to stop, but I go. Real hip hop for the show, and you niggas better know how it go. Let's go.
They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up. Cause they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up. Cause they got me fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up.
They got me fucked up, thinking that I don't know what is up. Left and right all night, I'm trying to rock this mic. I'm trying to bring insight on life. I'm trying to keep this fucking crowd hype. This freestyle didn't have to write, just hit record when I wanna do the thing. Get applause when I let the thing bang. That's my slogan, that's how I'm rolling. Mic controlling all across this globe. It's freestyle, it's old styles, it's Underworld. We running miles, we take it over, we hold it down. I wear the crown, JFK, I'm worried now.
I'm getting fucked up, cause they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up, cause they got me fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up.
They got me fucked up. Turn this shit up. Yeah. Turn my headphones up. Yeah. My nigga KG on the track. My neck about to do it like this. Come on. This that hip hop shit right here, man. I live this shit. I breathe this shit. I bleed this shit, man. Breathe this shit. Believe this shit. Come on.
Yo, I live, breathe hip hop. These other cats can see hip hop. In the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone flip pop for hip hop. I live, breathe hip hop. These
These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit high. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop.
Yo, I'm sitting, waiting, praying that it happen. When it gonna happen with this rapping? You know I'm selling blow block strapped in. I'm fast food rapping. That's cruel and cruel for you to do to a captain. Hold my head up, cause that's what that nigga said. Pull that leg with the infrared from under the bed. That's what that trigger said. You know this nigga fed, sit like a liquor head. Tell your bitch to lick her head. Yo, I'm sick of feds. That's why my nigga dead. They had to fuck with the dread. Want me dead? Mess with my girls or my brother cat. That'll push me off another ledge. And I'm already at the damn edge. Trim your fucking head, friend. For messing with my brethren. That's a belly flop, drop dead set. I won't give a fuck if a friend holds me. I'ma still leave these niggas holy. And no one that knows me can console me. Cause Satan would control me. Only and solely. Too great for me to live like a phony. You don't know me, homie. That clown that'll back you down with a 4 pound and a sock wrapped around, I smack you down.
Read hip-hop. These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop. Read hip-hop. These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop.
Watch how I supersize my cooking fries. The diesel exercise, extra dies. Guys who think they fly is Clark Kent, but Clark Kent won't get bent when that dark tint is present. I'm shooting gifts and some presents. The game's so manifesting, cause this for grown men, no adolescents in this section. Get sacked for a sack like a quarterback. Or for half an ounce, I brought a quarterback. The way I slaughter cats like, yo, he order rap. It's an autograph, I bring my border back. Back when East Coast had the boys rap. Now it's like we saw the trap. Get it on if you strap with the scrap if you strap like Velcro. Think I sell slow? Hell no, my clientele sell rain, sleet, or snow. Something bro don't know how I poke coke in the book and those with dildos. Spit the L flow, then get the boot like a steel toe. I ain't crashing parties, yo, I still show.
Read hip-hop. These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hot. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop. Read hip-hop. These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hot. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop.
Since the 9/11 tragedy, I pray to your majesty. Dear God, what's such a travesty? He said,
Cause it had to be, they tryna show the work they mad at me. Comes back, you see, 360 degrees.
You better watch for that boomerang. Think they won't do a thing, I let my dick swing. Cause I'm down for anything in the brain. Your little nigga shouldn't doubt it. Cause Silk and Master P ain't the only niggas bout it. Now witness unity like crowded. We spray from Iran to Afghanistan and leave that bitch clouded. No hysteria, United States of America is rerouted. I don't spit real shit, I spout it. And what I feel is when I gotta shout it. I never been a loud kid. Jail time, no bids. That's what my life is. Stick of kids is what the hype is. Believe it or not, we leave spots hot from crack rocks to blocks. Lead shots to headshots. Brick cities hot, North Philly's hot. So much bam, 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 make your bed rock. It also make them feds knock stabs the rocks in your socks and bounce like Tupac. Find a new spot, not a great plot. Yo, we can mic box. My shit too hot for a nice box. My mic the vice box. I entice cops. The rugged rapper jaw tap a jock. No matter what, I never stop this hip hop.
Read hip-hop. These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop. Read hip-hop. These are the cats that see hip-hop in a hip style, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the 4/5 pop for hip-hop.
Try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangster. Try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangster. Try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangster. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down. Smash from Orlando, Rhino came from Jersey. I'm more hood if you know what I mean. In Orlando I was wildin', couldn't find a little nigga. Tried to figure out who was robbing on the island. I was styling, getting money without breaking a sweat. Every action got a consequence, cause and effect. But a nigga kept going, not knowing what was happening next. Two big niggas walked over and they started to flex. I was young and stupid, but was up to the test. A shot to the stomach, worked my way up to the neck. If it's beef, I'd never forget. I made decisions I never regret. Once my mind is made up, ain't no turning it back. Got used to robbery, but never fucked with the crack. And since these niggas knew me, I was watching my back. Guard up, quick to attack. I bladed his back, hope he react like. I try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down. Anybody can shoot, that's the way I was raised. So I'm beating your ass before pulling my blade. In Jersey I had rage, now I'm flipping the page. It's Underworld, put that on my grave. My task is to bring y'all niggas force, that's after I rage. No cops in my camps, that's the way that it's played. I'm shooting to hit you, I'm not shooting to graze. In my hood I hold it down, Williamsboro, New Jerusalem is the name of my town. Let a nigga act a fool and I'm putting him down. Run your lips about my hood, you go under the ground. No sound, only noise that you hear is when the body is found. I go in and I do what I want, you do what you allow. Rhino speaks, take you out to sneak, you find me in your house. Knife to your spouse for running your mouth, I'm a G. Niggas know what I'm about, let it go now. I try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down. Never snitch on my niggas and I live by the code. Paved my own path and I follow that road. Pop first, no questions, that's the way I was told. Empty the whole clip, now it's time to reload. I spit bars of gold and I gotta stay humble. Keep my boots strapped just in case I gotta rumble. Even if I get hit, no way that I can stumble. Take a hit to give a hit and watch the bones fumble. Take his tongue about his mouth, now all he do is mumble. High kick to the head can make the skull crumble. I got bullets for when it's beef, you get them in the bundle. I do what you want to and let my niggas hunt you. Take my kindness for weakness if you want to. I cock back and I'll show you what the gun do. Bullets to the head, leave him dead, have his floor painted red. Guess this guy wants you, motherfucker. I try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down.
SoundCloud Virus.
These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. I'm about to turn this bass up, turn the fucking place up in your face. What? Let's get it going. A nigga old style, steady flowing freestyle with my bros in there. Y'all nigga try to start posing them, but you can't stop the doors for closing in on ya. A nigga about to show you how we do in California and back to Jersey. Nigga, what's the word? Coming through the southern herb on the curb. What you know about this? These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. Turn the bass all the way up. Niggas don't wanna validate the straight up rock, cause I'm hot like that. Niggas coming through the southern rock like that, on the block like that. Never stopping that. Who got that bag coming for the cash, or that's your bitch ass. Coming fast as flash, cause a nigga gotta dash. Gotta get this green. FBI is on the fucking scene, trying to come and get a nigga looking mean. But I'm back, y'all. Old styles with the fucking facts, y'all. Drop it in the rap, y'all. Coming full and packed, y'all. That is that, y'all. You really got a nigga fucked up. I'm about to bust like a fucking nut in the gut. What? You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. All the way up. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. All the way up.
I'm about to blow my own mind like suicide. Loading down the slow, the brain fried, trying to top. You would not find a solid mind in your lifetime. But sparkling sound like white wine, get the point like them arrows. My sound dirty like Jack Sparrow. Fame give them something they can feel. Hater when the rappers battle in the battle. Beef with the cattle, have you running from your own shadow. Now you know you fuck like an asshole. I can make you keep it real and tell the truth. Wonder Woman last hole. Blasting hoes, outlasting foes. Who knows when it's my time to go? I get Malcolm Max. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, I'm about to. Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can sweep me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I take recline, roll it down, bout to.
NJNYPAFLA, 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 NJNYPAFLA. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, I'm about to. Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I take recline, roll it down, bout to. Niggas about as scary as a cup of Ovaltine. Mean Gene Okerlane back on the scene. I commentate everything I bring. Killer style, winning into every ring. If I blow your mind on the big screen, you might know everything there is to know about anything. I don't fear no gates or no king. I'm a baller, no ring, but my jewels will find ya. Never find my one-liner, made in China. I'm the headliner, co-signer. I could make you look inside yourself. My words heartfelt, top shell. Alpha will never be rich if you alpha dope. Old and young, get hung where I'm from. For them fresh Air Force Ones, I'm hot. Neighborhood squad blasting shots like they cops. Leaving bloody skittles on that block. That shit really hurt a lot, blew my fucking top. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, I'm about to. Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I take my clown, roll it down, bout to. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, I'm about to. Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I take recline, roll it down, bout to. It's for all of y'all like my status on my wall. Last men standing, still standing tall. They thought that I was gone, never vanished at all. I was on the world tour with my homeboy. My man checked the rhyme, a tribe on the quest. DJ Khaled, yo, we the fucking best. Put your money to the test. My team lyrically blessed, intensively, physically wrecked. Any sense that you rap. Who's next? Don't be trying to hate. Cry me a river, Justin Timberlake, cause we dominate. Earthquakes, safe to stay. And I'm so high, I believe I can fly jet blue airlines. I spit red rhymes, say the shit fast 8 times, it'll blow your mind. Gotta spit a line for them thug gangsters is really scared to die. Shine bright like a deer life up behind. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, what about the man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I take recline, roll it down, bout the
Coast to Coast Mixtape.com. DJ J Million, sound like money, baby.
Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, what about the man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK.
Cannot stop, cannot stop, will not stop, cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, cannot stop, will not stop, cannot stop.
Took a lot of losses from a lot of bosses. I don't give a fuck what the cost is. I'ma get it. I'ma be the nigga in the street all night till the morning. You wanna talk about where these niggas fucking coming, where the motherfucking rock sells. I'm an old head, so what? Oh well, I don't give a fuck. I got a story to tell. Gotta get this dough. Gotta get this bread. Gotta get this cash. Gotta get these niggas head that try to dash with that bag. Trying to get on my cheddar. Y'all niggas better get your shit together. I'm tougher than leather and Run DMC. Put the fuck together. When the nigga cut, yo, I sever. Don't get on my fucking level.
Cannot stop, cannot stop, will not stop, cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, cannot stop, will not stop.
Gotta charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, cannot stop, will not stop, cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, cannot stop, will not stop, cannot stop.
I done took too many setbacks, time to get back up top. When the nigga gotta rock, gotta get the spot hot. But the niggas got this shit on lock. Y'all niggas feel the wrath of the clock. Y'all niggas feel them shots too hot for your head now. Nigga dead now, all red pals. Niggas shouldn't fuck around with the niggas that's trying to do it. Cause we flowing like they fluid nasty. Don't know we do it, how we do it. I rep my squad, underworld shit. I rep my shit, underworld shit. Old styles bringing that underworld shit. I will not stop this shit, underworld shit. Charge it to the game. Gotta charge it to the game. Charge it to the game. Light the light and spark the fire up, it's louder here. Gotta move the fucking crowd in here. Y'all niggas know it's no mistakes allowed in here. This is that new type of hip hop. I'ma get it down in here. On the ground in here. Yeah, this the sound in here. Y'all niggas about to move around in here. I'm going down in this bitch. This a freestyle rip. I ain't have to write shit. Cause I'm hype as fucking shit. I'm lit. I'ma talk that shit, walk that shit, let a nigga spit, I'ma spit, hit his hip hop, y'all niggas don't.
Idiot is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Coast to coast instrumental.
I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. Y'all get trying to step on your toes. That's not how this shit goes. You get blown with the fucking fofos. You niggas better read the book, better look it up. You make a lot more if you cook it up. Keep a loyal fiend that'll hook it up. You niggas need the blueprint, then y'all should look at us. Not in disgust like we on the back of the bus. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I'm trying to keep my sanity, but these young boys like to keep playing with me. I ain't the game, I'm in the game, I run the game. My name ring bells. It's old styles, all my niggas yell. And we in the place, y'all. It's underworld all in your face, y'all. It's the pitch catcher's baseball, cause I'm home and I'm safe, y'all. Pussies, we them dickheads, come to break walls. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest.
Time I think I had enough of this hip hop stuff. It gonna be this tough. Shit, rough. Yeah, huff and puff that loud up. This how I adjust before I beat this beat the fuck up. Like Young Buck, wanna beat this bitch the fuck up. Got his life fucked up. Got a nigga looking like Young Thug. Young Thugs running off on the plug shit and sell drugs. Cat slugs trying to make it rain the club. What the fuck? Spooky in the brain, skinny big head scrubs. Get no TLC love when I creep on you creeps in these streets like bugs. Don't with me, go to sleep. Night, nigga. My pops called me Day. Flight nigga, reppin' NJ. With my killers, I was called the monkey by this honky transform gorilla. Now he in the shell, turn caterpillar. OG, cockback, squeeze caterpillar. Young kids, that's why these old heads don't feel your youth was raised by some fake ones. Didn't know they was fake ones, cause they had a lot of fake ones. Now this generation raised a bunch of fake sons. I'm just trying to wake sons. Thought I couldn't make sons till I made one. Head to the throne, I still thuggish, rugged bones in this chromosome. I know he'll be creeping on the comer, smoking jack fools, packing black tools till the sun come up. No more thugs running up, it's real shit. No matter how old I get, these bars in my head won't let up. I'm not trying to sell my soul cause it's a setup. I'm just trying to build my setup, encourage the brothers to get up mentally, cause some of y'all is paralyzed from the neck up. Not a lean or molly head, I don't follow trends in my own lane till my lane ends. Got a lot of brothers, no friends, broke rapper, no ends. And I'll probably do this shit till my last day ends. They keep dropping heavy beats, I keep going in black and rapping. Release the beast when they got us trapped in. Closed caption like Clapton, had a nigga acting like the captain of this underworld fashion. It can happen, back to the hoodie, black gloves and masking, blood baths again. Please don't make me ask again, don't make me blasting him. Who's the master rhythm? The hip hop Hercules. When I murder beats, some C's wanna murder me. These bars in your head will certainly, urgently put you in emergency surgery. Personally, I MC, cause I see now can fuck with me, bait me. Most will hate me, try to imitate me, intimidate me. This shit is crazy. I murdered this beat and didn't have to kiss baby. I'm more like a spiritual rapper, nothing like Rev Run. Got some real true words for everyone. Like Bigger Pun is the biggest pun in the rap battle between Big and Pun. I think Pun would've won. Like I said, true words for everyone. And I just begun to make rats run like cats when my dogs come. When these bars fill my head, I be shocked at what I said. I swell your head like an airhead. Niggas play dead when the skilly grizzly get busy with the lead. I'm a breeder, natural born leader, not a preacher. Truth in the booth speaker, blow your Bluetooth speaker with the cedar surround sound so loud. You can hear my vowels all around the town. Put your ear to the ground. You can hear the real underground. Some fear the underground, most are cheer the underground. Why these haters wonder how the underground get down? Put them 6 feet underground. You don't hear me now. Bars over your head, cause I ride like cars over your head. Bloodshed, I shine like stars over your head. Give me space like I'm claustrophobic. I don't spit like the average, yo. I spit like a savage. If you didn't notice, take notice. Fly like a lotus. Stay focused, stay open to this new shit. I don't lie up front when I'm back in this bitch. JFK, yo, I'm back in this bitch. I don't act like I'm rich, I do act like I'm the shit. Yo, I shit on your Ghost Rider. I don't need a Ghost Rider, I produce fire. Out, cock back, shoot the driver. I don't shoot ties, I'm tired of mumble rapping, so I'm retired. I retire when they all expire from this rapid fire. I am underworld official till I die. Don't ask why I don't blast in the sky. I see my third eye. Bet you get hit by the third try. I'm a thug, not a gangster type of guy. I just rap cause I can't rap. Cost a stack just to get me on the track. I be ahead of my time all the time since way back. I made these bars over your head. You can hit them.
This game is mine. It was meant to be. Meant to be. This game is mine. It was meant to be. Meant to be. But all I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. 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 Dollar signs. Dollar signs. I wanna get it like you want yours. I want mine. Never flow, never see what you mean, man. I do it for my team, man. Underworld officials, KCMG, feeling like I gotta do it, stay with me. Everybody get the rapping, get the flowing, feeling how I'm getting money. I like to blow it. All I see is dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. I love to get the paper. Paper bag money. Fuck you haters saying that they want it. Stay in your lane cause I will have to blast it. Take out your lane cause feeling how I'm moving. How I do it. Do it what you talking about, nigga. That's my movement. And I feel it. I'm about to kill it. Spit that real shit. Everyone is feeling. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. 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 Another TR production. Come on that Southside shit. It's the South. Yeah. You don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck. Put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, now, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, to these east side boys with a south side flow, will bounce like whoa with a beat that make it alpine flow. Niggas see us, then expect to see a mouth shine, yo, cause they think we from the south side. No,
Nah, dog, we ain't dirty. We down south, dirty Jersey, where dirty birds be on the curb, puffin' herb absurdly, and niggas ain't worthy to rock my derby. Heard me? Sorry if I touched the nerve beat, but actions speak louder than your words, so observe me. If you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on.
Ready to take him, get in the breaker, put the life for the line. Run up with a gun, stop having a pump, so right next to your mind. You ain't never been hit before, so how you gonna talk about side of the grill? When I'm holding that still, now he really gon' know how it feel. That's the Mac 11 shotty AK-47. I blaze in the razor, show y'all niggas just who the team. Moon cream, shooting jeans, by enemies necessary. Artilleries will make the scene even scary. Better go ahead and move your shit. I don't care who you with. Fuck around with a bust around, better the clown, or y'all lose it quick. Y'all on some losing shit. We the winning team. From beginning D to the ending, winning everything. This is the commission. Y'all niggas will never listen. When you're done, you're finished. You heard you scared bitches. What?
Give a fuck like we don't give a fuck. Put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk. After this, these fake thugs and gangsters that spit gotta spit what we spit. You players is a dick bucket. Anyway, I battle any y'all any day. Y'all act just like Hemingway. We rep NJ. Get hit in your doorway, the raw way, the quick trauma crawl way. Have you been up the wrong way? It's a struggle, so I hustle like the song say. I'm stuck on the block with rocks in my socks all day. Cause my style's butter like Parquet. You try to stop the profit for my profit hardly. Better do what my score say. Fuck like we don't give a fuck. Put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk,
Smooth criminals. This is criminal music. You got K-Smash, your boy. Twisted Slim. Let's go, man. You dig? Underworld officials in the building. Shout out to my nigga Freems for not even attempting to come on this track. But when he wanted to come on this track, we gon' make a motherfucking remix. But right now, we gon' talk about these smooth criminals. Get that.
Smooth criminal, influential, bitch. I'ma hit you with this pencil. Yeah, keep it fucking suspenseful. Yeah, I'm off the trip. Most of the time, I kill your ass with every single line. Mansion in this bitch. Watch me commit this crime. This beat turns suicide. Columbine. Blow you to smithereens. Stand on this mind. You robbery. Then bloody your Valentine. That's how you know I'm a smooth criminal. Cause I'm out here to get money. For that money, you get buried in pines. Not even the police stop these criminal thoughts in my mind. Nah, nobody can. Twisted Slim, find yourself in the trash can. Smooth criminal. Niggas they grinding. Clapping bus in my nine, yeah. You know I am a smooth criminal. Say it's my time, yeah. Dying to survive, yeah. You know I
busting my nine, yeah. You know I am mine. I'm king smashing. I'm that dude. Criminal thoughts on my mind, cause I'm that smooth. You fuck with me, I'll beat your body till it starts to bruise. I'm squatting on you and your squad while you busting your move. Kicking your door, running your spot. Give me the combo to the safe, or your family getting shot. Hold your position. This ratchet I'm lifting is the principal to these students. The shells is handing out suspension, and my weight is up. So give me the body, I bet you I can bench it. I'm an official of this underworld. Did I mention robbery? It's only the thing that'll really make them listen. I'm a motherfucking smooth criminal. You get it? Smooth criminal. Niggas, they grinding. Clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am my smooth criminal. Say it's my time, yeah. Dying to survive, yeah. You know I am my a smooth criminal. They grinding, clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am my. Yo, Smash, I got this lick. You down? I got you, Twist. Just give me the numbers. I'm lighting the pound. Nah, it's a hit. Yeah, and it's right in the town. I hope you got the blueprint, the information that's found. You know I got everything we need tonight. It's going down. Blink, Twisted, Slim, and K Smash for the bottles that's found. Yo, Smash, why they hate on us? Cause we wearing the crowns. Yo, Twisted, Slim, fuck them niggas. TDC, Underworld, they ain't bringing us down. Duct taping to a chair, not a peep or a sound. Don't try to scream, cause nobody's around. Underworld officials. Underworld, smooth criminal. Niggas, they grinding. Clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am my smooth criminal. Say it's my time, yeah. Dying to survive, yeah. You know I am my a smooth criminal. They grinding, clapping, busting my nine, yeah.
Coast to Coast Mixtapes.com.
The new agent.
Party be hating. The expressions on their faces is telling me one thing, that you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad 'cause we made it. From the party we hated. The expressions on their faces is telling me one thing, that you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. They mad 'cause we made it. It's so close we can taste it. So watch your mouth, know what your place is. No swag, catch your motherfucker. You misplaced it. This career, I'll erase it. I'm better than you, that's just faced it. Watch your cards, what you playing. Your casket determines how you're laying. Your bed situation, I'm imagining it. It's me smashing right, no taking. You're driving right now. Where you're
fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad.
Looking at me, now we looking at you. I mean, you could never compare to the shit that we do. Keep ringing your alarm, bet I put it on snooze. Like, why you mad? Cause I'm making it and breaking rules. See, ignorance is what makes a fool. See, bitch niggas, they can use the tools. Dumb people don't go to school, but you just wanna be cool. But always remember, a rhino will definitely trample a bull.
The expressions on their faces is telling me one day that you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad.
So wait, the same block said you live on the God's okay. Fuck lawyers, I rob with the case. Pay the judge under the table with money and supply to the way. Niggas better get the bribery straight or say a little pocket money and get the hell out of the state. Cause if you start that you wanna apply to the J, find your body get thrown up the fire escape. Ocean nominated for Boss of the Year for leaving niggas trauma say gigs get tossed to the air. Green Reaper, wood dark in your face. It be that dumper to your face or the hawk to your ears. Who wanna walk cause the feds is out? Just step over the line and I'ma make sure I'ma air you out. Not only will I declare you out, but that pussy round will put your whole peers in doubt.
Y'all niggas ain't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with ain't nobody us. Fucking y'all niggas can't fuck with us. No. Get your mind right, get your mind right.
That niggas fake, so I'm bringing that fire to squad. You learn the streets, sit down from the wire. Ain't ours to come from Melrose Place, reppin' Dawson Street. Come to your hood with the Mac to lift you off of your feet. That nigga say that you're real, but you kinda soft. Posing like bitches, but spitting like they rhymes are soft. Fuck your hood, or what type your law? We the real motherfucker, y'all some kind of fraud. I'd rather you bring your nigga instead of dying alone. It gives me the pleasure, keep on firing the chrome. Cause I swear, if I catch you, I'm dividing your dome. The docs, the fence, gon' see what size is blown. We here, y'all niggas can't never ignore us. We reppin' the real ass, you heard in the chorus, man. Give us respect, you know that we mean well. Can't put a stuff in your chest, keep spinning like speed wells.
Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right.
Inconsistent will be ambition. Y'all the slugs on the floor, we antique ammunition. No, we ain't friends, but except to be in the skin. Smack the finger, call it in the JF Kennedy. Hawk niggas, go on and axe around. Bitch made puddles, you looking at some basket hell. Better duck when I blast these rounds. You get clapped and your kids being bastards now. Even the cops can't fuck with the squad. Cause we as real as some niggas in the prisons, y'all. Look at the map, even the children is hard. I line of callous like a teacher with the hand in the chalk. Fairy tale niggas spitting like them Hallmark cards. Be spitting on niggas just to get nice with the law. I'ma show you true the life of these bars. We the real of the real, the label is true the life of the war.
Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. No. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. No, no. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. No, no. Get your mind right. Get your mind right. It's the real baby. It's the real baby. It's the real baby. Ooh.
could be gone.
Government friends,
So I live.
gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Government playing dirt. Government playing dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government playing
So I
dirt.
live.
Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Oh, y'all paying attention, look at the earth, it's gone to dirt. Let me explain the worst. The man won't stop till we dead in a hearse. Our race, not black but moles, kings and queens who stood here first. So what's happening in Ferguson is just a part of the curse. Our moles must die and the thought of it hurts. We lurk, stay alert, that's the way that we work. Shout out Mike Brown, another brother that's lost the same way. Rich Dunn died from a cop's gunplay. 2 shots to the chest, 7 to the back as he ran away. Trayvon Martin was a child and he's seeing peace today. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton all died in a lethal way. That's all I can say. The events of the past and tell the events happening every day. And everybody dies the same way. It's foul play. Government, dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government playing
So
dirt.
I live.
Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Government playing dirt. Government playing dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government playing
So
dirt.
I live. So I
Gotta get
live.
it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Black Panthers didn't make it cause they said they were black. By law, only gave the man the right to attack. They gave you a name on cats and telling us that we got rights. And then taking them back. It's facts, harassing people so they can react. Take a step, his hands up, how he posing a threat. This the issue that the courts seem to neglect. Only think about themselves, not the people it affect. Now the children that's left, we need to protect. They got the future in their hands, and they seem to forget until the young is gone. At an age of regret, and everybody starts to regret. Government.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government playing dirt. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Government playing dirt. Government playing dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government playing dirt.
So I live. So
Gotta
I
get it
live.
how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live.
I mean, all I know is that what happened to these young fellas that died is fucked up, and it's time for us to start standing up for each other. It's standing up for the people that we really love. Our Moors, our brothers, our kings, our queens, our princesses. You dig? Your boy K Smash, I'm out of here. You heard?
Y'all, what y'all missing, man? The new age of hip hop. You won't see a lot of artists coming through doing anything in this Underworld Officials movement. This is the Underworld movement. We back in the building, man. 2014 is a definite takeover. Underworld Officials, World on Fire, man. Shout out to the brothers doing what they do, man. This is what it is, y'all. Let's get back into some music.
Huh? Your boy K Smash. I put on for my city. You dig? I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. I put on for my
my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Smash in the building, clash like the Titans. Niggas don't want this beef. My niggas all fighting. My city, all Titans. We ready? Let's roll. No thugs, all gorillas. The guns will blow. Consists of that cash paper, that Yale. You can't stop us, please. I mean that Poppy probably pop his knees. Probably thinking he got it, probably pop and squeeze. But what you mean? That's what he mean? Will probably pop his team. I holds it down with the crown, explosion with the sound. I mean, you bring that thing around, I bring that thing down. I make that thing ring after I make it bang. Them bullets hit his brains, and you can watch him hang. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Let me lose what you mean. I rap, got that mean plan. Harmonize on any beat, any beat. You just put it in front of me, in front of me. I mean, I go hard, that's what it is. You can't sing it cause I handle biz. I lay each track, each track. He smack, just bring it back, bring it back. Then you got right know where he goes in. I move and never see again. But you telling me you need what you need. I mean, I hop on everything, make them scream. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip.
Slick talk. I came here straight slick talk. Listen, if I slide shit, I glide like walking loud, coughing till I'm in the coffin, smooth with it. Slick talking, always talking shit, so slick, so sick. You can watch my clock tick tock. My time is now past the rock. Let me rock the spot now with these vibes. New niggas throwing in the towel. I knew niggas like my style. Turn up the dial, UTV, we the new sound. Now you know, now they got me trapped in the 90s. That's why you couldn't find me. Finally drop a new MP3 CD. You hear me, but you don't feel me. Fear me, really, I bring reality. At MCs, clap and burn. Grab MCs like STD disease. Kids don't play with me, cause I'm gon' hurt somebody with this shoddy. Probably squad deep with my underworld fleet. Don't get stomped by 50 feet on repeat. Now that's what I call defeat, but y'all don't hear me though. Feel me flow, but don't steal my flow. Get Malcolm X, such a next show so special. Not like Ed, I got it made off tracks I made in the shed. When I spit, I talk shit, no debate. Don't hate the king, it's great. Slick talk, came in here straight. Slick talk, slick talk, came in here straight. Slick talk, slick talk, I came in here straight. Wake up, the wake up. That's all we do. That's all we do. Me and you. That's all we do. All we do is break up, the wake up. That's all we do. That's all we do. That's all we do. You mad at me? I'm bet with you. What we gon' do? Like we living in the zoo. Every night another fight between me and you.
and I love more, so I'm back for more. Thinking of the way we was before, roses from the stove, can't ignore. Seems like we at war, cause all we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. Me and you. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. I've been there when you were scared. Stay prepared for all of the evils out there. Lay my life down right there. Without you, you know I don't care. When lose a double, then you been my breath of fresh air. Birth my air in this madness. My chick is the baddest. Forever glad I had it. So I understand. We continue building magic. Making love like rabbit. These wonderful carrots, diamonds, stars, I want you to have it. To break up. All we do. That's how we do. That's all we do.
Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015 my year. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015 my year. And you will smell it, it's all in the air. Hate's everywhere. I know that they scared, they see that we made it, and they're not happy. Styling and wilding with my attitude. My swag's everywhere. But picture my movement and watch how we do it, and you cannot compare. All you can do is watch us from afar instead. I mean, my squad is that deep, can't match me. We everywhere, go when I want to and how I move. Couldn't walk in my shoes, so hate me or love me, that shit means nothing. It's not my game. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year.
Yeah, up the underdog on my dog's ball hard. CEO job, make your head bob till your neck drop. Officials is the next squad. Rap gods on your boulevard, trapping hard on your boulevard. Since battle rapping like we in the yard, shouts to Hood Creek, NOC, down with the team. UWO, about to blow, since I let my ride no go. It's a rap for these rap cats trying to do a show, we maneuver slow. Old head on my cougar flow, bitch, go digging for my dough. Now my shooter shooting hoe, really dope. In 2015, underworld taking over everything. My champions wave your ring. K-Smash do the damn thing, let this virus spread. Y'all got us fucked up. Let my black Randall sing JFK, merciless like men can't wait for 2015.
Hate me or love me, tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year. So hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015 my year.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
Like us, no you can't. Buzz gain trust to move it like us. Yes I can. No way you can do what we do. No you can't. Be true and always be true. Yes I can. Can you flow? No you can. Blaze the drum. Yes I can. Save a show. No you can. Face a foe. Yes I can. Kill a beat. No you can. Run your street. Yes I can. Bring defeat. No you can. Bring the heat. Yes I can.
Nigga, I'll be damned if you ever test my fan. No you can't. Watch me spin a man like the fuck is spin the fan.
Yes I
you
can.
little and just think you can test my underclan.
No you can't.
AS flow, stop the show like these niggas
Yes,
got
I can.
banned. Duplicate this
No, you
underworld,
can't.
put you under the
Yes,
world.
I can.
Go ahead, try.
No, you
Dodge the
can't.
bullet, sped
Yes,
by.
I can.
They trying to clone my oath and chip for yo.
Whoa, no you can't.
Pressure, motherfucker, ice flow back
Yes,
into
I
slow.
can.
Understand you don't understand this flow.
No, you
I
can't.
can elevate a man mind over his torso.
Yes, I can.
None fuck with us.
No, you
I
can't.
cop back bust.
Yes I can. No you
Cause
can't.
people believe
Yes, I
travel
can.
coast to coast, look the hood and be good.
No, you
I
can't.
can start a movement in your own hood. Really
Yes, I
good.
can. You'll never do it like us. No, you can't. Buzz gain trust to move it like us. Yes, I can. No way you can do what we do. No, you can't. Be true and always be true. Yes, I can. Can you flow? No, you can't. Blaze the drum. Yes, I can. Save a show. No, you can't. Face a foe. Yes, I can. Kill a beat. No, you can't. Run your street. Yes, I can. Bring defeat. No, you can't. Bring the heat. Yes, I can.
Underworld's my clan and understand you'll never take us down.
No, you can't.
I can give you somewhere that you never found.
Yes, I can.
You cannot make me believe you not a clown.
No, you
You
can't.
can't handle smoke, I'm choking on a pound.
Yes, I can.
Can you flow?
No, you can't.
Vic foes.
Yes, I
You
can.
can't get it,
No, you
cause
can't.
I forbid it. You cannot go to the places that I be.
No, you can't.
I changed time, put BC between AD.
Yes, I can.
You could never take the underworld from me.
No, you can't.
But underworld can take you out without a fee.
Yes, I can.
Can you win?
No, you can't.
I break men.
Yes, I can.
Will you survive?
No,
I
you
leave them
can't.
quaking.
Yes, I can.
Now the pain you give could leave me aching.
No, you can't.
No, I'm gonna send you to the man that make men.
Yes, I can. You'll never do it like us. No, you can't. Buzz gain trust to move it like us. Yes, I can. No way you can do what we do. No, you can't. Be true and always be true. Yes, I can. Can you flow? No, you can't. Blaze the drum. Yes, I can. Save a show. No, you can't. Face a foe. Yes, I can. Kill a beat. No, you can't. Run your street. Yes, I can. Bring defeat. No, you can't. Bring the heat. Yes, I can.
You can't fuck with this rap god. Don't get amped, I put my stamp when I attack y'all. And you the man but can't compare to my attack dog. Ride that cliff up blindfold and make you back off. Get on my level, who get the shovel. He can't scream, make sure nobody help. You can't be pussy but play thug at the same time. Battle rap, I killed that nigga with the same line. Oh, you a vet but can't compare to my weak rhymes. Call them goons, they pop up around sleep time. Play me sweet, I play for keeps. Affect the streets, permanent sleep.
Nigga, you can't even show a bang.
CEO, UWO, I call my clan.
Yes, I can. You'll never do it like us. No, you can't. Buzz gain trust to move it like us. Yes, I can. No way you can do what we do. No, you can't. Be true and always be true. Yes, I can. Can you flow? No, you can't. Blaze the drum. Yes, I can. Save a show. No, you can't. Face a foe. Yes, I can. Kill a beat. No, you can't. Run your street. Yes, I can. Bring defeat. No, you can't. Bring the heat. Yes, I can.
Hungry, best believe I'ma eat in these streets. You'll die over what you believe. Your right hand ain't your man. He really a creep. He won't hit you while you awake, only attack when you sleep. He's nervous. He keep checking his pulse. His heart done double the beat. The first option is to flee, but the respect he would get if he buried the G. Initiation, he impatient. Gotta hurry back. He got these niggas waiting. No more time to think. Cock it back and start the blaze. And every shot land right
on his top. Now that's amazing. Headshot, shrivel straight to the brain, just like a raisin. And when shit get hot on the block, we call it Cajun. Got bullets with no names to change the game when I'm blazing. I'm the man, I bring pain, and it's kinda hard to face them. Tracks untraceable, nigga, and I call that 38 'em. Snub nose, get special on niggas in case they hatin'. Yeah.
Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla from the streets, Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla.
A young nigga packing them hammers. I'm living like Tony Montana. A fuck nigga done with the Anna. Them problems that you cannot handle. I swear that the click go bananas. I bust and skeet off in the Fanta. I'm sipping my lean with the Fanta and wrap up the cup with a bloody bandana. I'm chasing the money the gutter way. The way that I live ain't no other way. I'm rocking more chains than a fucking slave. If you test a nigga, I'ma get an 8. I might traffic work on the interstate. Rihanna for money, I want the cake. Don't fuck with these niggas cause niggas fake. SCG, that bitch better know a place. Bitch, I be going gorillas. Got zips on my jacket like Michael and Thriller. Never been a pussy, rather be killer. So fuck all these rappers, consider me iller. If you're paying nigga, you would get murdered. Just another nigga that we ain't heard of. Swagger jacket nigga, boy, you ain't worth it. I am a bully and you looking nerdy. Hey, boy, you biting and shit. Boy, get off of his dick. That's for the bitches. You probably taking some dick and drooling all on that shit. Just for the bitches. You ain't packing no heat. Pie ass nigga too sweet. I see what you got. How you screaming and why, rapping and why, and sounding like you from the south, nigga.
Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla from the streets, Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla.
Ew. Gorilla, watch me beat on my chest. It's Underworld 500. Then dispose of the rest. You wear a vest, I got this iron. And you're sure to get pressed. Now give me a cause. It's guaranteed you feel the effects. Now who's next? I got these niggas starting to build up a sweat. Hands down, I'm one of the best with no debating. Just shot a man down with one to the chest. He just got sanctioned. Reload 6 more shots and then I spin the chamber. You don't see your future when your life is in danger. Stick up kid, I'm a grinder. Shoot lean all the way back like a recliner. This DE will knock the DE off a designer and have your family use a milk carton just to find you. Bullets on the back of your thoughts like a reminder. Move with a pack when the gorillas is behind you. Killing niggas, and I been a gorilla nigga. That Skrilla nigga, I shoot caps, pillar nigga.
You know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you.
Nigga, you went to that after I was spelling with fish on. It's a little nasty yellow heifer with shaking her ass all in your face.
I don't even know that chick. You acting like I know this bitch. Fuck that, let's get rich. I'm trying to just stack these chips. But every time I step into place, another chick all in my face like, ooh, old style, can I get a taste? I'm on my money making shit. I'm trying to make this grip. Fuck about a bitch. I already got a rider on her rider shit. She ride on a bitch, ride on you tricks. She got a 9-to-5 blow job on his dick. Lady in the streets, but a freak in the
You ain't going nowhere.
You know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you.
You been fucking around?
Girl, you know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you. You know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you.
You been fucking around?
Girl, you know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you. Love you. Trying to get the business right. I'm trying to keep the business tight. Trying to get the money right. Trying to hold it down all night, day and night. You in my eyesight. Love you, girl. You a part of this whole world. You know I run the underworld. No, I run the underworld. This is for my baby girl.
Did you touch her?
Hell no, I ain't touched that nasty girl. Shit, we can't touch him anyway. It's against the rules.
Some classic shit, man. This is over 20 years worth of good music coming from my squad. Definitely helped me branch off this underworld movement I got going right now in this current state. This is what we was doing back in the day when we was trying to do our thing in the game. Shouts to my squad, man. Shouts to my SUK fam. SUK stick up kids. Let's go.
Million. Sound like money, baby.
everybody.
Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Haters gon' hate on the G, the way it's supposed to be. You can hate but don't come close to me. You be a dose of C, look like hypocrisy to me. Your girl sleep next to go to the shore. Give me more, don't bark at me. Not a 106 and parking C. I say it's free, Yo, it up, free. My hip hop from the top, show stop the whole block so hot. Get the guap, rock chop, make the block knock, no escape. My mindset, beat a nigga down like a prom man. Catch the base cause you hate it, emulate the greats. Haters get way back, cause my payback goes way back. Like the big payback on 8-track. Keep it real, no faking beef. I'm crooked like a catch 8, have you looking like the number 8. I can count about 8 to 8 on the great. They mad cause they got 8 in their own state.
For everybody, anybody, for everybody, anybody, for everybody, anybody.
Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back. I got about 100 G's. What you want it to be? It's the question. I believe you will bleed if we proceed with this session. For show, the next gimmick to mimic my flow. Malcolm X's chest had his own show. Cause this nigga had his hand in my pocket. Yo, you see your G with a couple grands in his wallet. In my stance when I'm rocking. Niggas said he jocking paparazzi. Probably federality's gotta be hating so hard. Cause if I go hard, I bogart the whole squad. Make an atheist pray to God. Don't betray a God. Some say I'm out again even. JFK horror king like Steven. Believe it. You can hate harder, hit harder. Heavy nigga. Have a hate a nigga. Heavy spitter. How can't you hear this nigga? Hating heathens, hating on his hip hop. Hero speaking for them hood niggas leaking.
For everybody, for everybody,
Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Yeah. You have entered Blood the Blouse, Volume 2, the best of old styles.
Sounds like money, Dave.
If you don't know who Old Styles is, by the end of this CD you will know. Big shout out to KG, Backsound Productions, TR Productions, LOA Mac Beat Productions, and Underground ENT. Me and my family. KG, yeah. I had to spray you right then, so you could be prepared for what you about to enter. So I done sprayed you down. It's time to go.
They don't want no beef.
Keep them screaming, what's up? Keep them screaming, what's up? Keep them screaming, what's up?
Don't want no beef.
To the world, blow.
No beef.
To the world, blow.
They run.
What's up?
When it comes to that smoking, they don't want no beef. What's up? No beef. No beef. Oh, I bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke,
I get it poppin' in the hood. That tough talk, save it. Keep acting like a life until you meet with David. Go ahead and let that beast come out. I be the one to tame it. These niggas talking that money, I be the one that changes. So get your frame hit, rearrange quick. These niggas just pulling out guns. Now watch me bang it. Know I can switch up my style while y'all on the same shit to shell. Shampoo the scalp, head and shoulders getting lit. No, you can die by the gun or the blade. Take your pick, I'm the shit. Make you disappear, that's the magic trick. Disrespect, I'm not having it. Got no respect when you dealing with these savages. Body get destroyed, knife deployed on my rabbit shit.
Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke, you don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke, you don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke,
nigga, you can get it on any given Sunday. Kidnapped on a Friday, dropped off on a Monday. Body parts chopped up, spread out on the one way. My knife game sharp, but my niggas bout that gunplay. With disrespect, get shot to the chest, that'll be your last day. A hitter, go get her. So I hunt in a fast way. Never been on the block, I get money the ski mask way. Put this chrome straight to your disc and put fast play. 100 gang up in this bitch, it get nasty. Headshot will take you to the throat, it get raspy. Bitch niggas pussy, they pussy. If you ask me, bust off, I'm making it rain, that's how I blast.
They don't want no beef. Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke, they don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke, they don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. World blow. When it comes to that smoke, the world blow.
Underworld.
Major hip hop, pop, pop.
UWO. Got me going insane. My mind, I done lost it. But when it comes to this game, we got no time for that fly shit. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
That's all I know, that's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Your boy getting smashed. Being hood is natural. That's just in my blood. If you violate, cross the line, then I'm pulling the plug, get it cracking. But I walk, talk, and act like a blood, make it happen. That's right before we leave in the club. You tough, go ahead, play tough. Cause they pumped you with drugs, you energized. They gave you batteries, I reload slugs, it had to be. I run up on them, assault and battery. And if I don't finish you off, you ain't seen the last of me, nigga. Squad up was good. My niggas get it poppin'. But when it comes to the hood, we can show you how to rock it. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know.
You a killer, I'm a killer. Let's let it be known. Running your house invasion. So I'm coming in homes. Niggas feeling that. As long as I be lifting the chrome, no Saints, New Orleans when I'm hitting your dome. Niggas got it. For that profit, I cock it. Running the cockpit, so stop it. When your logic, no logic, niggas could pop it, don't pop it. Stay in lane, cause I move to hit your brain. And I can see Baraka looking for Michelle to get my change. Niggas talking about that beef shit. Hammer leave them sleepless. Niggas, they be talking that bread, but not street shit. Niggas, they be talking that bread, but not sleep shit. But you ain't never talking no heads if you ain't sleep shit. Nigga, got me going insane. My mind, I done lost it.
But when it comes to this game, I got no time for that fly shit. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know, that's all I know.
Squatter was good. My niggas get it poppin'. And when it comes to the hood, we can show you how to rock it. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know, that's all I know. TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know.
Really. It's your boy Stiggity Old Styles, man. Let me keep it real with y'all. I know a lot of people been doing the same thing for over 20 years, man. I know homeless people been homeless for 20 years. I know crackheads been crackheads for 20 years. Hustlers been hustling for 20. I mean, like, times ain't changed much. People do what they do to survive in this world, man. So I just happen to use the art of rap. You know, I got the talent, so I use the talent. And I speak through it. You know, I spit what I know. So that's basically what it is, man. I still get my hustle on. I still be out there. I still be in the streets going through shit with niggas and blah, blah, blah. And I happen to just throw it in the mix. So that's all it's really about. That's like me in a nutshell. Your boy Stiggity Old Styles. I'm doing this underworld shit and I'm bringing it straight to y'all. So fuck with me. Fuck away from me. That's what it is. Let's get it. Yeah.
I need everybody in the building to get on their feet, man. I'm from Jersey, you know? Jersey. But like my people in DC, I don't stop, man. I go, 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 go. I'm out in DC on my promo tip, rocking a tee and a fitted on some logo shit. While my cuz Johannes out on that go-go shit, I'm trying to hop on some ass like a pogo stick. Pause. Cause it's bras and booties all around in this joint. Got one leg up and a booty on the ground. I don't dance, I two-step, I'm just grooving to the sound. 4 floors plus a deck, so I gotta move around. Yeah. Cause I'm trying to meet some freaks, so while y'all trying to beat your feet, I'm trying to beat some cheeks. Flannel shirt, skinny jeans, and some throwback sneaks. Not worry about my competition, they all look like geeks. Girls looking for something new and I got up top swag. You know my style is ultra hefty, cause I'm in my bag. It's Chocolate City and they say that it's sweeter when it's black. So sweetie, I see you open, you can come and get this rap. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, 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 go. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go, go. Yeah, I'm the feces of a maggot's daddy. Baby, I'm fly shit. I'm so fly, should be living in the sky, chick. Yeah, I said I'm so fly that I gotta come down just so I can get high. Fuck swagger, baby, I'm so spiffy. Smoother than a peanut butter in a jar, jiffy. I'm looking for a girl who can jiggle like jelly, so we can make a sandwich when we get back to the telly. Smell me? You know Dre's about getting dough and pimping hoes, all because the way that he spittin' flows. And baby, you know how the saying goes. After I come, you gotta leave and don't forget your clothes. I don't mean to leave you exposed. I'm sorry, but that's the way that a player rolls. Here's a tissue to wipe your tears and blow your nose. It's not in your destiny, child, and you're not Beyonce. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, 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 go. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, 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 go.
To all my sexy
Fly single ladies in the building. I appreciate you rocking with me, got me feeling like a superstar. Bouncing and shaking to the beat. I see you moving your feet. I love it when you get out your seat and dance. Wish I could step with every last one of you. Please believe I already got my eye on some of you. And later on we can pop a bottle, get it crackin', fall back and get the rapping. Let whatever happens happen. I love a diva with a sexy little build and a voice that'll hold me back home against my will. When she talks, I look in her eyes, my temperature rise, her body's calling, and my blood starts to boil
We in
inside.
our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go, go. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go, go.
Pictures don't do me justice, mirrors give up like fuck it. I'm pretty girl, bad, Halle Berry, Lauren Lutton. And I can take your husband, but only if he hustling. Cause if it ain't about money, it's nothing for discussion. I hear them chickens clucking, but they ain't saying nothing. They see me on the TV and claim me as their cousin. I heard my name was buzzing, bad for a skinny girl. I was shit on any girl, Jersey's own pretty girl. Hey, and that pretty girl rock out. Layla Ali on these hoes, bitch, knock out. Boss bitch, and I'm making any girl clock out. Pregnancy back, cause my bitches will pop out. G-Shock, watch out, running this game, ho. Get your gym socks out. 2 words when you're fucking with me. Opt out, and I'm guessing that my style is P. Locks out, got to stink.
Man, woman, boy, girl, man, if the world right, I can make it turn, I make it fine. If the world right, this is the love that I man. If the world right, my words stand firm. Don't be mad if the world right, this woman, boy, girl, man, if the world right, I can make it turn, I'm making fine. If the world right, this is the love that I man. If the world right, my words stand firm. Don't be mad if the world right, you have no right in the way you live your life. Wrong is right, life over life. Why do you smite? Disregard the words I write. Don't believe the hype, don't mislead my type. Find the light, not the night I speed life. Why you mistreat life like I don't see all? Pick him up when he fall. Got me mad at the world. I created this whole world. Man, woman, boy, girl, I could make it turn, I could make it burn like a urn. You must learn, woman, boy, girl. Mad at the world, right? I could make it turn, I'm got me mad at the world, right? This is the love that I got at the world, right? My words stand firm. Got me mad at the world, right? This woman, boy, girl. Mad at the world, right? I can make it turn, I'm got me mad at the world, right? This is the love that I got at the world, right? My words stand firm. Got me mad at the world, right? My head a mastermind, never mastermind. Master behind, like designs, like decline. Fine line between yours and mine. I clock your time, watch you as you climb. Bring sight to the blind. Never find a love like mine. Find is why I walk the line. It's designed to stand the test of time. Can't be refined. Energy fuck my son. I'm speaking through more changes energy. No escape, nowhere to run to. When an enemy comes for you, my children still be protected. When my image is reflected, can't be rejected or deflected. Think I won't speak through a hip hop record. If it's for me, I will honor and respect it. I know life is getting hectic. Before you snap, I bring the powers in your music factory. If your faculty doesn't honor me, honorably, yo, I'm feeling disrespected. My will be done. I create a legend that can stand in my presence and receive his gifts like some presents. R&B, rock, rap, and hip hop. God's spell can bring you heaven to hell. If you got a story to tell, I don't cast spells, I don't ask, I tell. If I speak to you, you got a job to do. Follow me, I will never follow you. This is what you do. Girl, man, in the world, right? I can make it turn, I'm making mine. In the world, right? This is the love that I got. In the world, right? My words stand firm. Got me mad in the world, right? Man, so man, boy, girl. Man, in the world, right? I can make it turn, I'm making mine. In the world, right? This is the love that I got. In the world, right? My words stand firm. Got me mad in the world.
Money baby.
Come on. Bang. 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 You better stop that thing. Mouth the dog. Hop, hop, bang. Come on. Bang. Hop, hop, bang. Hop, hop, bang. Bang. like my last mixtape, just a taste, the one you underrate. The fake jakes like Carlton Banks, gas face like third base, never come in third place. In this rat race, you players ballin' pump fake, man, a straight ankle break. Strip shake, then I raise that Cool J like Russell Simmons did. Call me Dougie Fresh, cause I'm deaf, man, nothing wanted till you haters wanna stick me for my paper. For the looter, let the gun blow at a trader, up respect the big pop. Got no love for who shot you. In the movie, it deserve an Oscar. Blow the chronic, but I ain't a doctor. Smoking like a roster, a monster. Till you fake mobster. Hip-hop savior. I'm the streets like Philly last May, and I'm on the grind. You can't prove who's the greatest of all time until you heard mine. It's a JFK all day, reppin' in. So how you wanna get it in? Little stocky, cocky, twisting your chin. What you think you dub? See your maxin'. Make me dump these from the Mac 10 in your back then. Make your back spin into fraction. Like camera action. For all you rap guys looking cross-eyed, wonder why it passed me by like the far side. Heard him fly, and you know I'm reaching other heights on the mic. Equivalent to Superman or Kryptonite.
You better stop that thing. That mouth, the dog, and
yeah.
Pop, pop, bang.
Come on.
Pop, bang. Pop, 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 bang. Pop, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Pop, pop, bang. You better stop that thing. That mouth, the dog, and
yeah.
Pop, pop, bang.
Come on.
Pop, bang. Pop, 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 bang. Pop, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Pop, pop, bang.
We getting back to the BG. That's program. Oh, Steezy in your ear. This is my year. I'm in here with DJ Ric Flair. Let me start. If it's alright with you, then I rip this joint apart. I'm that killer joint you spark. Go straight to the heart. Take a puff if you dare. I gave you fair warning. Beware. I ain't never scared. If you see me on the block, you know I got that D on the block like the locks. I keep it area that block that. Gilly got locked. Just a $3 dollars. Really got pop. Shot the pot. They hit him up. Toss it up on the block. R.I.P. Jam Messenger. Scotland rock. We don't stop the party rock. Quarter Henny shots are falling. Hip hop. Keep your head up to the ceiling. Bless the oldest to the youngest children. Rapists, slains, and the killing. Hand up for Aaliyah, cause she's one in a million. This new style appealing like a new type of feeling. Hip hop's not dead, cause I'm healing the game. Cause I'm wheeling the change. Cause pop, pop, bang is a part of this game. Ignorance has no shame. And even though we don't really wanna flash them things, if another man try to stop my reign, I'ma pop, pop, bang.
Sound like Monday.
Yeah.
Pop, pop, bang.
Come on.
Pop,
Bang.
pop, 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 bang. Pop, pop, pop,
Bang.
bang, bang, bang.
Pop, pop, bang.
You better stop that thing. That mouth, the dog, and
Yeah.
pop, pop, bang.
Come on.
Pop,
Bang.
pop, pop, pop,
Bang.
Pop, pop, pop,
Bang.
bang, bang, bang.
I got a letter from the industry the other day. I opened and read it. It said they were suckers. They try to sell me 10 stacks. I want cheddar. Picture me selling out. Damn, I said never like how I'm supposed to eat. I ain't a foodie shopping school MCs. Can't see what I can see like Heavy D. Cause they blind to the fact. Trying to reach my mind. Just imagine that. Fathom that. Just the new school. I'm the leader of these new school cats. So original. Rough rider style. Holla back. Dirt bike. Chicken on back like Super Cat. It could get ugly as Craig Mack. Ugly as Biz doing this. Doodle rap. Who wanna new than that? Haters would hate on a brother. It goes in one ear and right out the other. If I strike a brother, knock the fight right out the brother. It's a mess. If we blow, blow to death. Black out like red and meth. Been snapping next since that's a fact. Rex in effect. Tech and still ripping wet. It's the old to the best. Hold on, if your soul gone, keep you in our memory until this glow gone. Hip hop culture so strong. Why do we prolong? If we form Voltron, get it till this gold's gone. Game filled with backstabber rappers acting Fuji. What's my name like Snoop D.O. 2Gs? Someday I got a vocab like the Fuji. Kill me softly in a movie. Plus I spit like a loogie. Nice and smooth like Snoopy. Big shouts to all teachers that school me. We can get it hot, Glock, Papa Uzi. That bang, bang. This my philosophy. To the industry. To all them corny stations who be dissing me. This my philosophy. To the industry. To all them corny labels who be dissing me. This my philosophy. To the industry. To all you whack MCs who be dissing me. Old Stiggity. Old Staff. I am the JFK of Jersey. Holla back. Shouts to Brick City, my CBL. SUK sticker kid. Got my nigga Ocean on the side, wanna ride. Holla back, nigga. TR Productions. Back Sound KT. Got my nigga DJ Ric Flair up in here. Woo! Yeah. This is that new age of hip hop. Underground CEO. Underground ENT, old Steezy, old Styles.
Hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill.
I'm about to get faded right now. I done passed over your test. You can read them right now. I get paid for vows. I'm made to slay hate. I'ma take a power, play the bass roll. Don't take a shower. I shake your towers, create cowards, get 8 vows. I'm the best at what I do. Yes, guess that I do. No one ever heard of you, but it still murder you. You're losing another turn or two. Get the heat cooled down, but the thoughts still burning you. It's crisis, just in case you didn't know it. And I'ma give you the first shot. Oh, you better not blow it. It's lock and loaded. I'm hot, I know it. I got to show it, and then I go get it. If not, I pop locks, block cops, and drop soldiers. The type to put the Joker's fingers in a toaster and make a clown frown like he's supposed to jack your roller coaster.
Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill.
I'm chiller than no solar in the polar. Microphone controller, keep 'em rolling like a bowler. You don't really know me, young for an OG, no one can hold me. I'm the best, mama told me. You the best, better show me where your vest hold me. Never let stress smoke me, choke me, provoke me, stab where you go be. Jab where you don't be, that's when you hope we can cease to be enemies, release a beast in me. A secret identity made the energy, that entity, the same, the injury in the industry. Let me breathe for a sec. No part in me, I'm pleased to flow next. With these to snap next, the keys to snap checks. Believe the man's text, I got my own webs to match and black says. A box of match vet, we rip with this grip, my dogs is not pets. Your death is not yet. Hit a man's heart, my name is not bright. The flames and flow says the light in the moon left. I'm throwing full left to bring the hook next.
Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill.
You hot, but you no frills. You the type to discuss and I know how it's so feels. Fakeness feels so real. Tongue down the handout, now they handed you no deal. Left you standing still. Mannequin finishing, wiggle where you landed and run around, pan again, jump independent and invade dark again. I'm tired of these shenanigans. So tired, I'm sleepy. Wondering why I'm both peep and beat me. Jigs and creepy, you wicked and weak, be leaking and weak when he does deceive me. I'm such a chill dude. Unfortunately, I'm in the ill mood. Sick of pill food bills I've been doing. Then it's been you. Let's do what men do. Or do what I do. Was a wise guy like you, acting like you, attack and fight you, at twilight bite you, except the might you know I don't like you.
What? I don't like you either.
Well, here's what we do, let's leave it to beaver, pants to go seavers, meet the 3 cleavers. You don't have skills or have the will either.
Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got some hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? Ain't one so bad to feel. I got some hot, but I'm so chill.
Nasty.
Smash.
Crisis. Underworld officials. Dig up.
You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis. You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis.
I'm about to get it cracking. This is a jack, and your reaction is you just seen the masked man. You the waste to get managed.
Right with the trash can.
Pussy niggas get slapped.
Followed by the backhand.
And I'ma build the casket big enough to fit Shaq in and treat your family like Mexicans and make them pack in. I don't do no talking, I'm giving all action. These shells kick to the stomach, it's like an attraction. Gun name Hicks.
First name Braxton.
I'm kicking through your troops while I'm coming for your captain. I smash first, no questions asked. Go for the head, he act furious, I finish him fast. My move, you lose while I'm beating your ass. Kicks like steel toe with knuckles is brass. A left to wake him up, a swift kick make him crash. But my clans will clash if potato get mashed. But back to the future, still you'll get killed in the past. Underworld, my brothers keep a nigga, that's what we have. A lift for the mag, I'm getting you dragged. Plug.
You know who the nicest crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash, cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing, here come a crisis. You know who the nicest crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash, cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing, here come a crisis.
Did someone just say my name? If I drain your main vein, you only have yourself to blame. Cannot be tamed, but dames can sure try. The aim I shoot by, you can hit a fruit fly. I might be too fly, I think I need to touch down. Can't smash in your zone. It won't be a touchdown. I won't give him a pound. I found a clown deserves a pound, and even in the underground, and found a hole to put you down in. See if we surrounded him, and that's a double meaning. I can see this being the worst predicament you ever been in. Hit so hard, it's like I'm double teaming. Trouble brews, I keep it steaming. When you beat me, you was dreaming. Ain't no way in, go ask Keenan. Damn, I'm on like his brother. Spit him out like they mother. Got my crew and all the others. Just enough to smother. Undercover lover, but bang bras in the open. I'm gon' hit it, girl, and stay with it. That's what she was hoping. But now what I had spoken, I got a world to rule. And even Bobby Brown know I'm cruel, though I'm so cool. And no, I'm no fool. My GPA high as the voice on me, Chalet. There ain't no more that we can say.
You know who the nicest crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash, cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing, here come a crisis. You know who the nicest crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash, cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing, here come a crisis.
Underworld. Support the bricks, I make a quick flip. Ice the shit, slice the shit. What you know about when that rock in the mic, bitch? Y'all all when that rock in the mic shit. Play, I'm too hype for this. Got these fleas tripping like Peter Griffin fighting the chicken. I ignite when I'm ripping. I just might slip the clip and might just bring the $25 clips again. Holla if you're listening. Hustling is infinite. No one's innocent in the Star Wars. I came to open all doors of all haters like Princess Leia. I'm the new Darth Vader. Spark a Vega like a player. Lark a trader like a game shaking thing. Yeah, I grew up on the wrong side of town. Ghost town, go downs and showdowns. Niggas blow rounds, dirty. I rep dirty Jersey. Stepping through dirty Jersey, get done dirty. Be ugly, unjustly. Hip hop ain't dead, these niggas flow rusty. I'm adjusting the malfunctioning Brick City shit. We've been doing this for a little bit, trying to get a little bigger, make a little flip. Shout the lines and you don't got it moving. Irving this park full of narc shooting. My wig and movement, I'm saluting. Even though Prince is past tense, no PJ today went harder since I reminisced the figures. Snitch ass niggas taking pictures, then you wonder why they pull the triggers. Follow Keith out back, meet the feet, I doubt that. Need to stop. I got the keys to unlock the block new combination. My congregation is like a couple nations waiting for confirmation. I tell them stop pacing. Be patient, snitches stop making statements. We make snitches hospital patients, waiting for their awakening. Then we taking it back to war. The fate for those that act like Billy Bathgate. Nigga try to bite my style, said I left a bad taste. Said that's why you in last place. Got the gas face, we don't talking no. I left her with the smash face. Your hate on me is energy, feedback, I need that. Combine it with the weed sack.
Yo, hip hop, I believe that. My rhymes quotable, so you can see that. Flip the page, don't be amazed if you can't read that. JK read rap. Young cats want a couple G stat, want a couple fleas scratch. I'm catchy. This is that disease rap.
I am just a man. I know it's hard to understand the dirt on my hands. I do what I can, a lot I can't do. I still do what I can do for my fam and my crew. Dodging boys in blue, lost a lot of bulls in the zoo trying to survive, but they died, still arise, waiting for my time of judgment. Is meant for the times I crossed the line. Evil thoughts of the mind, corrupt design, sign of the times. What I've seen make me wish I was blind from the time I realize God's plan can't be recognized or patronized. You gotta keep faith and ride till you die. No need to cry, ask why I wait my fate on my demise till I rise to the skies.
You can slip, you can slide, run but you can't hide. Nobody gets out alive.
Gotta grab a hold of your life. Never sell your soul for stripes. All you get is strikes. Live, trife, get striped. What's your life like? Throw the first stone I birth. Thugs in harmony like flesh and bone. Just in my zone, I can't phone home since I woke. Yo, I feel so alone. Y'all don't hear me though. Like I'm a weirdo for knowing what I know. A lot more than you think I know. Need a head strength. That's why my pen bleed ink. Strongest link when we link sight to the mind. They will never understand what I'm saying, but in due time, tell me what did you find? Look in your mind. New design, old styles, time to climb. Let's shine.
Mighty fucking long. It's full of twists and turns, so you know some shit's gon' go wrong. You can slip, you can slide, you can run, but you can't hide. Nobody gets out alive. Life is a highway and it's mighty fucking long. It's full of twists and turns, so you know some shit's gon' go wrong. You can slip, you can slide, you can run.
Oh, you back, sitting over there, trying to talk. I see that you're scared. Shy as fuck, that won't change. Stick my game, like you know how I do this. This on this. Now watch my movement, glasses on deck. Hey, the blotter. I take my shots. I talk, I feel it that she wanted to. She knows that's the reason why she moves. She walks, she gets a little closer. I smell danger. Show up, body of a model. Independent, do what she gotta do. I see you looking from a distance. In my mind, steady thinking. She bad in the motherfucker. 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 No time, let's get to this. You bad, I like your movement. Your smile, your lips and hair too.
Exclusive Tony Fat.
The shit, well that's okay. Day one, and that's the slave. I feel, the swag is tight. Shorty, she wanna die. I walk a little bit closer. I see that she's no danger. I talk and feel that she leaving. But that's got me thinking. So body of a model. Independent, do what she gotta do. I see you looking from a distance. motherfucker. She bad than the motherfucker. She bad than the motherfucker. She bad than the motherfucker. Show up, body up a model. Independent, do what she gotta do. I see you looking from a distance. In my mind I'm steady thinking. She bad than the motherfucker. She bad than the motherfucker. She bad than the motherfucker.
Niggas that's hectic, don't fuck around, get smoked. They take your life, no job. Don't play around, don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. Where I'm from, let's get down or lay down. See where it got me, this life out cake now. Work for myself, cause half my niggas is fake now. It's bad when talking to your niggas ain't safe now. Too many niggas snitching, they ain't really real. Just to get out of a case, these pussy niggas squeal. See, that's why I keep me a small circle. I be stressing clear my mind with a blown purple. Fuck her up, man, tell them free the guys. You gon' be friends, hope you bitches realize. I'm TAC and bitch, that's till I die. When my squad never snitch, never ride, but I will lie. Cause I'm a real nigga, always down to ride. For you niggas that be playing around, keep that 30 on my side. My niggas get the shit now where you reside. Man, fuck niggas keep talking, boy, it's suicide. I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. They take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground.
Like to speak frequent, never talk, never see it. But this is how we roll, and we rap, and we clap, and we blow and explode with the gap, nigga. Head hard and late when it rolls, shoots through the eyes and it starts to explode. Who's the man now? Why no here? Stand down, shots fired, and down. You already know where I'm coming from. My hood ain't no playground. You niggas play like you stupid now. You die when you stand down. I'm a beast where I land, man. But never talk, never stand it. I'm here, I see it, believe it. This is where I'm at.
I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. And take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground.
I'm the show of resistance. Underworld shit, you should never question. We always gone and never resting. Never catch me stressing medications and smoking sessions. Got me writing confessions, setting straight this offensive attack. From every direction, lyrical onslaught. Reserve your grand plot, cause your name on a tombstone is the hardest you'll ever be. Realistically, I'm Ben MC, demented, twisted, same two personalities. Psycho off his meds, here's Johnny shining shit. These sneaks on the ground and shit, but I'm dropping idiot, no sweating it. Hear the reaper, bitch, it's Mortal Kombat. Fatality. You ain't relevant, you don't want none of this. Twisted Slim, Underworld official. Yeah, bitch, I pack the missiles. Wow.
I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. They take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground.
Shit, man. This is CEO of the Real Entertainment. DRE with 2 dots in between, don't get it confused. We up in Back Sound Productions right now with my man KG on the boards. My man Big O in the studio, you know what I mean? The Real Entertainment, DRE, the realest MC. Holla! Yeah. On this type of beat, I gotta talk reckless. We took over NJ, we about to take over Texas. When niggas start hearing these records, they gon' say I ripped it with precision and that nigga just wrecked this. Yes, it's the boy who's no stranger. Linked up with the kid from the home of the Long Ranger. Just several niggas on the same track who flow danger. The real Pretty Thugs collab, a known banger. They say everything's big in Texas, so they come to the east and see how big our Texas. The niggas try to come out the box with it. Best believe we gon' take it to the block just like the Locks did it. Just in case niggas don't know who this be, it's that dude from MJ known as the realest MC. And in case my name pop on the screen, don't confuse it with them. I'm DRE with 2 dots in between, motherfuckers.
Let's get back to focus, yeah. Mr. CEO, himself, yeah. Ocean, Styles, yeah. Back Sounds, come on, we about to hurt. Listen, but I don't think you can make it with a push of a hand. If a nigga gave it a hope and lead you his pants, sat down, B-sided, highlighted the plans. You would still mess up the one that's snitching your mans. I ain't gotta lie, but fuck it, I see your weakness. I can't give you that answer, no, will I repeat it? It's not me, you lost to begin with. No family involved, you stuck with no friendship. Plus they know you, no way can you end it. That folks around the corner, you at the top of the endless. If you make me lose money, come back with the loose change. The tool that I pull and reroute your brains. That's it, the show is over. Nigga, you's a no soldier. The hoes know you. Nigga, I will toast you. I will roast you. Leave you in a ditch. Let your mom's in the face. And she made you a bitch.
Yeah, I know we was here, right? We here. It's all real. All that fake shit is out the door, man. It's the real ENT. Smack y'all bitch niggas. What? Brick City, nigga. What? Who next? To get that ass red like stop sign. Pop time. 2 of the fucked up and I got mine. This ain't rap. I have that ass caught in the trap and I ain't even talking crap. Nigga, relax before I relapse like Mad Max. Max Payne, bustin' shots like that gang. Do you not? See you hot as a flame to Mary Jane. I do the same thing, again in the game. The real ain't a gang, and we really ain't playing with y'all. None of them. Now have your men seeing bright lights like Gremlin. You can survive or live the rest of your life trembling. That's why most run across the coast like Wimbledon. The hottest gentlemen, spitting encore since Eminem. Smut these hoes who pretend to be. Start accident when I'm entering. Let's just get it in. Yo, I'm down with that like I'm down with rap. I'm down with cats to snap and clapping rats. We packing packs. It's 30 Jersey rolling 30. 330 rocking 30 Jersey. Did them dirty, dig them dirty. For certain, it's curtains. I cause whirlwinds like Merlin. Have your picture twisting and turning, freezing and burning, coughing, sneezing and earling. Yo, I'm sick as your last girlfriend. Man, fuck rocking ice. Yo, I'm still rocking stuff.
I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me?
Feel like a general in this underground music scene with a star hit every time I drop a beat. Meet and greet, break your teeth, cause I'm a beast. Think you bad, go against my team. Yeah, you fail, little man, victory through misery. Overcome this heresy. All this lunacy is just pushing me over the edge. Over your obsession. About time for these fuckers to learn a lesson. Then I drop another banger. Do this shit like cliffhanger. Think I fell off, I'm always changing. New style every time. Brain pain with every line. Feel my vibe, I'll knock you to the ground. There is no next time. Underworld, true hustle quick. Man, you don't know who you fucking with. Yeah, twist the sound. Feel general.
Motherfucker, armies gonna attack other side. Underworld official. Underworld official. I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? Right now, up in this motherfucker, underworld officials. Somebody talk to me, please. Twisted Slim, dreams, Rhino, can't smash. Somebody say they dreaming. You cannot name nobody better. We're here, go through any weather, rain, sleet, snow or storm, hell or whatever. You got to die, this is never. I'm too clever, stay about my path. I'm looking for that cash money in the bag. They scream, underworld, we need you. Official screaming people, but yelling underworld. Will you ride with me? Underworld. Ride with me. I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me?
It's kinda hard living this life I live. I'm out here trying to get this paper to feed my wife and my family, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't seem to be able to make it happen. I don't know, man. I just don't know. Hard to make it in this mindset. Solitude.
No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great. No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great.
Can a damn thing heal me? I'm really about to have to do something silly. Life got my heart chilly. I was such a good guy. If I could cry, I would try. Ain't gon' lie. Solitude got me in a bad mood. I barely even have food. Where you 132? My code's 32. Hoes don't understand. Say they want a good man, yet won't lend a hand. Damn, this shit's crazy. I know I'm not lazy, but these jobs pay me like allowance to a baby. Maybe crime's the only answer. I'm getting shitted on like Pampers. Niggas disrespecting me like dancers. Stress got me smoking like I'm hoping for cancer. Calm down, just put the bomb down. Cause if I blow up, then I'll never blow down. My life is profound, my feet hold no ground. It's about to go down and I can't control it, can't hold it. My brain molded and coded with old shit. And the new shit is worse. I probably welcome a hearse, but I need the fame first.
No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great. No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great.
Surrounded by four corners, the pen's my only friend. I'm in my own world while the walls are closing in. I can't win. Cause time after time, my mind's intertwined. When opposing forces are combined in line. My plateau is that of positivity. No time for negativity, so I just let it be. Indeed, the evil spirit is in the flesh, so it's my duty. The journey on a quest to the crest. With problems on my hands now, I'm a soldier. Waiting on my breaks and I'm getting older. I got plans for grants and a massive wealth. Protecting my seeds first and protect myself. Chain smoking, black and miles, and cold got me locked. Stress on my chest make it hard to stop. I had a 9 to 5 and just to stay on top, I take breaks and meditate on hip hop. So when my shit drop and make my situation flip flop, shows on the road collecting dough to rip shop. Yeah, I want ends, ain't no need to pretend. No more sitting with my hand out, depending on friends. What's more, I'm getting thin, time to stand on my own. While my wife keeps telling me it's time to call Tyrone. She's on some next back, shit, I call it a throne. And now I'm all alone in the zone. Solitude.
No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great. No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great.
Underworld.
About to bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire. About to bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire. Set a blaze, turn the game, earn the fame. Every step I take, I learn to gain and pain and wisdom flowing in my veins. It's time for school bleaches. Pray out the weak ones. Used to be one until I learned to fight back. Now I spill guts. Now I got these haters telling me, nice track, I still got your daddy in my bag. Get the fuck out of here with that shit before I wreck your face and be done with it. Be done with it. War in my DNA. Pop your head like a bag of freedom. Use this fucked up head as a motivator to cause this away. Straight up eliminator. Call me Terminator. Acting like a robot, motherfucking innovator.
Take that paper. Soon as I see it shine, I'ma take it. Them sneakers, son. Do the shit every day. Yeah, we spit my shit every day.
About to bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire. About to bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
I've been screaming underworld for a long time. Old Styles prepared me for a long grind. UWO, ENT, it's all mine. Cashier in the game, but these haters are long line, all fine. Ball time, passing the rock, get the team in the loop. Hit Twisted Slim, he hit frames and he shoot. Come off the rim, case smash, alley hoop, solid win. We ain't gotta reach for the game, cause we got it pinned. Set the world on fire, who asking? It's gotta be them, and after this world get finished burning, underworld begins. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire, on fire. Please believe underworld we riders. We setting this world on fire. I do not think you're gonna last, so we gon' let these bitches
About to bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire. About to bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
Real shit, I'm a real nigga and I can't change. Start doing this rap shit, now people know my fucking name. Some of my niggas turn them bitches, lot of shit done changed. To get a victory, nigga, you gotta deal with pain. Respect, my daddy told me give to receive. I stay on my grind, hella shit to achieve. Believe in my faith, I'm finna make it out the streets. But the streets won't let me go, well shit, that's all I know. Yeah, sticking by the code and I can never change up. Lean got me moving slow just like a change up. Feds interrogating, nigga, I ain't saying nothing. Niggas sending threats, but I ain't worried about nothing. Real shit, all I need is me and that's on me. That's on me. Underworld officials, TBG. I'm your friends, y'all let me free. Yeah, let me breathe, let me breathe.
Bring them down, blood falls around me and never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down. They can't stop us once we
set this world on fire. About to bring them down, blood falls around me. I'll never
arrested for the murder of his girlfriend's 1-year-old daughter.
Al-Qaeda actually has more than 5 million decoy Muslims in our country.
Good afternoon. We've just received word that the federal budget has been canceled. An Afghan military pilot shot and killed 9 Americans today outside Kabul before being killed.
Give it back to free states.
I'm disgusted in my continent. They never use their logic when it's time to realize we're in a state of catastrophic trend. They keep the Oval Office, then they fake like they the strongest men, but really weak and softest skin. Hill Iron probably office kid. They dress up like the office men, but that's our real uniform. So fables like a unicorn, they own a bed you screwing on. They own a jet you fluing on. They own a set you viewing on. They own the food you chewing on. And if they want it, you be gone. It's something that I learned to write. Don't matter if you black or white. Don't matter if it's day or night. They'll take it, you can't break a fight. They'll take your wife and make a dyke and take your life and do it twice all in the same year just to get you out of here. America has no fear, but we lack for brains. Prepare for nuclear warfare, but get bombed by planes. Anthrax and hurricanes and the men to blame. Things change, they've been the same ever since they came. Buildings burning in brick flames. Can you tell us what happened? How can we ever find the courage? Just got Bin Laden. And that's why I'm rapping. Our body vents, they senses, they bent the law. They couldn't break, we've been new with this myth.
Crowds marched in the streets around Ground Zero to celebrate the killing of Osama bin Laden.
Now that he's finally dead, it feels good to feel excited about somebody's death. It's a weird feeling, but
breaking news, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we choose,
Then we make our own
you
fate.
lied on your interview.
Won't feel the full
of the
hate.
people you owe and dues.
Give us back the free states.
News, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we choose,
Then we make our own
you
fate.
lied on your interview.
Won't feel the full
of the
hate.
people you owe and dues.
Give us back the free
Mr.
states.
Congressman and resident, can you mention why you sent our soldiers as your poses overseas? What, to represent us or the government? Don't you lie, you loving it. Say you got a plan to save the land, man, start shoving it. Ever since the end of summer 01, y'all been saying y'all gonna get the son of a gun who hit us and run. But every setting of the sun leads to less success, and every time that y'all address us, you're doing your best. Hey, Saddam's dead now, man, whoop-de-doo. But tell us, is it good for us or for Bush and his crew? Al-Qaeda chilling in the cave somewhere, smoking it down, counting the money in their bank account, nowhere to be found. America's clowned by countries who thought we had power, thinking we defend the world but can't begin with a tower. Hour after hour, you hear them lying, crying, and denying that they are negligent and hesitant. This is your congressman.
Breaking news, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we choose,
Then we make our own
you
fate.
lied on your interview.
Won't feel the full
Of the
hate.
people you owe and dues.
Give us back the free
News,
states.
can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we
Then
choose,
we make our own
you
fate.
lied on your interview.
Won't feel the full
Of the
hate.
people you owe and dues.
Give us back the free
Now it's a
states.
pity, y'all stick with me, I got one for your committee. Tell me how long it should take you to evacuate a city. Should've been gone from the giddy, but they waited for smoke. I guess their flavor's right, 911 is a joke. Now what the hell are they on coke? Look like to me. Who you waiting for to save the world? Hope it ain't me. Spending G's on football leagues with broken levees. I'm counting 70 beans for gasoline from Getty. Yo, hold them steady while I crack their jaw. I know that it's a fact of law that if we in a puzzle on a double, you should problem solve. The problem is they got no balls to hop on phones and make some calls to bring our soldiers home like a Christmas gift from Santa Claus. Yo, it's ridiculous. I'm sick with this like children born with syphilis. If y'all still don't get it, turn to 7 and I witnessed
we
it.
just got in the government's monthly jobs report, and it really was a disappointment on all
Breaking
counts.
news, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we
My niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product. All my niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product.
Yeah, like you said, we keep that pride up. We can serve us up, but we rock it up. Nah, we ain't with that op-in. First round, Glizzy get the poppin'. Second round, 40 get the drop-in. Nah, we ain't with that coppin'. We ain't giving no options. Now you fucking with the squad, raw.
All my niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product.
All I talk about is rhyme shit. Ski mask in the dark shit. So don't let this thing bark, bitch. I'm always on my hot shit. Bust a nigga's head and watch his body drop quick. I don't like to talk shit, but my goons will. Nigga told on me, supposed to keep it real. 5 to 10 on my head, I was going to jail. Did 3 months, felt like hell. One thing about real, I ain't never tell. If you want beef, then you gon' feel. I'm a real nigga, it ain't hard to tell.
Hot shit, that'll keep their head knocking. And you know we keep them rockin'. When you listen to the product,
no niggas need to stay in their place. Let loose, cause you know I got that thing on my waist. Tech shoot, niggas talk about they needing disgrace. The tech shoot busted his head. After that we watch his neck move. My niggas don't neglect, no nigga neglect too. They be running their lips, spitting piff the head too, nigga. So we already know what you bout. You be talking out the side of your mouth till this hawker hit the side of your jaw. Now you talking out the side of your mouth. I'm about to show you what this violence about. Put a bomb on your kids just to see the flames in the house. I'm banging it out. Average nigga banging it out. The revolver goes in, the revolver coming out of his mouth. I let loose, busting it off, nigga. You so soft, nigga. Me, I been top dog, nigga. I been a boss, nigga. Don't be running your lips and spitting piff, cause you hard body, nigga. When you know you a bitch, I lift your skirt real shit. And these niggas already know I chase to the cheese, the cheddar. Gotta get the dough, I bust off, squeeze the Beretta. When I let it go, it leave your whole brain in your sweater. Now I let them know
that hot shit, that'll keep their head knocking. And you know we keep them rocking. When you listen to the product. All my niggas drop that hot shit, that'll keep their head knocking. And you know we keep them rocking. When you listen to the product.
It's a news flash. Another news flash. It's a news flash. Underworld. Walk down the one outro into another intro. I'm throwing soft bars out the window. I miss the wind. My development been arrested. My race has been tested. Like we don't matter. Pedophiles having rights, molest kids. Got me even madder than the Hatter. Kids scatter. Tech 9 blood splatter. Cause you insulting what's character. These politicians are a bunch of characters. They embarrass and harass us. Make an ass of us. Praying for the day they see the last of us. For centuries, never surpassing us. On behalf of us, we are not all animals. Just like I don't believe you're all a bunch of cannibals. We just want a peace. No justice, no peace. I do this for those in the streets, weak or deceased. In the belly of the beast, trying to eat. Walk around, sleep, won't whisper peep. To police, still the streets talk. Brother out, lined in chalk. A cell phone is a gun. Really what you thought? Shot a child down in the park. UTV, bring to light what happens in the dark. If a dog bites, I want to know what made the bark. News flash. It's a news flash. Another news flash. We're not funding this.
Yo, we going hard right now. This is Underworld right now. We going hard right now. This is Underworld right now. We going hard right now. This is Underworld right now.
Rainy day, about 3 in the afternoon. No one was chilling on the block, but that would change too soon. A kid, let's say his name was Rich, was walking down the Ave. He spotted 15 and a half. He knew he about to feel the wrath. He's only steps away from his crib where his dog's drinking and smoking. Never completes his destination for a dude starts provoking. He stops right in his tracks. Thoughts are going through his head. A guy approaching, grab him quick, and this is what he said.
Baby, go get jewelry, please. Then drop to your knees. Put your hands behind your head before I have to blast with these.
A 22 was on his spine and 9 was to his dome. Plus 3 more from the click. Her hands approaching toward their chrome. But Rich was not a punk. Finally, his mind went blank. He's matching knuckles, multiple jaw breaks, then begin to shank. Dropping body after body. Finally, he said to slay. Someone grabs him. He starts swinging, but stop for his brother Dre.
Why did you have to stop me when I'm about to get you killed? They thought I was fake, but never knew I was for real. They always want to test, not knowing that I have the skill. Step aside, my brother, cause I'm about to catch a kill.
Now brother, I don't want you to end up in a prison. You see it in a different light if you would only listen. You got your revenge, they thought you couldn't hold your own. Now that you got just what you want, leave all this mess alone.
It was a sunny day, about 8 o'clock in the morning. Rich had just got out of bed, he's stretching and a yawning.
Yo, Rich,
said Dre to his brother,
take a stroll to the store. Get munchies for my sweet tooth, take $1 and no more.
He starts to walking. Minutes from the store, someone is stalking. 17 and more wants his body out on the chalk, man.
Where'd I catch this beef?
With his membrane starts to think, someone grabs him by the throat before he got the chance to wink.
Baby, little jewelry, please, to drop to your knees. Put your hands behind your head before I have to blast with these.
The anger he felt deep inside was busting through the door, getting harassed by clicks that he had never seen before. His stamina increases, he's flying his farther than mileage. They never had a chance because he dropped bodies like knowledge. He's choking on a dude and finally that guy can't breathe. But Drake come grabbing, telling him, yo, we got to leave.
This is your second time, why you keep stopping my rap? The way these crews keep following me just make me wanna laugh. They thought they knew my whole format, but never knew the half. Step aside, my brother, while I commence with my bloodbath.
Now brother, I don't want you to end up in a prison. You see it in a different light if you would only listen. You got your revenge, they thought you couldn't hold your own. Now that you got just what you want, leave all this mess alone.
It was a dreary night, about 7 after dark. Rich is playing basketball with his crew up in the park when the member says,
we bout to battle so we can get our smoke on. Rolling up the Dutchies so we can get our choke on. You know that I don't puff, so stay and practice shots. And by the time you finish, we'll be chilling on the block.
Chills there for an hour, he's just a shooting in the missing. When his ears hear a sound like shooting shots from Smith & Wesson.
Give me little jewelry, please, to drop to your knees. Put your hands behind your head before I have to blast with these.
Third time in a row, but this time he's set to go. Until he realizes there's 100 and some more. He's getting bruised and beaten, and his body hits the pavement. His mind shatters to pieces, and he starts to pick his grave then. A bullet busts through his back and went right through his head, but he happened to see his brother standing there before he's dead.
Why couldn't you have broke this up like just the other day? You stopped the battle every time my mind was set to slay. Now I no longer have a life, and blood is where I lay. And tell me why it is you look at me in that strange way.
Brother, did not want you to end up in a prison. Rather have you dead, you would have known if you did listen. Finally got revenge, you said I couldn't hold my own. And now I got just what I want, I'm taking your throne. Guess you ain't have nobody to teach you better, huh? Should've known you can't trust nobody.
Better watch your back.
From the popo to the post